are in number 462. About 4,000. What, 3 years?
3 years to get you.
1,500, probably was 2,000 videos.
Close to over 3,000 videos.
12 million views. It needs to be between the equals. They're worse than this. Yeah, we're going to use this for through. Now when I'm playing, I make things you put through. But that's actually not playing. Check it in, like, so you end up in this.
See how it's like. I think.
Hour and a half to train.
Bit of a rush.
One other to the transport strike. And we're having a size super dry. So 10 euros. Very much beer. About 4 grand just to get this.
Right, hello and welcome back to the channel. It is day 2 in Bordeaux, and I'm at the tram station where you can see a couple of Chile fans there, about to head to the stadium for our first match of the tournament. Seen a lot of South Africans here, a lot of. I mean, we're just on a tram now, and there's just Afrikaans everywhere. There's English, which is the main thing, which is very cool to see. But yeah, Samoa versus Chile kick off at 3 o'clock, which is in about 4 hours time. It's about 12 o'clock, so yeah, we're about to head to the stadium now, do a couple of interviews, go and see a lot of the South African fans, get some interviews with some of the Chilean fans, Samoan fans who are out in their colours. Personally, might actually go get a Chile shirt as well. But yeah, stay tuned for my first match day vlog of the tournament. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports. This is day 2 of the Fair Sports Tour, and we are here in Bordeaux. Samoa versus Chile kickoff is in about just over an hour's time. And as you can see, absolutely pumping here in Bordeaux. Chile definitely seems to have the most fans here. It's a bit of a red army over here, although the Samoan squad is definitely starting to arrive. Plenty of South Africans ahead of the game tomorrow against Romania. And I've got a beer, I've got my glasses on, and let's go have a look and see what's going on here. How's it guys? So I've checked in here, sitting here at the photography stand, and yeah, obviously watching Team Warm in front of me. Very cool warm jerseys, by the way. I was actually going to contact to get their jerseys, but the actual warm jerseys are very cool. But yeah, I'm sitting in the stadium, slowly starting to fill up. Just by the way, keeping an eye out for the Red Army. A lot of Chilean supporters in for today. It's just an army of red looking around here. The Samoans have come out there force as well, but absolutely nothing compared to what Chile have got. And yeah, second ever World Cup game for them. They look the part, a couple of players looking very confident around here. Very cool to sort of see it, and very cool to see how excited the fans are. We spoke to a couple of the fans outside, and you can just see how excited they are to get involved in something like this. I mean, we all know how passionate of a sports nation Chile are, and the rugby doesn't seem to be any different. Very keen to see what Samoa can do here. They should be able to get the job done, but you know, anything can happen in a World Cup. So I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along, and take it soon. Okay, and that is game one. Not the fight in Chile. Fan favorite team, they're absolutely brilliant side. From a people perspective, I mean, I've just left about 25 minutes after the game, half an hour after the game. They're still signing autographs, they're still changing their fans, so absolutely brilliant team that definitely has a lot of future. I mean, they were always going to struggle against Samoa, physically wise. It was tough for him to cope. But yeah, that was game one in the bag. Gonna go walk around the village a little bit, see if there's anything. Might get myself a shitty shirt, actually, the way things are going, and then head on home for a watch along before hopefully hitting the streets of Bordeaux later. All right, we're outside Bordeaux. There is an hour until kickoff, and as you can see, it's an absolute sea of green over here. Yeah, and the plan is we're just gonna head into the depths of Springbok supporters, chat with a few people, and see what's going on. So let's go and see. Basically, this is what it looks like to be here at Bordeaux. Let's go have a look and find some people to chat to and stuff. And yeah, I mean, as you can sort of see, we're talking about a sea of green. There's Springbok fans on fans on fans on fans on fans. We're going to be asking a few people for some score predictions and just try and find out how many people are actually here from South Africa and stuff, the travellers. So we're going to walk around and we're going to have a look. Hello everybody, hello, how are you? How are you? Good. Steve.
Hi, Wayne.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Steve.
Gentlemen, how are you? Good. Welcome. Where are you guys from?
Africa.
South Africa.
Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Anita and I'm from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Kom here gedaan, yeah. There we go. We've ticked
Sorry,
off.
that one.
Yeah. My name is Steve, we're from Fair Sports. We are recording over here, so we're going to cover all the multitude of South African supporters. Are you guys all from South Africa? No, you are. Who's got load shedding when they get back? Okay, I want to go stand with you guys. This is my load shedding buddies here. What's impressive, if you ask me, is the fact we've got so many people actually from South Africa bringing the rand over here. We never thought our currency would get this far, but so far so good. No ways!
How you, boy? Hello, Ross. How you doing?
Yeah, very well.
Like
So this is how small of a world it is. Went to Varsity with this man who, as you can see, is looking phenomenal. Who dressed you today?
So we're here with a bunch of, there's 11 of us. We call ourselves Bokval.
Bokval.
So it's like a stokval. So we've been saving up for 4 years. And now eventually we're here.
Joining the Sea of Green, where are you guys from?
Durban originally.
Durban, yeah.
I'm from Durban as well.
Durban, okay, shame. Sorry to hear that. got a couple of Durbanites here. I'm from Joburg, so no, we appreciate you. We have to go on holiday somewhere.
That was perfect.
Yeah, that's true. So you said originally, where are we now?
London.
London. Right. London. But still sports South Africa, still South Africa through.
Always. Springboks forever.
There we go. And this is your first game for the World Cup?
No, 2. Yesterday was it?
Tomorrow versus Chile game. Oh, there we go. What did we think about yesterday?
Crazy. But today, it's better.
It's amazing. It's a sea of green, and thank you guys for wearing your colours and bringing out the box. When did you arrive?
We arrived on the 15th.
15. Okay, it's been a while. And when are we leaving?
We are leaving on the 25th, so we're watching the Ireland game.
Ireland game. Right,
Yeah.
cool. We'll see you there. Right, Romania today. Give me a score prediction.
I am going to say 66.
At least 80 points.
At least 80 points. In the game or for us particularly specific? Okay, 80. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I like
we have to match the Irish. They did 82, I think.
70. Yeah, so the wrong was like
Yeah, so
well, if you get 80 points, I'll definitely get a bonus point. So.
let's aim for 80.
Do you think Romania scored today?
Oh, yes, I think
Yeah.
so.
To be fair, I think everyone here probably wants them to score actually.
They got
So.
at least get a bonus.
Yeah,
So
cool.
just make it feel good for a while.
Oh, there we go. Score prediction for today.
Score prediction on my SUPERBRU, I went Boks by 70, but I'm going to change that because I think the Boks are going to go 55. We're going to be celebrating a lot of tries. A lot of tries will be celebrated.
You got to tries, more tries. Does Romania have a chance?
Many tries.
All the tries, eh?
100 out of 0.
100-0, okay. You reckon? 11 tries. We need more than 11 tries. We're going to go past Kevin. I want 80 points. What do you reckon?
I like barely double digits, so 10 tries.
10 tries. 10
But
tries.
I think just for the spirit of the game, it wouldn't hurt if Romania could score. They've got so much supporters here.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I think we all want them to score 8 tries.
Across the line,
Yeah,
you know, it's fine.
we do.
80-10.
80-10.
Yeah, nothing less than 60, buddy.
Less than 60.
24-13.
Not going to be popular man later. Right, so 10-11 tries so far is the call. Now, a couple of Romanian fans over here. Love the jersey, first of all. How are we? Yeah, come here. Come on here. Everybody here. We got everybody in here. Coming up against the current world champs, how are you guys feeling?
We are feeling, I think, confident. We want to make a big game to get out of the game like Uruguay last game with France, like heroes. Yeah, it's hard to beat them, but we can be some heroes. We want to see some heroes there.
I'm actually quite keen to see how Dion Farida's coming on the
Yeah.
replacement.
Okay. Well, must be Malcolm starting there, you know. Apparently anyone's okay these days.
Exactly.
Don't quote me on that, but after you finish here, we'll be managed. It's a bit of a takeover here. I'm going to go across here. Once you guys have beat a player today, who are you guys supporting in the tournament? Are you guys going to support us afterwards, or is there another team you support?
Depends on the result. Depends on the result. But the European team must win it.
No. Come here to us. You see, come here to us. We'll take you.
Well, you already have a movie, so the European nation needs to
No, we need another movie though. We've got no electricity. It's tough out there. This is the last thing I suppose when it comes to the smaller games is that there is genuinely no animosity whatsoever. It is very, very relaxed. And yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Hopefully that won't change. And look, if the Boks lose, we might see a lot of very grumpy Springbok supporters. Are we bringing it back to Pretoria?
Absolutely.
You reckon?
Absolutely.
Ball it back.
Absolutely.
So you're going to bring it home? The World Cup came back to South Africa for another 4 years.
My friend, he said yes.
Yeah, there you go. You asked here, Casey, Chase and Colvin. They've confirmed that the World Cup is going back to South Africa. So you heard it here first. There we go. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the game.
Currently the lineup, and we all on the James, who said is now there he is. There's Currie, and that's the way.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. As you can see, it is Paris week. South Africa versus Ireland on Saturday. Welcome to week 2 of the tour, the first official tour long week. We're in Bordeaux, we're now in Paris. We've got 4 days of build-up. The Springbok announcement is actually tonight. And come here, join us, subscribe to the channel, and let's go see Paris, shall we? Fun morning, coming out of the police station. We are finally up doggy there. Yeah, of course, behind the camera and got photo yesterday, so we're going to sort that out. And late change for plans. It's not to be announced tonight, so unfortunately, got 2 hours. But yeah, let's go to Paris. Rolex across the street. Don't blow our entire holiday budget on like a quarter of a watch. I reckon if we sold all our camera equipment, we might be able to buy like a strap. This is my official audition to become a Nike athlete. By that, I think I'm just visiting the store. And this is why we are here. To get the full selection of our stuff. Bloody floor. I'm walking upstairs. Pretty cool though. Come to basically 5-story Nike. This is where it gets dangerous. You see French jerseys. You see lots of different jerseys. You see a lot of Euros. Getting sorted for my next fishing trip. Look right at home, going to Loftus in my khaki Air Jordan jacket. There you go, nice. See when you watch the rugby on a Saturday morning, and you're sorted. Alright. Let's go see the option film, shall we? This is now my Lecoq 14 edition. Now it's all the rugby stuff.
This is currently where I'm walking. As you can see, I'm actually just taking a stroll literally through the French countryside to go and report on the Box Paris-based press conference. No public transport out here apart from a bus that doesn't go the right way. So having to give it a bit of a leg, I tried to ask a couple of French people for a lift, and both, two ladies and a guy, all three of them shook their heads and said no anglais and drove off. So clocking in some steps. It's a half an hour walk to the press conference. Yes, I do have the camera and tripod and mics on my back, so this is going to be lots of fun. You realise the train's coming the wrong side.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is day 6 of the Forever Sports Tour, and look where we are. It is a day off from media duties. There are no Springbok press conferences, there are no press conferences today, and as a result we have decided to come to Disney to see what's going over here. Disneyland Paris, where we're at. Going to be a fun day, a bit of an interesting time. It's been a flurry of a few days. It's been non-stop pedal to the metal action since we arrived last week Friday. So you're going to take a bit of a day off, going to have a bit of fun, go and check out what's outside, and go and see what magic Disney has to offer before we see the magic that Rassie Erasmus, Jacques Nielbo, Tia Khaleesi and the rest of the Springbok lineup will be bringing on Saturday when they take on Ireland at Stade de France. We are match day, -3, I think, just a few days left until the iconic clash on Friday, which is set to be the biggest match of the World Cup so far. Before then, let's go have some fun.
You're going to do both parts today. It's going to be a bit of a hectic one. So you're only at Disneyland Paris once, so
This is my second time.
ride number 1
So yeah, it's actually the wrong ride. We're locked into something else. You don't have ears on you.
Play my ears.
You should get a bottom butt cap, right?
On is day 4 in Paris. It's a week since we left. We left last week Thursday in the evening, and it's Thursday afternoon. As you can see, pretty miserable weather. We are at the official fan village where we're going to try and get through to the official store. France are playing tonight, so this should be an absolute buzz later. Looks like a very cool setup. We're going to go have a check to see what we can get into and what we can't. But yeah, pretty miserable weather. Pretty nice location over here. I mean, it's a phenomenal place to have a band park. Plans to go from here, potentially go do a couple of sightseeing things. Ireland team announced at 3 o'clock, so we're going to try and find a cool place, potentially do a show from there. Apart from that, we're just going to go see a bit more of Paris, because we just haven't really seen much at the moment. So yeah, welcome to another episode of the BOYLESPORTS Backstage Tour. Look at the disrespect. 2019, please put South Africa. I'd like to see 2027 as well. And 2023 as well. 3 in a row, eh? Let's do some shopping. Where's our GM one? Break, just look at the school. This is what came in 10 o'clock again. Yeah. Bonjour and welcome back to the BOYLESPORTS Tour. As you can see, it's a lovely day in Paris. We have just finished at the mega store. It's expensive, it's a bit of a hit. As you can see, I've come away with my beret. We've got bucket hats, by the way, which is vital. And we're now walking through Paris, which is miserable. Yeah, I mean, there's only one way to describe this weather, and that's shit. Yeah, I'll be a tour guide for today. My vast knowledge on Currie. On the right here, we have some marshmallows on a stick. Basically, like the typical sort of 9 o'clock dry snack, really. When you've got your 50 Cokes, come and grab a couple of those. Stir over the fire, dry on a Friday night. And it's different colours as well. I've got no idea where we are. And there it is. How many thousands of kilometers? Years, see. It's pretty cool, I like that. Can't see it. It's kind of grey stuff. Turns out our boy Charles is here. I'm going to ask him, ask him what he reckons the English cars are, ask him why he appointed Bordeaux, and maybe see if Harry's up to grab. Good, Harry's the Springbok supporter, he's no longer welcome in the UK. Great if it wasn't being rained on. Like, I feel like I'm in Cape Town, except it's better than Cape Town. So Cape Town, take the piss. I mean, we'll never go to Johannesburg. I think it's about 30 degrees, absolutely gorgeous. One thing I want to be able to bring on my travels. Good news. Done. Also, in case anyone is in the entire Paris is under construction. Everywhere. Off Disneyland. Everywhere you go, it's just one big construction.
Steve, can you give us a history lesson on
1925. Porsche lived before my time. Fourth time that I've actually studied. I present to you the latest members of the Springbok bomb squad. This is the shorter side, basically about half the height of Arthur Snyman. But probably do a bit of a job in the second row. We have a plane next to us, so there looks like a cruise down there today. It's a bit better. Yeah, the good news is the way the hand's taking into account, the better. Ironically, it's all pretty miserable. It's not warm, but I'm no longer wet. Which is the main thing. Steve! Allez. This is what Steve is he's running You think I'm doing this every single day? Like with wet shoes.
Oh,
being
shoes are
wet,
disaster.
being cold. No. Very much like SA. It's great for people keep walking. And you're like, what? Right, huge update on the tour, in fact the most important update. Rusty has joined the Forever Sports team on the ground here. I'd like you to introduce our official mascot. Might be the most expensive bear we've ever bought. I suppose it's definitely the most expensive bear I've ever bought. But this is Rusty, we're going to show him up with a little Forever Sports pin. He is the official tour mascot. And the plan is to take him to basically everywhere. It's actually become Rusty's tour. So follow for more Rusty. I don't know where we are, John. I don't even think I want to let the notes off. Quasimodo is currently staying in the Airbnb.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cybersecurity. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Michael, Julian, congratulations. We get the feeling that you haven't yet fully found your game. Is this true? We want to have and we shouldn't confuse strategy and execution. And just like the other day against Samoa, we occupied territory, but we didn't manage to score tries. This is the rhythm of the game, which is the most important thing. The errors or the penalties are punctuating our rhythm of play. The game is there. I'm pleased that we played a lot on the blind side, but our game is in place. Despite that, there are mistakes, and we will have to score more points and be tighter. For the next game, what do you need to improve? More individual preparation, more concentration, more focus. For me, during this game, we were under pressure. I believe we felt this pressure, but we also wanted to please our audience. We want to please ourselves and everybody else, and that, I believe, is what put us under pressure today. We have confirmed that we're in a quarterfinal now, but now we're moving on to, we're going through. Everyone's happy, and we will get rid of that pressure. That pressure's over, and we will approach the next match. Michael, Julian, congratulations. What does it mean for you, for the Pumas, to have reached the quarterfinals? And for Julian, please summarize today's game for yourself and for the rest of the team. For me, it's a good thing. We are where we wanted to be, but my role is to make this team progress further. We want to go further. We want to reach the semi-finals, and we want to reach a final. That's clear. I'm very pleased, yes, of course, for the players, for the audience, for the spectators, for their families. It's the public support we've received has been incredible. For me, the goal is to go beyond this. Our goal comes later. Hello. For me, personally, I'm very pleased. We were resilient, which was important. We resisted the pressure we were put under. Congratulations to Japan for the way they played this game. But I believe we put ourselves under pressure by not scoring when every time we could have. But we managed to get through, and I'm very pleased with the way we performed. even though I'm also aware that there are improvements we can make. And in 1 week, I am convinced that we will have improved and that we will be better. We will win an extra game and we will carry on. First to Julian and then Michael. There's still another final to come next week. The fact that you won today was clearly one of your goals, but it's also something you had to do. You had to reach the semi-finals. Does this mean you are a bit more relaxed, that there is a little bit less pressure on you? It will be a hard game against Wales. We know that. So, yes, this defeat against England and the way we lost meant that all the following games became finals. We know we've trained a lot, but we've also been training by playing. What is clear is that we want to play all 7 games. We also want to enjoy the moment. We're amongst the 8 best teams in the World Cup, but there is a short week coming up. We will have to recuperate. We will have to train. We will have to eliminate the mistakes and draw lessons from the mistakes or the errors we committed today. What is positive is how we managed to overcome today. That is positive. That will help us for next week. I don't think we worked better. We've been working well since the beginning. Maybe we're not more relaxed, but it's an important point. We are coming into the second phase with a different mindset. For Michael, how is Pablo Matera doing? What happened to him? You already know who you will be playing in the quarterfinal. You will be playing Wales. Do you think that by playing as you did today, what do you think our chances would be? Pablo, it's the ischial muscles. It doesn't look good at all. We will see over the next few days, and starting from today, no, it's not good. It's not good at all. And the way he left the field, it's not good at all. Not good at all. We'll wait to see what the medical team say. As for the second part of your question, how we played today, how will we play next week? There's no link. We are looking to improve all the time. I do not want to repeat the same game. This will be another opponent with a different way of playing, another game plan. And therefore we'll have to adapt. And we'll have to manage to impose our game plan depending on what we will have planned. Will it be a tight game or a more open game with the 3 quarters? We can't know in advance. So we will adapt to the match we will have to play. We have a week of preparation. We will do our best. We will have a game plan in place for the game, and we'll see what happens. a question for Michael. There is a discussion going on about the hinge of the game, the numbers 9 and 10. Some people say that Sanchez deserves more game time. This week, will you be thinking about possibly having Sanchez as a starter? I think the word debate is not what I'd use. I trust all my players, and how I use them is my issue, my problem. I know that Nico has 100 caps. He has a huge amount of experience, yes. He plays very well. But Santi also plays well. I love the way he comes on as a finisher. Currie is also really good. Today, my plan was very clear. Coming back to the game plan we mentioned, the moment when he comes onto the field was planned. I thought it was the right time, and that's why I brought him on. We stayed in a good position, and a team that starts and a team that finish will not be the same, will not have the same players, but it will be the same team, even if it's not the same players, all the same players. We didn't think that Matera would be leaving the field after 15 minutes. We had to adapt to that. Guido Petty played a fabulous game. He was there for the whole game, so there's no issue there. It's something I'm very clear about. We have a group of 33 players. All 33 are important. We need to be flexible, not rigid. We need to take account of the situation in the game. We need to take account of the opponent. We need to take account of who will be a starter, who will be a finisher, and try to find the best possible formula. I think that today it worked very well. Nico came on. At the moment, he had to come on. Merci beaucoup. Nous allons clôturer cette.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and the quarterfinals are locked in, ladies and gentlemen. What was 20 teams has become 8. It will become 4 after this weekend. Marseille, Paris, or Stade, those are the venues for this weekend. The Velodrome and Stade de France, the venues for the quarterfinal clashes as we reduce 8 to 4 to 2 to 1 world champion, which will be crowned in just over 3 weeks. And we are in Paris for the build-up for 2 of the quarterfinals, the 2 big quarterfinals really. The top 4 teams in the world all playing against each other in the quarterfinals. We will see 2 of the top 4 sides drop out of the competition. We will see 2 of the following dropping out in this weekend. The number 1 team in the world, the current world championship, the hosts, and New Zealand, who are the most successful team of all time. 2 of those teams will drop out this weekend. 2 of those teams will not progress to the semi-finals. It has been a very big sort of point of controversy, really, the fact that the draw being made a couple of years ago has potentially sort of created the situation where the quarterfinals are almost going to be bigger matches than the semi-finals. But there are also teams on the other side of the draw that are looking to try and make things happen, in the likes of Argentina, England, Wales, and Fiji. So if we look at the quarterfinals, in terms of Pool A, Pool B, it will be the host France taking on the current world champions in the Springboks. It will be New Zealand taking on the world number 1 Ireland, who have very much had the better of New Zealand over the past few years. Bowden Barron speaking about the fact that there's a little bit of revenge on the cards for that series defeat in New Zealand. However, a lot of Irish fans saying there's plenty of revenge on the cards with regards to that quarterfinal exit back in 2019. On the other side of the draw, Fiji taking on England, a not particularly good England side going into the tournament, but they've gotten themselves into a quarterfinal. They've topped their group. Anything can happen. It was very interesting where the head coach of Fiji mentioned that they're a very good tournament team, which I think is a very good way to describe England. You know, it doesn't matter what sort of form they're in, they get to World Cups and they're often very competitive. Similarly, you know, with the likes of Wales, Warren Gatton's gotten them operating. They've faced a very interesting team in the likes of Argentina, who haven't really been at their best throughout the group stages, but we've seen that this Argentina team can pitch up and compete with the best in the world. So if they bring their A game this weekend, they can definitely see them in a semi-final. So it's very interesting in that I don't think there's any any quarter-final where the result is a gimme. You know, I don't think there are any clear favourites in any of the semi-finals. So I suppose in that regard, it's quite nice. But it will lead for maybe a little bit of less sort of strength, under-strength, maybe semi-finals in the likes of an Ireland playing on, for example, you know, an Argentina likes, you know. So, yeah, this is going to be the interesting weekend, really. It is the weekend that a lot of people talked about, the fact that the World Cup will be determined based on the quarterfinals, because the way the seedings are working, top 4 teams all against each other, the bottom sort of 4 teams within that top 10 all against each other. So in terms of every individual quarterfinal, I think they're going to be really entertaining. I think the teams are very evenly matched. Yeah, it's going to be interesting though. I want to know what your guys' predictions are. Who do you think's going through here? Give me your predictions for the semi-finals. Let me know who's coming on top. Is Ireland going to get to that semi-final? Will South Africa dump the hosts out, or will the hosts send the current world champs packing? Lots to find out this weekend. Lots to look forward to as well. We'll be bringing you all the build-up here on the ground from Paris this week. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you smash a like on this video, and we'll see you guys soon.
I don't know, with Faf really Pollard on the bench makes no sense. You'd think with all the involvement in the last 4 years, they'll all build into a crescendo of those guys starting, but Le Boc spoiled the party there, and King Quibus is starting. Yeah, he should have been starting scrummer for the last 5 years, so he's got his opportunity in the big moment. But I don't think it's just that. There's far more reasons for why they've picked this team, and you know why they've gone this route. So again, points, if the points are out, I would like that. Actually, so I'm gonna keep this game out of my bets, and I'm gonna stop sharing that. And so guys, Krubus hat trick for there he is. Yeah, Lavini card. Well, if unfortunately, we don't have as many markets that are available in the market, but I think there's some good value on the cards in the Wales game, because the cards and kind of dried up or became a lot less than we were expecting. There's some good value on cards, and I think, Wes, you mentioned it in the show, on our show yesterday, that there hasn't been someone mentioned there hasn't been a straight red yet. In the straight, surely I'm a big law of averages. I love trends and laws of averages, and I think this weekend we can see a straight red in any of those games. I think that could be a good bet if we could find it, actually. As I say, at the moment, Boyles aren't offering too many exotics, but I'm going to share my screen again and go. There's also, I don't know, English Premiership Rugby. I didn't mention that. That started this weekend. I love English Prem, and yeah, it's one of my favorite bets in tournaments, but also by my rules, I don't ever go big on a first round. I like to observe, and if I do play for interest, I put a plus on. I did this experiment for the NPC a couple months ago. There were 8 first round games. I said, just put money on the plus. Don't even look at anything. Go and walk the dog. And 7 out of the 8 games pluses arrived. So it proved my theory that there's not enough form to go by to make big predictions of a team being completely on form already when you just don't have a sample size for the season. So if you're interested, put a few coin on plus for every Premiership game. They do actually look like they favor the pluses. I think if you took the plus on every English Prem game, you'll be doing well. But I'm going to bring up tonight's game. It's a very nice starting game. It's Bristol home to Leicester with some nice players in both teams. So I quite like this game. They have it as a choice game at the moment, basically. Well, Leicester, Bristol 1 point favorites. I'm leaning to Leicester should be the 1 or 2 point favorites. So here's another one I really like. I'm liking the Leicester plus 6.5 a lot at 1.42. So I'm putting that into a multi. I like Leicester to win tonight. We've got some good names. Varatava on the wing and on the bench for Bristol. Luatua, but I think Luatua is a bit past it. I don't think he's as influential as he used to be. But Leicester's backline is still solid. They've got Joe Powell starting for them today as well. Liebenberg still there. Potter, very, very good Leicester side in my opinion. A bit more solid than Bristol. I feel like Bristol need a few games to get into gear. So I'm going to take what I think is the better side on the first day on a Friday night. Again, points would be nice, yeah, but we don't have points at the moment. But yeah, I like Leicester plus 6.5 in a multi, and I've got another game which I'm going to add that multi to. And that's into the NPC semi-final tomorrow. Wellington are at home to Hawke's Bay. And Wellington and Hawke's Bay played 2 weeks ago for the Ranfurly. I also called this on the show. If you guys watched Fan Forum yesterday, called it yesterday, that I really like Wellington to grudge match. I really like Wellington to put things right here. And Hawke's Bay have had a lot of distractions because they basically destroyed, did some interesting things to the Ranfurly Shield, and no one's happy with them in New Zealand. Whole big controversy. So I think, and also Wellington on top of the log, I think they do the deed and put Wellington right again. So yeah, I like that double. So that's also actually another double that I'm gonna put in. I think we've got a ticker going at the bottom here as well. So that's another best bet. But as I say, if you guys are watching and listening to me ramble on about the bets in this week, if you guys have got any bets, of course, let me know what you like. I'm happy to discuss it. Happy to put it in. We have what we call a fan bets section, which we've been running. But to say we need to up the game. Yeah, we need to up the form. So I'm happy to put my 3 best bets for the weekend, and I've given 2 already. The Fiji plus 9 and that double. And we can have a look at some others. Well, that's the rugby. As I said, like if there were points lines and alt points lines, we'll be cooking up a lot of points bets. I'll be giving some 1 to 12 bets out here, which is also a very nice market I like, especially in these close games. Go Wales 1 to 12, go Ireland 1 to 12, England 1 to 12. Put that in a double, it's about 6 to 1. I think there's been some people wanting us to go a little bit more aggressive or less conservative and give you some bigger multis. So again, if there's availability for Boyles at the moment, we would do that, but at time of market it's not. But that's how we'll work with Boyles, and we'll try to make sure when I'm on the show live that we have more markets, or maybe we'll even change the show time. But for my last recommendation for the weekend, we're going to go to old soccer, as we call it in South Africa, but football. And like I said, there are a few English games, and 2 games have stood out for me on the weekend in the lower divisions in League One. We got Crew at home to Tranmere. Crew are going really well at home, scoring also a lot of goals. Third highest scorers. I would say they're going to score 2 goals. I'm happy that they do that. So you can put that as a single. Home goals at 1.86. That could be a best bet. But at the moment, I'm going to be a little bit conservative. We'll give 2 options. But let's say they definitely score 1 goal. And I really like Wrexham. Wrexham did us the dirty a few weeks ago as a fan bet. We had them at -2. They got a red card in the first half. But they are a solid side, and especially at home. And where are they? Yeah, Wrexham at home to Salford. I see Wrexham scoring 3 goals at home. Definitely 2 goals, but I would say 3. But again, let's buy a goal off the bookies. Let's take them at over 1.5, and you got a nice little double again, yeah, at 1.78. But as like I said, if you want to drop Wrexham, you take Salford as a single scoring 2 goals, and I think that's going to be pretty all right. So that is another one. So yeah, if there's any guys that want to give a recommendation, those are the three bets at the moment. I'll give a recap quickly, and then and then we can just wrap it up there. If there's if there's nothing else that you guys want to discuss in terms of the bets, and say we haven't had the best of weeks lately, so I think it's time to change that form around, and hopefully we can bring out the brooms this week. And the broom clean sweep means get them all right, bring out the brooms, and we'll be cleaning up with the broomsticks next week, hopefully. So let me just stop the sharing, and I'll give you a quick recap of the 3 best bets that I've just come up with. And there they are. Yeah, so Leicester plus 6.5 this tonight against Bristol, with Wellington tomorrow. Money line 1.99. English. Okay, this slide wasn't updated. I have England plus 9 as the best bet. It was the toss up between the two, so I do apologize. It's England plus 9.5. However, this was side by side. You know, I like my second half high scoring, so I'll make a summary. I'll send it out and onto X later. But yeah, England plus 9, or take the second half. I'm just as comfortable with both. And Wrexham 1.5, over 2 goals, or 2 goals to at least, with Crew over 1 at 1.78 is the other best bet. So yeah, guys, thank you very much. Thank you, Wes and Fletcher, for joining in the comments. Yeah, if you do put some bets on tail, good luck. Yeah, it's really time for us to get those, get a good roll running, and I'm sure it's coming soon. And we looking forward to many more guests, many more varieties of how we're going to do this show. So hopefully we'll keep growing, and do appreciate the support that we've had so far. Enjoy the rugby and have a great punting weekend. Cheers, everyone.
Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. So for some very interesting news, a record-breaking World Cup, France 2023. That's what it is in terms of the number of fans and record TV and fan attendance numbers that have been recorded already in the pool stages, which is exactly what is needed, really. You know, it's been an interesting few years for rugby union. A lot of people talking about the fact that we could be on the decline, that, you know, people are not watching rugby union as much, and that, you know, rugby is in a bad space. But in a bit of a positive note, or a bit more of a positive note, this year we have seen record attendance so far in the World Cup, which is very cool. As we enter the end of the pool stages, you know, we've had 5 weeks of absolutely scintillating rugby. We've seen some iconic games, the likes of the South Africa versus Ireland, that France versus New Zealand game, you know, and then obviously one of the most iconic games of the World Cup, that Portugal win over Fiji. You know, the first ever win for Portugal at a World Cup, an absolutely phenomenal moment for them. And hopefully we'll see a lot more moments like that in the years to come. But in terms of this World Cup, in terms of what records have been broken, so far we have already seen 1.16 million people visiting the 10 official Rugby World Cup fan villages across France. We've been to quite a few of them. We've been to the one in Paris, in Marseille, in Lyon, in Bordeaux. So we've been to quite a few of them. Very, very cool. And that has surpassed the 1.13 million people that visited the same villages in Japan 4 years ago, and that is before the playoffs. So yeah, that number really set to skyrocket. In terms of the match attendance, they've reached 1.8 million people so far have attended matches across the group stages. That has surpassed the record of 1.7 million total for Japan. Now, obviously, there are a few more games this year. It is an expanded World Cup, so yeah, you do tend to expect a few more, obviously a lot more attendance there because there are more games. But yeah, the good news is the fact they've already sort of surpassed that amount, and yet we've still got, you know, 6 more games to go. Sorry, 8 more games to go, which is obviously going to be pretty full as well. So you expect to sort of see those figures really start to rise. In terms of some of the broadcast numbers, been quite interesting. Apparently, there's been a cumulative audience of more than 16.45 million people that have tuned into matches involving the host nation. The matches involving the host nation are the most viewed, but those are some of the numbers that we've seen so far from a broadcasting perspective. So it's good news at the end of the day. You know, we wondered where rugby is, and I can tell you right now on the ground here that the rugby fever is a real thing. You know, whether we need to doubt what rugby is like globally, you know, tournaments like this, we've seen it. We've seen the hype, we've seen the love the fans have for the game. And what for me has been so refreshing is seeing the different sort of nations, how passionate the Chile fans have been that we've seen so far, the Portuguese fans, for example. So those tier 2 nations, the supporters who have saved for years, you know, for this once in a lifetime opportunity to come to the World Cup and see what it's all about, and to see the passion there.
you know, for me, hopefully really kicks World Rugby into gear with regards to supporting Tier 2 nations. This needs to become a global game. This needs to become a sport that reaches far more nations than the 20 that have been here over the past few weeks and the 8 that will continue. We need to have, you know, bigger World Cups. We need to have bigger, you know, support bases. This needs to become a global game. The demand is there. You know, the new teams that are here, I absolutely loved having them. They've produced some really cool moments. The fans have absolutely loved it. The question is, how do we continue to grow that? How do we add those sort of numbers? And how do we make sure the next World Cup becomes another record-breaking World Cup? Let me know what you think of the numbers and what you think of the tournament so far down in the comments below. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll see you guys soon.
Hello everyone and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, where we just witnessed Los Pumas triumph over a Welsh side in the first quarterfinal of Rugby World Cup 2023. I must admit, I am a little bit in shock. I don't think, well, I definitely wasn't expecting that result, but many of you were that watched along for the commentary and the watch along. Sort of you were all saying your predictions were Argentina were going to take it, and take it they did. So a little bit of a look at the game as a whole. It was quite scrappy, messy. I don't think either side really was able to get a foothold into it. However, what I think the Argentines were able to do was keep their head and just keep the scoreboard ticking over and applying that scoreboard pressure. They always look to come away with some form of points when they entered the Welsh 22, which was excellent work by the Argentines. The big issue for Wales, I believe, was at the breakdown, at their set phases rather. Their lineouts at key times just failed and they couldn't really build any attack. It'd be a really interesting stat to actually have a look at sort of what was the longest phase play in that game, because it felt like both teams would either get to about 5 phases, 6 phases or so, and the ball would either be knocked on or kicked away. So quite a stop-start game. But a quick play-by-play. We did see the early points going to Dan Biggar, a nice try from Biggar, which he initially set up, and which was converted, and then a penalty going their way. So Wales leading in the 20th minute by 10 points. Boffelli then was able to get his side back in onto the scoreboard, at least with a 3-point penalty, and then a very stupid piece of ill discipline from Josh Adams, sort of taking out the player without the ball, which he was lucky to not see a yellow card for. In the 44th minute, so the game would have been done anyway. He made sort of a moment of madness, which allowed Argentina to get another 3 points, taking the halftime score to 10 points to 6. It was then Argentina to score the first 2 sets of points in the second half, with Boffelli kicking over for the 43rd and 47th minutes, so taking the first lead of the game at 12 points to 10. However, Wales were able to score then through a good individual try from Thomas Williams in the 56th minute, which was converted, taking the score to 17 points to 12. But then it was all Argentina from that point onwards. So a try in the 67th by Sclavi, converted by Boffelli. A try then in the 76th minute by Sanchez, converted by Boffelli, and ultimately a penalty at the end by Nicolas Sanchez in the 80th minute, taking the final score to 29 points to 17. So Wales just really unable to find a way back into the game, but the Argentines doing an excellent job at disrupting the Welsh game plan and finding a way to stick in and ultimately secure a victory. So they are the first side to go through to the semi-finals in Rugby World Cup 2023. Now, who will be joining them on that side of the bracket? Will it be Ireland? Will it be New Zealand? We will only know in the next couple of hours. But guys, thank you so much for joining here. Make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you let us know what you were most impressed with. What did you really enjoy about that game in those comments down below? And until next time, cheers for now.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Bonsoir, good evening everybody. Welcome to the Wales post-match press conference. We'll get straight into questions. Please raise your hand, wait for the microphone, and introduce yourself before asking your question. Thank you. First question, please. Yeah, at the front here.
Yeah, hi. Just can you tell us what you're feeling now, both of you, please?
Yeah, obviously we're incredibly disappointed, but I want to I don't want to take anything away from Argentina in terms of their performance. They are a tough team to put away, and they hung in there with the fight, kept going. It was a incredibly physical test match, which really could have gone any way. So, but they deserve a lot of credit for the way that they played today. For us, we weren't quite at our best, but we had opportunities to win the game. But definitely don't want to take anything away from the Argentinian performance.
Yep, next question
here. Yeah, obviously, it's more or less the same. Got disappointed with the results, but full credit to Argentina. They took their opportunities well, and yeah, they just got it.
Warren, for the first half an hour, you seemed well in control. You were 10-0 up. Why do you think it got away from you after that point?
It probably didn't help with the referee getting injured. So, that kind of was a little bit disruptive in terms of the game. Look, we've 10-0 up, and we're thinking if we take a few the opportunities that get presented to us, and unfortunately we've given away a couple of soft penalties that allowed them to sort of go in it with a couple of those before half time. So, we spoke about how important discipline was and not giving anything, and that allowed them to stay in the game in terms of keeping the scoreboard ticking over, and they took their opportunities. So, yeah, that's just the way Test match rugby goes sometimes.
Hi Warren, just following on from that, what difference did the change in referee make, do you think, to the game? And were you disappointed with the petty incident that wasn't even penalised?
Be interesting to see what happens in terms of the feedback from the panel. If he's felt that Nick's dropped his height and said it wasn't foul play, look, I need to go back and have a look at it. I probably think it's at least a penalty situation, and then from that, we felt Dylan Lewis was on the ball for a significant amount of time before they end up scoring their try as well. So, sometimes those things happen in a game, and big moments can swing things. Yeah, it's just the way it is.
Next question. Yeah.
Warren, coming into this tournament, there was a bit of talk about a potential break clause in your contract after this. Are you committed to taking this project through to 2027? Just for clarity.
Is this like an Eddie Jones question, is it? Yeah, I'm not actually sure what's in my contract. I think there's a clause from the union, and I'm not too sure what the actual wording is. I haven't actually read it, so.
Would you like to take this group through to 2027?
Yeah, absolutely. But if the union want to get rid of me, then they're completely entitled to do that as well. So that's up to them.
There's a young core to this squad that, in time, will learn a lot from this. It's an exciting group for that project, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. I spoke in the change rooms to the boys about. We're all pretty disappointed, pretty gutted about that. It's one that slipped away from us, but you've got to take learnings, and how do you continue to improve and develop as a squad? And probably some of the learnings from today. We had a team that kicked a lot against us and kicked long, and we probably at times played a little bit too much rugby around about halfway, and maybe needed to be potentially a little bit more conservative. Like I said, there's a couple of discipline things, but how do we take those learnings and grow as a team in terms of we've got a game against the Barbarians, and then we've got to start focusing and thinking about the Six Nations and making sure that we don't take a backward step. I'm incredibly proud of the work that these players have put in, the coaches, the whole staff. They've been absolutely fantastic, but we've made some really good strides, and we need to make sure that we continue on that path, and we don't want to be sort of going backwards. So that's a good challenge for us to accept and make sure that we continue to keep improving.
Warren, just on the referee change again, how big a curveball is that? Because you'll obviously do a significant amount of prep for one rep.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does throw you off. We were comfortable with Jaco Piper and the relationship that we have with him in terms of his control of the game. It's nothing against Carl, but you sort of do a lot of analysis through what referees tend to be tough on, what they're looking for, and we hadn't sort of really prepared for the change. But that's sometimes it happens in the game, and you just got to deal with it.
Yes, for the captain. Yesterday, Dan Biggar talked about an X factor in Los Pumas. Did you feel something like that today? They surprised to you in any aspect of the game?
Yeah, we prepped the Argentina, and we thought they were, they're always a physical team. They've got a lot of X factor players. And in all fairness to them, we made a couple of errors in discipline, and they capitalised on it. And for credit to them, they put a good performance in. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question. Yep.
Warren, just a word on Dan Biggar, who has now played his last game in a red jersey.
Oh, he's been a great servant for Welsh rugby. He's been through some incredible highs, some lows as well. So, for a youngster who'd come into the side and to see him mature and develop as a player, I think that's been been pretty special. He's made a decision to finish international rugby, and probably for us, we're not going to have Gareth Anscombe available, but we're excited about a young kid coming through in terms of Sam Costello. We think he's going to be a little bit special going forward. He's still got a lot of growth in his game as well, but Dan's been an incredible servant. He's so competitive. He wants to win, and he definitely wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's probably been one of his big accolades in terms of what he's brought to this team over the years.
Hi, Warren, down here. It might be a little bit fresh for you, but could you try to analyse the campaign and how it's gone on the back of a tough Six Nations and a tough summer, an amazing start, and now this? Just took us through the whole 5 weeks.
Yeah, look, there was a lot of people writing us off before this tournament, saying that we potentially wouldn't get out of our group. So that was the first thing in terms of making sure that we had done that. Like I said, this group of players have worked very hard to get what they've achieved. I just said to the players in the change rooms, they're pretty down, they're very disappointed, but they should hold their heads up because they should be pretty proud of what they've done, even though we're disappointed with the loss today. And I said we've got to make sure we continue to grow and improve as a team, and there's some exciting players coming through and some players who aren't here. Hopefully that they will be inspired by this group and want to make sure that they work hard as well and want to be involved in this side going forward.
I'm sorry, it's a pretty lame question, but what happened with the numbers and the plain jerseys?
I don't know. You know as much as me, so I've got no idea what happened.
Sorry,
yeah.
I just needed to know. Sorry.
It hasn't happened in any of the other games, so I don't know whether it was a fault of the manufacturers or not. I'm definitely not sure.
Warren, you mentioned Sam and the potential he's got. Obviously, he looked distraught at what happened. You were chasing the game. What were you able to say to him that will enable him to get over this very quickly?
It's a rugby incident. You just can't dwell on that. He probably you look at the options and they've defended quite narrow in that situation. You know, we've practiced that play, and in fairness to Argentina, you know, they've read that and capitalised on it. And probably the way that they've set up, it's maybe an option we could have gone wider earlier in terms of, you know, sort of a double miss in terms of our setup. And that's, you know, that's a huge learning moment for him, and I don't want him to be too disappointed or get upset about that, because, you know, those things can happen to any player, whether you're a young player or an older, experienced player. So I don't want him to dwell on it. I just want him to learn and move on from that and start thinking about, you know, what sort of impact he's going to have on this team going forward.
Next question. Yeah, Mitch.
Just actually repeating the question for the captain, can you just talk us through the last 5 weeks for you and the whole adventure of the 5 weeks and the time before that?
Yeah, it's been a great experience over the 5 weeks, and yeah, it's over the last few months. Got to give full credit to the boys as a squad, and the coaching staff and the backroom staff. You know, they've been brilliant, and everyone's worked hard. And I think where we've come from where we were before, I think we can be, as a squad and a team, we can be really proud of the performances we've put in. Obviously disappointed with the result today, but like I said, we just can't take a backward step and move on and keep improving from here and learn a lesson.
Warren, hi. How much of a missed opportunity is this? Everyone, I don't expect you to talk about the draw. It is what it is, but a missed opportunity to get into the last four of a World Cup. Yeah,
it's always a missed opportunity. But let's take nothing away from Argentina. I mean, they've beaten some. You know, they've had wins against the All Blacks in the last few years. Obviously, with Australia in the Championship this year as well. So they're a dogged team. They hang in there. They play for each other. And if you don't take your chances and keep the scoreboard ticking over, then they'll keep coming at you, and then, you know, it's exactly what they did today. So, so yeah, look, we're disappointed because the way that we'd trained and prepared, we went into this game with a lot of confidence, thinking as long as we're accurate, execute the game plan, that, you know, we felt that we'd be there for the semi-finals. It's not to be, but and that's sport sometimes.
Next question. If we don't have any more from the floor, I believe we've got one in Welsh for Jack.
Jack Kenneth fan hyn. Mae'n anodd i chi siarad yn ni ar hyn o bryd wedi'r gêm yna, ond os allai ofyn doi mewn un i ti, ble ti'n credu oedd y gêm yna wedi llithro o'ch gafel chi? A'r ail gwestiwn, siwr fydde ti'n edrych nôl ar y gystadleuaeth gyfan, a'r profiad I ti ac i'r garfan gyfan? So, doi gwestiwn mewn un os allai di. Diolch.
Ie, twyd, o'n i yn hanner ar cynta, o'n i gyda'r control o'r gêm mewn ffordd, ond jyst cyn yr hanner amser, dyma ni'n rhoi cwpl o cicau gosbant, disgybleth I gael ei lawr tymor bach a camgymeriadau, a pob clod i'r ariannau o'n nhw di, pob tro o'n i'n gwneud camgymeriad neu bach disgybleth gael ei lawr, o'n nhw di capitalise yna fe, o'n nhw waren yr ardaloedd dda yn rhaid o'r gêm, a o'n nhw wedi cymryd y pwyntau a pob clod iddyn nhw, o'n nhw'n tuff. O'n i'n gwybod pa mor cyfforol o'n nhw'n mynd I bod fel tîm, a pob clod iddyn nhw iddi ar y canlyniad, a jyst gyda'r wythnosau diwetha a'r misoedd diwetha, gyda faint mor galed mae'r carfan I gyd di gweithio, y staff I gyd, fel y physios, pawb yn y tu ôl hefyd, faint maen nhw wedi gweithio i'r boys. Mae rhywbeth ni llen bod yn prowd o'r perfformiadau ni wedi cael dros y wythnosau diwetha a dros y pencampwriaeth. Obviously ni'n siomedig a gytig gyda heddi, ond hefyd ni ffili cymryd backward step nawr, ni'n rhaid ni symud ymlaen, achos o le o'n i dechrau'r blwyddyn I nawr, fi'n credu gallwn ni bod yn prowd a ni wedi dod yn bell. Diolch.
Jack, Warren, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Argentina will be through shortly. Thanks, everyone.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
It's a great triumph, a great victory. What changes between the first half and the second half? What happened in the changing room? Well, not so much. Not that different. On the first half, we made like a couple of mistakes, very important mistakes. One on the try, but we stayed in the match. We stayed in the game. Wales are really smart on the tactical way. They were playing on the long way, on the long run, and we didn't expect that. We needed to reorganize our team, but on the couple of times where we played on the second phase, from that very moment, we had a great and strong defense. Well, we did a mistake in the second half, an error on the try. But I have the experience of this kind of match. What's important is to keep playing forward, to have a positive impulse, and to score points as quickly as possible. That exactly was the most important. It was not that different compared to the other matches. Our physical training sessions paid, and that explains the result. Congratulations, first of all, for this result. How are you feeling? You're on, Michael, you're back on semi-final. The last time it was defeat against England and Julian in 2015. Well, I'm pretty happy to be here. And the semi-final wouldn't be the end. That's what I'm expecting. That sounds pretty obvious, but the teams who are playing in Paris looks to be already in semi-finals and finals, and I'm pretty happy about the results today. And in a couple of days, we are going to start and prepare ourselves for this semi-final. We are really happy to be in semi-final, but that's not the final step. We want to go further. Obviously, yes, I totally agree with Michael. I'm pretty proud of everything we did this week. Next week will be short week of preparation for the semi-final. We are going to have some rest, but we still have many things to correct and to really need to work hard on many things. Congratulations to both of you, Michael. Bet on the bench give you, you're fully right on what you were organizing on the bench. What are you planning now for the next match? Well, I'm sure you are going to prepare this victory, but you are going to prepare the semi-final pretty soon, right? Okay, so as I said already, I really like that when the number 9, number 10, the halfbacks are pretty complementary. So we can use one on a match, the other for the other match, and as we did tonight, it's a kind of a half match, a half game. When they are tired, we changed those players. We are giving new players in the halfbacks. Hugo Sanchez, with his 100th selections, is going on the pitch, and we talk about that when it works really well or when it works really bad. But anyway, that's part of the match. That's part of the game. They need to be strongly connected. Even though today he didn't have the opportunity to play, to have the ball in hand, no, that's not a problem. It depends on many different outer elements. But the number 10, who's not on the bench, or not on the pitch, has a huge role to play. And we are all, they are all really eager to play. They really want to play. They know that they are always useful. They can help now. They can help at all time. Now we are in the top 4. So I think we can do, anything can happen, so we can do everything. Congrats to both of you. All Argentina is with you. And Michael, you're Australian, but as coach of Argentina, how did you leave that? Thank you. And as usual, I want to thank all the people who came here, all the people who were not able to come here. I'm really thankful to all the people who are supporting us. We are wearing that jersey, but we know that we are many more than 33 players. Michael is the first of them, and every single player, all the staff, and all the fans, all the people who support us, we are fully aware of that. There were moments in the match where I wanted to go on the pitch with them. It was so beautiful, so strong. It's unbelievable. That's the best that can happen to me. The movements, the passion, that's fantastic. I'd like to ask you, the Pumas were in the best momentum. How did you manage to keep on trusting in each other? Well, thank you very much. We always saying that this quarterfinal is a huge match and that we need to be there all together. Obviously, there are still some things to improve for the semi-final, but we are really fully confident. A mistake can happen, but that what's important here is really to react well. We took some hit, was tough, but we were able to keep on fighting until the end. Congrats. A question to Michael. This is the second semi-final, one with Australia, the second one with Argentina. What makes it so special for this one? How to prepare a team before? How are you going to prepare this team before the semi-final? Well, it's always different. In 2015, we were playing in the same stadium, was easy to prepare, the recovery was easier. In 2023, we've been told, I don't know why, we cannot go there before Monday. We are not going to do anything tomorrow. On Monday, we are going to travel on Monday, so we are going to lose one day in preparation, and the other team will obviously already be in Paris waiting for their semi-final. So this will have to change. I cannot implement the normal preparation phase in this shorter amount of time that I've been given. So mentally, the preparation and what we need, it's clear that we are going to be able to prepare this match in Paris, how we are going to react, how we are going to face the obstacles. A clear and simple strategy, good recovery, so that we can be ready for battle and the physical war next weekend. The interpreter didn't hear the question. We couldn't talk about that before because we were not qualified, so we didn't want to have some trouble on things we didn't think about. But we will obviously need a specific recovery. We'll need to rest, but I wouldn't use that as an excuse. This or that can be better, or this or that can be worse, but that's the way the organization works. So we need to do as we have to do. Congrats to both of you. My question. You are in a continued progression since you started with against England. Do you agree on this vision of your progression? Yes, that's right. That's, as I said, it's not linear. There are ups and downs. One needs to understand that there are some obstacles, there are some problems. We have to face them and to solve them. And that's how we can get ready for next match. Regarding our qualification, want to keep on improving our game and get rid of the obstacles. But we you cannot say, okay, this week we are going to grow 3 points, next week 4 points, or whatever. No, we are focusing on the problems to have the best possible intensity on the pitch. Question to Julian. What did you say to Moroni, if you had time to tell him something after these tries you saved? It's a comparison with the Diego Martinez tackle. And question to Michael, what has changed in your attack? There were some variations we didn't see in any match during this World Cup so far, even though it was complicated. Well, I wasn't on the pitch when he did his tackle, but that was fantastic. There are 15 starting players. The other players finished the match. What is great is that all the players finished the match. And yeah, the social network. In 4 weeks ago were the worst, and well, today we are the best. Well, that's it. What really matters is our friends, our family. Now we need to recover physically, mentally. We will be traveling on Monday, and what we can do as a team, we will do it. And yes, this tackle is fantastic, obviously. Regarding the attack variations, we are working restlessly on new systems, new tackling systems, even though with the kicking game, on the kicking game. So it's important. We must be unpredictable, and next week we will be even more unpredictable because the other teams will be afraid of us. But on what match, depending on the opponent, what really matters is really to know what technique to improve, depending on the match, on the game, and take every single opportunity. When we see it, bam, we go. And that's exactly how we can work on the variations. It's exactly what we've been working on. I see many things that I liked regarding about the ruck, about the repositioning. I'm really happy globally. This match, our attack really put them under pressure, and I'm really, really proud and happy about that.
Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. What incredible scenes if you're an All Black fan at the Stade de France. The All Blacks overcoming the Irish by 28 points to 24. What a titanic struggle from minute 1 to 80 for all those who tuned in. I'm sure they were treated to a sensational quarterfinal. The All Blacks, of course, going on to move to play against Argentina, should I say, in that semi-final. So it's an all Southern Hemisphere affair in that semi-final. And for the most part, the All Blacks were biting at the bits towards the end there. But it was the All Blacks, in fact, in the first half, who came away with 2 early penalties via the boot of Mo'unga and Geordie Barrett. And then, of course, it was Lester Fainga'anuku who put the All Blacks with the first score ahead in the game, but Ireland were never out of it. And of course, the likes of Bandiaki put himself over the line and put Ireland back within that 3 points. It was then Ardie Savea who stepped up. What a massive game from the All Black 8th man who scored a try. But then the Irish responded with the try of their own just before half-time via Jamison Gibson Park. Remember, there was a yellow card, in fact, for Aaron Smith, which detrimentally affected the All Blacks, I'm sure, on defence. The Irish taking advantage and scoring that try, locking it up to only 1 point, 18 points to 17. The All Blacks showed some class in the second half. Richie Moanga with the moment of magic from a set-piece line-out. After a clean take from Brodie Retallick, took the speed off the mark and found wonderful support in his right winger, Will Jordan, and the All Blacks pulling away, which you thought was going to be just enough heading towards that last quarter. But in fact, Ireland had a plan of their own and came within scoring, or should I say the referee awarded them a penalty try after a very, very efficient maul 5 meters from the All Black line. And in fact, again, with that straight 7 points, locked it up at 25 points to 24. So you saw the pendulum swinging both ways. When the All Blacks scored, the Irish came back. The All Blacks scored, the Irish came back. But it was Geordie Barrett at the end that got a penalty and put the 3 points over to separate them by more than an unconverted try. We saw at the end the Irish pushing for all they had. They knew it was now or never. The All Blacks knew how important it was to stay disciplined on defence. We saw 30-odd phases of Irish attack from deep or going deep into the All Blacks 22. But a moment of magic, a turnover at the end for the All Blacks, legally over the ball, shattering the Irish hopes, sending the fans into complete silence. And the All Blacks go through to that all-important semi-final. It's a win for the Southern Hemisphere today. The more important one, or as important, should I say, is obviously England-Fiji tomorrow. Forever Sports will be live for that one, as well as the big one, South Africa, the other Southern Hemisphere giant, will be up against France. Will they be joining the All Blacks in Argentina? What a game at the Stade de France. Thank you all for those who tuned in. Stay tuned until then from myself, Roots at Forever Sports. Bye for now.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first post-match press conference tonight. We have Irish captain Johnny Sexton and coach Andy Farrell. First question, please. Let's have our hands in the air, quick as we can. Here we are in the front here, please.
Andy, Johnny, commiserations. Can I ask you both just where you feel that game was lost?
Fine margins and all that, you know, getting held up over the line from a maul, very close to the end, which could have sealed the game. You know, those little bits are all over the game, aren't they? And, you know, if, buts and maybes and all that, and at the end of the day, two good teams out there playing some outstanding rugby, and unfortunately for us, we came out on the wrong side of the score. Sport can be cruel sometimes, I suppose. That's why we love it so much. But you know what, Rory? I suppose I've reflected it more over the coming days. But my initial feeling is that I'm unbelievably proud of the group, of how they've handled themselves, not just today or through the tournament, but how they've handled themselves as people over the last couple of years. So that would be my overriding feeling.
Okay, question here in the front.
Yeah, just one for Johnny. Hard luck out there. Bitterly disappointing. It's been incredible to watch this team in this World Cup. So just a thank you for the journey. For yourself, Johnny, how would you sum it up, and your time in this green jersey, how proud you are of all the lads and everything you've achieved?
It's a long question.
I know.
I know. We appreciate it though, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, like it's good, isn't it? Like you said, the last 6 weeks has been incredible. The support, the way we've played, the combination of both, you know, it's been a dream come true really for all of us. And I include today as well. I just felt they didn't have to work as hard for their tries. You know, we gave, it's almost like we got sucker punched a couple of times. I'm not taking anything away from them. They're a quality team, but the way we had to work for our scores and to sort of have, I suppose, the upper hand in a lot of parts of the game, and then to concede, the try that we did at the second half, but then to fight back again just shows the character of the team. They're an incredible bunch, really. So yeah, very, very proud to be part of it.
Gentleman at the back here, there he is.
Johnny, you probably don't want to hear this at the moment, but thank you for everything you've done for Irish rugby over the years. I mean, taking this team to, and Andy too, of course, but taking this team to levels we've never seen. Again, tough to answer at the moment, but with this young nucleus, how confident are you that in 4 years' time they can come back and they can really push on?
Is that to me? Sorry.
Sorry.
Thanks very much. I think a lot of our group are still learning, and I've just said to the group in the changing room, the reason that I know that they're going to keep on learning is because of this guy sat at the side of me here. The impact that he's had on the rest of the team over the last 4 years has been amazing, and the way that he's conducted himself as a leader, as a rugby player, and the way that he's shown the love for playing for Ireland will be remembered and connected to this group for many years to come. So through his example, the younger guys will keep on getting better and striving to be better. There's no doubt about that.
Andy, just a match specific. Andrew Porter was the most penalised person at scrum time during the Heineken Cup. Is there a feeling that this player who isn't penalised at your sea level half as much, that Ireland were unlucky in that we got a Heineken Cup referee who maybe had a fixed view? The penalties, or what was your view of the scrum?
We've a different view, Derek, to what was going on out there, but we don't want to sit here and have sour grapes, etc. We want to congratulate New Zealand on a fantastic performance. It was a fantastic game to be part of, and probably fitting of a final, etc. Scrum was part of the equation 100%, and we'll get the answers. Andrew 100% was very frustrated with what was going on out there. So we don't want to be bitter losers. We want to hold our head up high and do it the right way.
A question at the front.
Andy, hi.
Hi.
Ian Foster said yesterday that when it comes to knockout rugby, you don't want to die wondering, and he said New Zealand didn't want to die wondering. Is it some consolation to you after that performance that you didn't go out wondering? It looked like everything was left.
It is. I mean, if you go out with a whimper, it's pretty hard to take, isn't it? We deserve a little bit more of ourselves than that, and we didn't, did we? When New Zealand put pressure on people and get the scoreboard ticking over, and it was 6-0, and obviously we give 3 penalties away at the start of the game that give them soft points there, and then they score next as well, and all of a sudden, we've seen time and time again with this team, the All Blacks that is, just take the game away from people, and these guys, they kept on believing in themselves, and rightly so, because of the rugby that they're able to play under pressure. So I'm immensely proud. I'm immensely proud of absolutely everyone that's connected with Irish rugby, to be fair. The staff have been immense over the last 4 years. The players, not just in this squad, but the players that we've used in that 4-year cycle have been a joy to work with. And not just that, the connection with the fans, and it's all. It seems like it's all one big family, So I'm unbelievably proud to be associated with it all. I think the sad thing for us now is that for this group, it's probably the end. Obviously, it is for Johnny, and Keith Earls he's going to retire as well. So so things are going to change. Mick Kearney, our manager, is going to finish up as well. So over the next 24 hours, it's time to make sure that we get a smile back on our face as soon as we possibly can and celebrate what has been some unbelievable careers and what they've done for Irish rugby. So it's important to us that.
Up on the left. Yep.
Johnny, those final 30, 40 phases, how did they feel to you? What was going through your head at that stage?
Yeah, I thought we had them a couple of times. And then obviously to concede the turnover when we were so close to the line was gutting. They scramble incredibly hard for each other. There's probably a couple of overlaps we probably didn't take full advantage of, but again, incredible to have the stakes so high and to go through that many phases just showed what this group is made of. And yeah, it's good in that we couldn't finish it off. You know, just going back to that maul, you know, when you're over the line, it's tough to take with small margins, just a kick. You know, maybe, you know, when you're chasing a penalty, it's a lot easier at the end, but yeah, we left it all out there at least.
Johnny, commiserations. What's your message to the supporters in the country?
Well, thank you. Yeah, you know, it's how can you be prouder to be Irish when you see what's happened over the last 6 weeks? Really, like it's we get behind the team like no other. It's incredible, and it's not wasted on us, and that's why it's so hard to take. Really, that we didn't give them another couple of weekends. But like Vaz said, it's small margins, and that's sport, that's life. It's unfortunate, but this group will bounce back. They're an incredible bunch, led by the man beside me, and the best group I've ever been a part of, bar none. And these guys, they'll go on and achieve great things. And I'll be sitting in the stand, having a pint like you lads.
Shouting at them. That's what he'll be doing.
Okay, we have a question up here on the right.
Yeah, commiserations, Johnny. What's next for you, both short term and long term, and how do you reflect on your final year overall? I mean, obviously you had a couple of injuries, you had the suspension, but you also had the Grand Slam and a fantastic World Cup journey as well.
Yeah, the last couple of years have been definitely, in a green jersey anyway, the most enjoyable of my career. Definitely, the group, the way Faz leads us with the other coaches. You know, everyone runs into camp, never wants to leave. It's an incredible place to be. That's what I miss the most. Going to work every day with those guys, but just grateful as well. Like you can't be 38 and sit here giving out too much. I've had lots of ups and downs in my career, lots of injuries. Yeah, so it's. I'll probably reflect more over the next couple of weeks and take a bit of time off and spend it with my family and yeah, see what happens.
Okay, another question at the back on the right.
Johnny, you've played against a lot of All Black teams over your career. Where does that All Black performance that you ran into tonight rank for you?
Yeah, like the All Blacks judge themselves on winning World Cups, don't they? So time will tell how good this team is. Obviously, you know, moments of brilliance tonight won them the game, and how dogged they were in defence, how good they were at the breakdown, and yeah, time will tell. But they've got some outstanding players. They're well coached. Obviously, it's improved a lot since Joe and Ryan have gone in as forwards coach, and Jason Ryan, and yeah, so they're clearly on the up. They've obviously Argentina in the semis, so you know you'd probably likely in the final, and then anything can happen. So it'll be good in watching it, but they're a good team.
Okay, two more questions. We've got one in the front here.
Johnny, commiserations on the defeat.
Andy mentioned Keith Earls a couple of minutes ago. I'd just like to ask you about what it's meant for you to share the pitch with him down the last 13, 14 years.
Yeah, he's a legend. One of my best mates. Not just in rugby, but in life. You know, I spend a lot of time with his family. You know, away from rugby, and top class human being. Legend of a bloke. You wouldn't meet a more popular lad in the squad. Like, you know, he's a big part of our team. You know, off the pitch, on the pitch, he's obviously a legend as well. He's had some massive days. The 100th cap. You know, good for him that he picked up an injury at a bad time. So he couldn't be involved in the last couple of weeks, but he'll go down as one of the very best for sure. And this group will miss him definitely.
Okay, final question here.
Andy, you mentioned it's a bit of an end of an era, but what in particular gives you real confidence that the next era can be as successful, if not more successful?
Just knowing what we've got, the type of character that we've got, the type of people that we've got, the type of player, staff, the hunger to want to wear the green jersey, etc. It is the end for this team because people are going to be leaving, but the competition that this team has built over the years will continue because of how it's been driven, certainly over the last couple of years. So the talent that we've got in Ireland will continue to come through and will continue to challenge. I've no doubt about that.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Johnny.
Thanks
Thank
a
you,
lot.
ladies and gentlemen.
Cheers. Thank you.
We'll be back shortly with the New Zealand team.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. The #1 side in the world, Ireland, are out. A masterclass from New Zealand. Absolutely brilliant and a phenomenal match. One of the best, probably the best match I've ever watched. The best atmosphere I've ever felt. And one of the most significant results in this New Zealand side's history. And that's saying a lot, actually, when you think of how many big games New Zealand have had, how many World Cups they've won, and yet that could well be the most impressive World Cup performance we've seen from a New Zealand side. To go and dump the #1 side in the world out of the World Cup was going to take something special. New Zealand delivered today, and what a performance it was from them. From the get-go, started like an absolute house on fire. Ireland looked rattled in that first 10 to 20 minutes. They looked nervous, and unfortunately, they kind of went behind and they just chased the game the entire 80. At one stage, it was starting to look like they were coming back, and they did. They kept coming back. They kept giving themselves a chance. A missed penalty by Johnny Sexton will actually be the difference in the end. Difficult to say that it comes down to that moment, but it'll definitely obviously be something that people will mention because it is going to be a factor. What went wrong for Ireland? They did look tired. There was a whole bunch of stats going out in terms of the playing time that all the different players have had, for example, and whether Ireland have had too much playing time. And haven't, the Welsh players that haven't rotated enough. New Zealand, for example, and South Africa in particular, our teams that have rotated their squad a lot. So it's difficult to sort of say it came down to that. I mean, it's a one-point game in the end, but Ireland just look a little bit tired. They look a little bit sluggish, and then they kind of came alive. And I mean, it was about a 36 phase passage of play that they had right at the end. If they had scored off the end of that, it would have been one of the greatest passages of play in rugby history. They didn't. Couple of things that didn't go well for Ireland today. The breakdown I don't think was great. I lost a lot of penalties there. And scrums. I, a few years ago, criticised this All Black side, and I said that they don't have a functional front row. They don't have a front row which is going out and winning penalties and beating teams, by set pieces. They did that tonight. 3 scrum penalties. So Andrew Porter, Tyke Furlong not having the impact that the Ireland management would have liked. The lineups were pretty good. 1 or 2 I think missed, but a fantastic maul try by Ireland. But New Zealand looked close to their best, to be honest. They looked exciting, with ball in hand when they had it. They didn't have a lot of possession. Ireland did a lot of the playing. New Zealand counter-attacking was very good, and they just looked composed the entire game. Players like Richie Mo'unga, Bowden Barrett. I thought Sam Cane tonight had an absolute storm of a game as well. I just think that this All Black side have got some players there who did not panic tonight. They rose to the occasion. Ollie Severe as well. I mean, what a player. Absolute demon tonight. Mind over matter. It is, It's difficult to sit there and say Ireland choked. But it feels a bit like that because I kept saying that this was their World Cup to lose. They were the best team in the world. And they've just gone out of the World Cup in the quarterfinals once again. They can't get that monkey off their back. They'll have to wait another 4 years if it happens. Let me know what you thought about the match down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Coming to you outside Stade de France, this has been Stevie P for Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And I'll chat to you guys soon.
Head coach Ian Foster and captain Sam Kane. We'll go straight to the first question here on the front row.
Congratulations to both you guys. I know how proud you are to wear the jersey and represent our country, Sam. I know how proud you are to coach this team, Ian. Do you realise how happy you have made our country? You've made even the Labour voters happy today.
Oh, look, yeah, I think we do realise. You know, when we finish the game and then look up around the crowd, you look out for the people in All Black jerseys and you see the joy on their faces. You first look out for your family, but then when you do a lap around the stadium and see, you know, people that have made the effort to support us, but we know, you know, the beauty of social media these days is we get to see a lot of the messages, we get to hear a lot of the support, but hey, we'd just like to thank them first and foremost for that support. We feel it, and you know, we're glad we could put a smile on their face Sunday morning back home.
Ian, just here. Ian, was that the most important and most impressive victory you've overseen as head coach of this team?
No, you guys keep reminding me South Africa was quite important last year. But I'm pretty happy.
Where does this one rank then?
Pretty high. You know the answer to that. Look, this is a special day for us. It's we've excuse me, I've lost my voice because it's quite loud in that box. But I think the world's been talking about these two quarterfinals for 12 months, even longer. And I guess our one and the one tomorrow night with France, South Africa is likely to be the same. And I think the massive games, two very proud teams, two teams that you saw them desperate to want it. And sometimes the sweetest victories are when your opponent plays really, really well and tests you to the limit. We didn't want to play Ireland with 2 yellow cards, and Ireland have got a big record of winning big games when the opposition get cards, and they often do get cards when they play Ireland for some remote reason. I'm not sure why, but it's the end of the day, we played a lot of that game with 14 men, and I couldn't be more proud of the effort of Sam and the players, and I thought we looked in control of it, and it felt good.
Question for the captain. Obviously, New Zealand are very renowned for the attacking and try scoring, rightly so. But how proud are you of the way your team defended 37 phases, I think 3 or 4 minutes, incredible intensity, Ireland absolutely doing everything they could to get over that line. How proud are you of that achievement in those 37 phases?
Yeah, what an incredible finish to a test match. 37 phases. It's almost as long a period to defend that I've heard of or witnessed. The ability for the boys to just keep turning up for each other. I think obviously it's pretty clear that defence probably won us the test match tonight, and history shows that teams that win World Cups have very good defensively. So I feel like that defensive performance has been building for a wee while, and it's got to be our benchmark going forward.
Second row, yeah.
Ian, with how much chatter there'd been about the sort of your back row selection and your team selection, how happy were you with how they went tonight and how they sort of justified your faith, and especially the man sitting next to you and Ardy and Shannon?
Yeah, we've been pretty clear about, I guess, our strategy for a while. We've I think sometimes people can forget we've had a number of injuries leading into this tournament that forced us into a few changes early on. But there's no doubt in my mind about the combination we had. I thought, I think Sam's made for these sort of test matches personally. They're tough test matches. He does a great job. I thought Artie was outstanding again and put his body on the line just about every second breakdown. And, Shannon continues to bring a different style to the game. I thought I thought his legs looked a little bit, he was running on empty a little bit at times. I thought he overchased one where Ireland scored in that first half. But again, the Lucy's played well. And it was a sort of game, a little bit stop-start in the second half, I felt. There weren't a lot of scrums, and it just meant that we were able to keep our combinations intact for deeper into this game than we perhaps planned to. And I just felt the composure of the guys was there, and we were, whilst we had long defensive periods, I still felt we were in control for large parts of that.
Ian, well done.
Thanks, Andrew.
The last stanza of that game, 30-odd phases, what was going through the coaching box? What was going through your mind? How's the heart?
I actually felt quite calm, to be honest, because I felt that they were doing a sort of a cut and paste attack, weren't they? They're doing the same sort of things. I thought we were really patient in how we defended it, but they're really efficient with it, and it's hard to get that little, to get your nose in to try to win the ball. And so we were hunting and searching for it all the time, but they were good enough to keep us out. But in the meantime, we didn't lose patience, and that's the pleasing part. But and we've discussed that as a group. I thought between Scott McLeod and with Joe helping them on the defence side, I think we've been just building our system really for today, and about how we wanted to defend. And there'll be some areas we've got to get a little bit better, but we're making some strides in that space. So I was delighted, and clearly that you can, one mistake and the game can go the other way at that point, but they were under as much pressure as us, and we held tough. And let's just say, haven't been to a World Cup that you haven't had a game like that. You go to the 2015, the semi-final against South Africa, we had to do exactly the same. So that's what World Cups are about, is games like this, and you just got to roll your sleeves up and trust what you do.
Sam, could you just talk to the mental resolve of this group when Ireland continue to throw everything at you, they score a try, they get within 1 point, just the mental resolve of this group to stay calm and trust, I suppose, the way you're able to keep them out?
I think a lot of it comes back. We had an awesome week's prep, and with that you take a lot of confidence. There was a real air of calmness, even on the bus when we got to the changing rooms. When you're in a leadership role, you're sort of analysing that, thinking, hopefully that's a good thing. But as it turned out, I think we just had we know how we want to play, we know what we're about now, and it's been building up for a test match like this, and I don't think we allowed ourselves to get rattled out there. We were clear on when they scored, what we needed to do to fix it, and we're confident in that we were making inroads, when we held on to the ball. So,
Ian, congratulations. Can you still be under the radar in the semi-finals?
I suspect not. I'm not sure how far under the radar we were. I think certainly all the talk was about Ireland in many sense, but it's not a tag that we like to have. We don't adopt it ourselves. And pardon?
Did you not say you were under the radar a few weeks ago?
Oh yeah, but that was a few weeks ago. I'm allowed to change my mind occasionally. So, but the limelight was on Ireland. I mean, let's face it, they had an amazing, was it 17 wins in a row? They've built a team for this sort of iconic moment, hadn't they? Really, and so they had massive expectations about to perform, and we've been there as a team, and we know what that's like, and we know that some things fuel you in that sort of situation. So our role was really just to be quiet and to steel ourselves for the challenge that we needed. So, but no, I don't think we'll be under the radar next week. And we know Argentina well; they know us well. Play each other regularly, so I mean, heck of a game, heck of a good Southern Hemisphere game.
Hi Ian, just building on that. Sorry, just here. Hi
Sorry.
Ian. You kind of touched on it now already, but just what do you expect from Argentina? Obviously, you've kind of been shot by them in the past.
Yeah, I saw a lot of that game. They're tough, Argentina, and when they're in the house and play that physical game, they're tough. But that's about 2 sentences that I'll say about them, and the rest we'll save for the next few days, because I'm still a little bit in the victory over Ireland, to be fair.
Ian, a lot's been said about the defensive resolve, and obviously a lot of big moments going in a match like that, but just how decisive, I think you're one man down at the time, the Ireland maul, Geordie Barrett holds an Irish attacker up. How decisive do you think that was in the context of the contest?
Oh, look, I think, they peeled away. They took a punt. You see that nowadays when you go for the goal, you've got to be really clear. And, I think Geordie had a role to do, and he did that role really well. So, it wasn't by chance. But, I thought it capped off a really strong game for him. I think so. It was a big moment. I thought the other big moment for me was when we were under a bit of pressure. We had a defensive line out and scored 80 metres up the park. And I thought that was a big moment in that second half, because there's something about scoring long-range tries that it can deflate a team, and that got us out to 8 points, and to me that sort of set the platform of it. So the nice thing for me is there's a nice little mix of some really good attacking stuff and some really courageous defensive stuff in that game. So plenty to work with, and we'll need that.
Sam, well done tonight. Johnny Sexton, he played his final game for Ireland. What is he like to come up against, and what have you made of him as a player overall?
Oh, look, he's been massively successful for them. It's hard to say too much about other players, because if we hadn't won, then we had a number of iconic players that we'd be sort of saying goodbye to. So, World Cups are really about the result and getting what you want. When it comes to, I know they'll have a few other players probably that are finishing. I know they would have targeted this tournament big for those guys. And look, we know how much it hurts when they don't get what they want. So it'll be, but they'll reflect on their careers. Johnny will be one and reflect on a great career that he's done with Ireland and done them very, very proud.
Yeah, look, he's been outstanding for Ireland for a very long time. I think as long as I've been playing Ireland, he's been there. And he's obviously very good at taking the ball to the line, his decision making. Outstanding career.
Sam, a question from me. Last year you received a bit of trash talk from Peter O'Mahony, something to do with Richie McCaw in Wellington. And I was just wondering, was that any motivation for you building up to this? And also, what were you saying to your players during the game when there was so much adversity, a couple of yellow cards against you and stuff like that?
No motivation from that. I think, look, we know they've got a few players that like to get a bit, sort of try to get under your skin, I suppose, with tactics like that. And, we went into the game knowing that they were going to be like that, but really focused, consciously focused on just sticking to our jobs and worrying about executing our stuff. And yeah, we just didn't buy into it, I suppose.
We have time for one more question.
Ian, could you just explain to us if it was part of your tactical bet that given the amount of minutes your starting team had and the amount of minutes the Irish starting team and the bench had, was it part of your tactical bet that Ireland would fatigue as the game went on?
We thought so. I think there's been a bit of evidence of that in the past. And, you know, so that's why we wanted to keep the game moving, you know, but, you know, I'm not sure they did as much as I would have liked, you know, because look at the way they finished. You know, they finished strong and on top, so I don't think it was a major issue in the game. I think the flow of the game was different. There wasn't a lot of scrums. We would have liked more scrums against them, and I think you saw our scrum dominance in that game, and some more scrums might have taxed their forwards a little bit more, but there wasn't, and that happens. So that meant that we made our subs later in the game than potentially what we did as well. So, but you know, we like to play fast over. It's not just a versus an Ireland thing. It's versus everyone really. But gee, you can't criticise them for their attitude in that last 10 minutes, can you? Ireland, I'm talking about.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is the
Thank
end
you.
of this press conference, and we will be opening the mix zone shortly.
Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and we are in Paris, and this is a very important week. It is the start of the quarterfinals build-up. They've all been confirmed, and the big news is obviously South Africa versus France on Sunday, Stade de France. It is going to be epic, absolutely epic. One of the current world champs, or the host nation, will depart from the competition on Sunday, and there's some pretty big news with regards to the match itself. Antoine Dupont is back. He's officially back. He was basically cleared last week to join, but he needed final sign-off from his surgeon. He has gotten that. He is officially back in training. He is officially in a race against time, really, to get full fitness, to train a full week, and to be in that side to face South Africa on Sunday. For South Africans, it's a bit of a concern, obviously. You know, the best player in the world. He is the best player in the world, in my opinion. Playing against us on Sunday, but at the same time, you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. Antoine Dupont is the best, and this French side is a whole different beast when he does play. So it has definitely added a lot to the sort of the spice of the build-up, and will add a lot to the entire sort of way the South Africa approach the game. It'll be very interesting to see whether team selections, for example, will change potentially, or sort of what that sort of might influence will be, as was the tactics on the day. You know, at the end of the day, he's coming into the game with an injury that a lot of people are surprised he's back so quickly from. You know, it can be done, has been done, but he's basically had a metal plate put into his cheek, and he's been cleared to come and play. So there's no doubt about it that the South Africans will be looking to sort of rattle him, because regardless of it, whether it's Dupont or not, you get the number 9 of any team off their game, and you put them under a lot of pressure, it creates a lot of havoc within the team itself. Antoine Dupont is the glue that holds this French team together. He is a once-in-a-generation player. And if you can get him off his game, if you can disrupt the way he plays, I wouldn't say it's half the battle won, but it's a huge step towards beating France and trying to neutralise what they bring to the table. It's an interesting sort of way to build it, because you can't also just get fixated on one player. They've got so many players that are points of differences. Your Charles Olivons, your Gregory Aldrich, your Thomas Ramoses, Jonathan Dante, your Cyril Baez. They've got world-class players across the entire field. So you don't want to get fixated on just one player. But he really is that good. He really is that special. And it'll be interesting to see whether France do risk him by starting him. Do they bring him off the bench? He'll be desperate to start, there's no doubt about it. In front of his home fans, this is the occasion he's been dreaming of for the last 4 years. You know, since this World Cup was announced in France, it was going to be Antoine Dupont's World Cup. He was going to be the man charged with bringing it home. Will he do it? Well, you have to beat the Boks on Sunday. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. How do we neutralise them? How do we get the better of France? I want to know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon.
Dion, if we can start, give us an insight into the team's preparations. I know you had a couple of days off last week. Then the guys worked really hard for 3 days. What happened over the weekend in terms of practice and training? And what is the program? How's the training going in the build-up to this big game?
Hi, good day, Jan. Yes, we had a good week last week in our preparation where we actually focused on ourselves and sort of did a review on all departments of our game, preparing going forward. Then the boys had a couple of days off, spending some time with their families, and then we had a detailed session on over the weekend where we just made some plans, talked about possible strategies going forward, depending on the opponents. And we've just arrived this afternoon here after an hour's train trip, and our day one starts tomorrow, and then it's a normal build-up until Sunday.
Craig?
Thanks, Zina. Hi, gentlemen. Dion, just in terms of the pictures you want to present to the referee, because obviously, big game, discipline's going to be a factor, and I guess a lot of home support, the ref's going to be under a lot of pressure. So have you discussed sort of taking a view on presenting really clean pictures for the referee?
Good day, Craig. Yes, man. I mean, in analyzing our game, we really understand going forward, discipline is going to be very, very key. If you look at the opposition that we will face. So we've analyzed our game, looking at the different areas where we could become better. Also focusing on the possible challenges that we might receive in order to address that. So that is something that is very high on our agenda, to ensure that the pictures that we give at breakdown, at scrum, whether it's mauling, that those pictures are the right pictures, and hopefully will be interpreted in the right way.
Guys, please raise your hand for questions. Kaniso?
Thank you very much, Zina. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Dion, just still on the pictures of match officials. I mean, the hostility here in France is very much noted. I mean, we saw in Marseille how the hostility can get to a match official. I know that that's pretty much out of control, but is there a slight concern that whoever's reffing the game may be under a bit more pressure as normal? Because we have to understand that this is probably France's biggest test match in at least 15 years at home.
I think part of playing in the playoffs going forward and playing this tournament has to do with pressure. I don't think there's only pressure on the referee. There's also a lot of pressure on the players, there's pressure on the coaches. It's part of the game. I mean, the referee is also human. There will be, I think, good decisions. There might be decisions that go the other way, but that is something that we will have to adapt to. I think the only thing that we can do is to be as clinical and as precise in our execution. Try to do that, and then they just ensure that we stay on the right side. But as I said, we can accept or expect that playing here against the home team, it's going to be a massive atmosphere. I think we had a dry run of that last year when we played here in Marseille. It was an absolutely fantastic atmosphere. I think the players also experienced the same type of environment in 2019 against Japan. So something that a lot of these players are used to. So we clearly understand that it's going to be an environment that we will have to adapt into very well. That our focus needs to be laser sharp in terms of our execution and just focus on the things that are in our control.
Hendrik?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Dion. This one is for you. Dion, why did you decide to only name the team on Friday, or the Boks then? Why did the Boks decide to only name the team on Friday?
Maar Hendrik, ons wil julle miskien net 'n bietjie aan die raai hou.
Okay.
Vanessa?
Good morning. It's actually Valen. Thanks, Zina. Good morning, gentlemen. Just about the discipline record of the team, coach, throughout the pool stages, no cards. I think you guys have only got one tournament in 2011 where you haven't actually gotten a card throughout the actual event. Just wondering if this is something that you guys actually talked about beforehand, and if it's something that is at all important.
A very good question. Just looking back in terms of our build-up and in the different competitions that we've been playing, I really have to tap these players sitting around me on their back in terms of buying into the whole concept of doing things required to improve the game, but also improving our game. So there's a lot of things that we focused on from the start, things like level change, carrying the ball into contact, into tackling, as an example. So we've emphasized different areas that we want to get better in, and we actually simulated continuously, and still are simulating continuously a lot of those aspects in training, especially in areas where we get penalized. To improve our technique and also to stay within the law. I don't think there's anything that we do on the training field or that we prepare for that haven't got a focus on what is required from the law. And because we've done those things continuously from an early stage in the different competitions that we've played in this past 4 years, I think we're quite glad to see that those things are starting to pay off. It comes with hard work, a lot of planning, but at the end of the day, the buy-in of the players and ensuring that they do everything possible to get better in training and also on their own in terms of the work-ons that they do. I think that is things that helps us to stay within the law. But you know the game, freak accidents happen, touch wood. It won't happen to us going forward, but at this stage we are very impressed with the way the team behaved in terms of not conceding yellow cards on the field.
Liam?
Good day, gents. My question's for Dion. 4 years ago, at the corresponding stage of the competition, you used the maul to devastating effect against Japan. Is that something that you draw comfort from, especially in knockout matches?
Liam, you know, when you play rugby, obviously it's all about using opportunity. It's all about territory. It's all about good defense. It's all about good set pieces. So for us, mauling has always been part of our game. But as you can see, also over the competition, the teams also evolved in terms of their own mauling or more stopping. So it will always be part of our game, but we also over the past few years we said to ourselves that listen, we have to evolve our game. Our mauling can't just stay the one thing. It's still a very, very important thing for us, and it will be stay the same. But I mean, there's also other opportunities. There's also other things that happens within the game where we give you more position that you will need to be better in, but mauling will always be part of the Springboks.
Luke?
Thank you. Luke from The Guardian. Question for Faf, please. Faf, Antoine Dupont has been cleared to start training again. From a personal point of view, for you in terms of the challenge, do you hope that he's fit to play?
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's great for France to have him back. I think he's a great asset for them. For me personally, it's always good to play against one of the best in the world. But yeah, like I said earlier, we're preparing to play against France and not just against him. Although he's a very dangerous player, and we know where the threats lie in that. Yeah, we just basically just focusing on playing against France and the challenges that brings along with it.
Arlian?
Zina. Hello guys, this one is for Faf again.
Faf, there's been a lot of talks about the way the Springboks game has evolved the last couple of years, especially compared to 2019. How would you describe the way your game has changed? And you as a 9, do you feel more comfortable now the way you're playing in 2023?
Yeah, I think it's a good blend that we brought into our game. 2019, we were basically just mauling and scrumming and kicking and backing our defense to do the work. I think, especially this last year, we've worked really hard on getting other aspects in our game. So maybe keeping the ball for a bit longer passages, but then also making sure that those main pillars of ours are still very strong. But I think for me personally, it's what the team needs and what type of game we want to play against the side that we're playing against. And I need to adapt to that and adjust to it. But yeah, I think it doesn't really affect my personal play. I really enjoy it when we keep the ball in hand a bit more. But I also understand that there's a massive in the game to gain when we do use our other strengths. But yeah, it's been fun to see how the guys has evolved their skill set. I think we couldn't play this game that we're playing now 4 years ago because we don't have the skill set to achieve all of that. So yeah, a lot of hard work's been put in from the boys and a lot of passing and things like that. So yeah, credit should go to the coaches for making us work so hard and just our simple skills.
Moreno?
Hi, grazie Sina. Good afternoon from Italy. Following on the same subject, how can you relate on the match you had against France last year, considering also the way you have evolved?
Who is the question for, Moreno?
I think he's gone.
Hello?
Lost connection, sorry.
Who is the question for, Moreno?
Anyone following on the same subject? To Faf.
Yeah, just I think it's difficult to say. A year ago, I think we were also in a great spot, and we started playing that type of game, started working on it a bit more. But yeah, I think we know France a bit better as a team now and how they've we had a closer eye on them over the last year and see how they've evolved as well. And I think we've got a better understanding of how they want to play. So we obviously have worked out a few things to hopefully counter that and hopefully we can get some advantage of all the hard work we've been doing behind the scenes. But yeah, it's still going to be a massive challenge. They're a great side and we're really looking forward to a massive clash in France.
Morgan?
Thanks, Ina. Hi, Faf, Dion, Erged. Erged, just for you, Don made mention that the French have probably got the most dominant pack in world rugby at this point in time, and the Springboks is something that you guys pride yourselves on as much. So I'm sure you guys are really looking forward to this challenge. To beat the best, to be the best, you have to beat the best. And then as a guy that hasn't played much since 2019, how do you feel your pack has evolved?
Yeah, I think that is definitely one of the challenges we'll face this weekend as a pack. Is the physicality coming from the French pack, but it is like you said, that's one of the big things we measure ourselves on as well. So we're really looking forward to that challenge. And then, yeah, I think it's more or less similar to what Faf said. It's actually small details or really basic things that we've all started being sharper on and just spend more time working on, So I think even as a pack of forwards, we're working on little details like our passing skills and catching skills, stuff that forwards probably don't work on all that much, just to improve. And yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing that we've, improved on.
Thanks, Erged.
Nathan?
Thank you very much, Zina. Coach D, with Andre and Lukhanyo back, this will obviously increase competition for places in the 23. Do you think this in a way will subconsciously force players to perform at their best? I mean, we saw 100% goal kicking rate and Manu, who's been disappointing at this aspect, but producing against Tonga, for example.
And Nathan, I think the beauty of this team is that at this point in time, I think we've got a very good, balanced and experienced squad, guys that know each other for a long time. In terms of the depth in our squad, I think in each position, there's a lot of experience and a lot of depth, and that overall improves the level and the standard of our training. It improves the standard of the competition between the players, and it is not just in those positions. I think it's throughout the squad. Other important thing is that everyone in the squad understands it's never about the individual. It's always about the team and doing things for each other to the benefit of the team. So whether you are in the 23 or not, the goal is the same, to ensure that at the end of the day the team performs, and it's rather a situation where guys support each other, assist each other, and help each other to get better, because that makes the team better. Being in that position, I think gives us that assurance that in terms of what opposition we play or what challenges we face, that we will be in a situation where the guy gets selected or not, that he will put the team's interest first and work according to that. And I think going forward now, it's much more important than ever. And the guys are really enjoying each other and really are ensuring that they prepare to the best of their ability. And rightly, that obviously will increases the competition between the guys, but in a positive way.
Jan?
Thank you, Zina. Actually, just to follow up on your earlier question, I know that the two packs probably measure up in all departments, or they will be very competitive in all departments. What specific aspect of the French pack do you think personally, I mean, you obviously didn't play in Marseille last year, but what specific aspect of their pack do you think hold the biggest threat to the Springboks?
Yeah, just like you said, I didn't play the last game, so I just know that the French definitely pride themselves on their scrum, so that'll most definitely be something that they will look to get dominance in the game, and definitely a big focus for us as well during this week in our prep.
Craig?
Thanks, Zina. Faf, maybe this one's for you. Achille mentioned there a little while ago the finer detail. We've seen the Springboks create a lot of chances, get into the red zone quite a lot, and not just at this tournament, but probably over the last 2 years. And maybe your conversion rate's not quite where you want it to be. And as the main sort of game driver in that situation, you decide whether to go left or right or kick or short pass, long pass, whatever the case may be. What sort of, what have you been doing to sort of sharpen up that aspect? Is it a mental thing or is it a training thing? Yeah, when I say mental, I mean like more patience or making one more play or something like that.
Yeah, I think this can go a lot of ways. But we've also, I think we've probably got the most held up tries from all the teams in the last year or so. So I think like you said, we're creating a lot of opportunities, but yeah, it might just be as simple as that. Maybe take it to the back line a bit quicker, or stick to the forwards a bit longer, or just some guy just has a bit more patience, or yeah, it's really it depends on situations. But I think definitely that's something we've worked on really hard in the last few weeks. Getting into that 22 and making sure we walk away there with points. And yeah, I think that's something that's going to be very, very important, especially against a French side who doesn't give you a lot of entries into their 22. Is that when we get there, we have to walk away with points. So I think work on is just to realize that they love big moments and they want to get a turnover and get out of there. So for us is to make sure that we are ready for that challenge. And we've been speaking about it for quite a bit, and I think the boys are really focused when we get there make sure that we execute what we plan to do.
Kaniso?
Thank you very much, Zina. Quick one for Faf and Erge. I mean, Faf, speaking of game drivers in particular, just talk us through the importance of having Mani and Andre playing so well and being what could be a very particularly important combination along with you for Saturday's game. And for Erge, just talk us through what you understand about this issue of the Boks may or may not be playing without the flag on if the water deadline is not met.
Yeah, it's great to have Andre back. He's been with the team for many years, but specifically this group. He's been here. He's one part of the furniture, and it's great to have him back. He's a great asset to us, and he gives a lot of confidence to the players around him. And I think his calm demeanor on the field in big moment situations or big pressure situations is really something that can help us a lot in playoff games. And then you got Mani, which is playing unbelievably good. He's organizing organizing great, but also allowing us to score a lot of tries. So there's a great balance between the two of them. And I think any one of them can get the nod and or replace each other, whatever. I don't think it's going to make a big difference, but I think it's great for Mani to have Paul here and vice versa. And I'm just very fortunate to be able to pass the ball to them.
Valen?
No, just as far as that goes, it's something that we're not really focused on. We are just focused on doing things that are in our control and focusing on the weekend ahead. So that's simple answer to that.
Valen?
Maybe I can just get Erge to answer this one. You have faced an expectant crowd, a home crowd in Japan in the quarters. I mean, you're doing it again this time, but it's a completely different kettle of fish against a really classy French team who are buoyed by fervent home support. How are you going to silence the crowd?
Yeah, I don't think the crowd will be silenced from what we've seen so far in this World Cup. The support has actually been incredible, and obviously for the French team, with them playing at home, I don't think they will be silencing them this coming weekend. But we will draw energy from each other and keep our focus tight, so that we can do our jobs out there and keep our focus.
Marina?
One question for Dion David. It emerged in 2019 also with the Chasing the Sun and so on that you had in the build-up of the Rugby World Cup created a bigger motivation and then trying to find an extra motivation for every single match. I remember against us, Italian was smashing the props early on. Have you tried then? I'm not asking what, but if you have had an approach the same way this time?
It's a good question. I mean, I think obviously when you attend this stage of the competition or when you play in a World Cup, there's got to be a lot of individual motivation from the players themselves in terms of what they want to achieve and how they want to express themselves. Obviously for us as team also in terms of who you represent and what is important for you. And then obviously when you different teams brings different challenges, approaches it with the game different. So I think it's just part of the build-up is to find ways and means of understanding that and then which allows you to express yourself the way you want to on the day of the game. And I think playing against France at France, I mean, in such a beautiful city with electric atmosphere in a World Cup quarterfinal, I think there's not much more than can motivate you to go out there and just do your best. And I think we just hope that everyone will embrace that and just try to do their best.
Arnaud?
Thanks, Zina. Just a question for Dion. Dion, you mentioned earlier that the team will be announced on Friday in answer to Hendrik's question, to maybe bring that surprise element. In 2019, you guys came up with something. There was some sort of surprise against Japan. Is that something, without giving anything away, is this something that's special that was held back that we might be seeing or can expect on Sunday?
I don't know. I think in every game and stuff that you play, you always try to be creative in terms of what the opposition gives you. And obviously, when you play at this level, teams analyze each other to the bone. So you have to find means and ways to stay to your core things that's important for you, but also to outsmart the opposition. And I think that will just stay part of I think our approach, or any team's approach, is to find that edge, to doing something differently on a different place in a different occasion. So I don't think that will be something new in terms of our approach, and that's just how we look at our strategy going into this game.
Liam?
Question for Faf. A lot has been said about how the Springboks have grown an arm and a leg, especially in attack over the last year or so. Now that you've hit the World Cup quarterfinal, is there the temptation to sort of go back to what we traditionally know teams tend to do in World Cup knockout matches, or do you think you should stay that course, and that is the path that you've chosen?
I don't think we've chosen a specific path. We've obviously planned everything that we're doing, and I think it will depend on situation, where the game is, what the game is like at that stage, and what's needed from us. If we need to go to the old traditional ways, then we can do that. And if we need to have a go, we can also do that. When in the past we could only bank on the big boys up front, but now we've got a lot more to offer, a lot more to our game plan, a lot more plays that we've banked over the last few years. So I think it's a great position where I think we find ourselves to know that we're well skilled in all those departments, and we can lean on anything if we need to. So I think it's going to go down to what's needed on the day, and it might need another 50-meter maul or an outstanding try from Colby from his own try line. So I think we're lucky to be in this situation.
Luke?
Thank you. A question for Faf or RG. Can you take any inspiration or motivation from the fact that South Africa won a World Cup at this venue? And are there any lessons that you can take from that victorious campaign as much as it was a few years ago now?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that will inspire us. But I think most of us, having gone through the 2019 World Cup, will also give us a bit of confidence, and just that experience will obviously help us here. And maybe we should call up some of those guys that played in that game, right?
Hendrik?
Thanks, Ina. This one is for Dion. Dion, many supporters say that the crowds in some games influence some of the referees' decisions. What's your take on the crowd's influence on referees?
As I said, I think it's just human that with a loud crowd and so much spectators, especially being the home team spectators, that it in some way gets to you. But I think the referees are professionals. I think they are experienced in their job. I think they do everything to the best of their ability to make the right call on a specific given time. I think they also have enough assistance around them, whether they are unsure of something, that they can lean on them for assistance or for advice. So in terms of that, I think it's difficult to judge and say that a referee make a specific decision as a result of crowd pressure. I think, as I said before, I think there's a lot of pressure on everyone on the field, that is just something that we will have to accept and embrace, and we will have to. If I look for words, we will have to just, as I said, control what we can control, and expect the referee to make the decisions within the law and for the right reason.
Guys, I see there's 3 more hands, so let's go Nathan, Hendrik, and Craig, and then we can wrap it up.
Thank you very much again, Zina. Coach D, can you just give us a review on your thoughts on Dion and Marco's performance at training and match days? How pleased are you with their progression at hooker? Obviously, knowing you being precise with the small details.
I think I'm really impressed in terms of how these guys have grown into the role. They've put a lot of time into their throwing. Luckily, and when you're part of this team, Nathan, it's never about one person taking credit for assisting people. It's about everyone helping and assisting and sharing experience, hookers between hookers, locks between locks, scrummers between scrummers or kickers, to share some knowledge and to assist with the development of people. And it was the same, I mean, in the hookers case, and really they put in the work, they performed under pressure, and I think as they go on, they will grow even better in the role.
Hendrik?
Dion, this one is also for you, maybe not so serious rugby question. Something that I've wondered about is if there is any time afterwards for Kontikis with a 9 o'clock kickoff time.
We will always find time for that, Hendrik. Okay.
Great.
Sorry to bring it back to rugby for a moment, guys. I mean, you guys have come through 2 real battles with Ireland and Tonga physically. Whereas France played the All Blacks on September the 8th, and they've come through a relatively straightforward group, I would say. Do you think that gives you a little edge that you've had these physical battles more recently than they have, but plus you've had the extra week to rest? Maybe Dion for you, or maybe the players, I don't know.
You see, that's always a fine line. It's always a topic of discussion whether continue playing gives you an edge and whether the extra week resting refreshes you going into a game. I don't think there's really a straight answer or a right or wrong in terms of that. But for us, I think we think it came at a time playing 4 weeks consecutively that we had a break and a time to just to reboot and to revisit things. At the same time, I think France, if you the way not a weakness in the side at this stage, and I think they being in that frame of mind and having that continuous opportunity to play and just build on that this coming weekend, I think might benefit them a lot. So yeah, for us it's just listen, we know we play a formidable opponent, the number 2 in the world. They're a quality side. They've got their home crowd that they play in front of. They have to be the favorite. So for us going in there, we just have to be on top of our game.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for some breaking news. It is quarterfinals week. We are in Paris. Well, I'm in Paris rather. 4 of the 8 teams are in Paris. 2 games Stade de France this weekend in Ireland versus New Zealand, as well as South Africa versus France. And some of the biggest news of the week that we've been waiting for, the match officials have been confirmed. 4 referees for the 4 games coming across from France, England, South Africa, New Zealand. And it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how these referees cope and what the process really was to appoint them. So World Rugby have confirmed that these appointments have been made on merit. They basically reviewed the group stages, and they've then decided to sort of pick the referees they felt performed the best for the games and sort of position them. Obviously, referees can't officiate games of the same sort of national federation, so Jaco Paper can't officiate South Africa, etc., etc. But apart from that, really anything can go. So before I tell you exactly who the 4 officials are and what to expect this weekend, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, so first things first, Wales versus Argentina will be officiated by Jaco Paper, the South African referee being given the nod after his poor performances. Well, I thought he was quite good, actually. I think Jaco Paper's maybe had a tough couple of years, but in the last sort of few months, I thought it was really sort of tightened things up, and it's been pretty good so far this tournament. And as a result, he has been rewarded with a Wales versus Argentina game. New Zealand versus Ireland, the number 1 side in the world versus the most successful side of all time, really, when it comes to rugby, will be officiated by one of the most successful referees of all time, in Wayne Barnes, who's been backed to below this match. Very, very good referee, very concise with his communication, makes his calls, very calm-headed, very level-headed. Would have been something I would have liked to have actually seen in the South African game, to be honest. Yeah, second biggest game of the weekend, really, if we're being brutally honest, and a very competent referee who will be in the middle there. England versus Fiji will have Mathieu Reynal, the Frenchman. He will be taking charge of that game, which will take place in Marseille at 6:15 on Sunday, and that is before the big game, South Africa versus France, Sunday, Stade de France, 9 o'clock kickoff, and your referee for the day will be Ben O'Keefe, the New Zealand referee, and what a job he's got for him. There's been a lot of talk about, referees being able to cope with the French home fans, with the support, with the booing, the reactions, the potential TV interference. But, I'll talk about that before the tournament in terms of French directors being able to almost sort of dictate the narrative, being able to show high tackles, bad collisions, and being able to sort of almost influence the game. And it's going to take a really, really strong refereeing performance to be able to shut out all that white noise and just call what's in front of him. That's going to be the big sort of request, and the big question mark is whether he's going to be able to have the ability to do that this weekend. So that is the referee for this weekend. Let me know if you agree with the decision, if you like the decision. Are you a Ben O'Keefe fan? Are you not? I want to know what you think down in the comments below. Smash like on the video as well, and subscribe to the channel. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it plays out this weekend. But those are the 4 refs that will be taking charge of the quarterfinals. Coming to you from Paris, this has been Stevie P, and I'll see you soon.
Hey Rusty, it's Stacey Waka from NZR Plus here. It's obviously going to be a massive occasion this weekend, playing at a French crowd, home crowd. Do you think the traffic light system is going to be much more important than ever because it is going to be so loud out there?
Yeah, the traffic light system is basically have 4 different meanings, and it changes every game. And sometimes you can say over the microphone, listen, a green. And that means something for the physios and for the doctors. And we get live heart rates of the player. We see which players recover, which don't recover. When we want to make substitutions, we sometimes want info back from the physio and the S&C coaches in the technical box on what do they think, which player is not struggling, but is the least effective or not as dynamic and effective anymore. And then when we do substitutions, we need information. So some people think it just means kicks. Other people think it's play slower. Other people think it's kick the ball wide. But for us, it's really just a way of communication. And like the first game, I was actually sitting on the bench with the bench players, and a very nice match commissioner. I wasn't sure what's his name. Came to and said to me, but you can't sit here. And I said, I don't know, I don't want to cause troubles, but I've sat all the other matches there. And he said to me, no, which definitely they were addendum to the participation agreement. And I said, no, well, I didn't know that. And he showed me, and he said he also didn't know that. Of course, there we could communicate with the physio and the doctor next to the field and say, is it the red, is the player all right, is it a bad injury or not? So actually then in the match I had to move up to the coach's box, and that's actually where we started putting on the lights because I couldn't talk to the medical staff next to the team. So it's really just a form of communication to get messages to the players, but also to find out what the medical and S&C staff are thinking.
Oh, Marcy, James McConey here from Crackers Audience Plus. Look, I just wanted to find out, because people saying South Africa is quite conservative, their style of play, but you've got the most exciting or backline almost. So what do you think, what approach do you think you'll have this weekend?
I think we really care what South African people say about our style. That's that's really important for us. It wasn't in the beginning. It was impossible for us to, prior to the previous World Cup, to expect us or trying to change the non-mechanical things, to change defense and the breakdown and scrums and mauls. It's very mechanical, and you don't have to know each other so well. Your teamwork index of how long you've played together and trained together and been in meetings together. It was just a very short space of time, so we could really go very limited. I remember all the memes and all the things that was there with Faf's kicking and Billy catching up and unders missed back then. But we certainly from then, we listen to our people, because winning is everything. But there's different ways of winning. But I think I've got a feeling as it goes tighter and tighter and further and deeper into this competition, defense, kicking game, scrums, lineouts, mauls, and obviously one or two brilliant moments will definitely be something that some teams will revert back to. I guess a team like Ireland and New Zealand will always stay that linking, attacking, beautiful style. But I think it will get tighter and more as the pressure builds.
Rusty, before the tournament, back here, sorry, Steve here from Aerosports. Before the tournament, you spoke about wanting to really get the read of the refs right and discipline and cards. Box were the only team not to get a card throughout the pool stages. How proud are you of that stat, and what has been the key behind that sort of mindset, and how you managed to sort of get the discipline right, where the Boks have topped the charts in terms of dominant collisions, but have done it legally so far to the most part and have received no cards so far? How important is it, especially on Sunday playing against the host with a hostile environment, to make sure that this weekend in particular you can't get things wrong?
No, thank you for mentioning that. For us, I think the first word is respect. I think definitely we got it wrong at stages, especially from when we had the year off in 2020 with COVID, and then we went into the Lions, the Lions series, and then the levels of communication was really tough, and it was really, even when we played our 100th game against New Zealand, we were in a bubble in Australia. And World Rugby's referee manager couldn't be there at the Lions series. He couldn't be there because of COVID, so it was tough to get better and better at communication. And I guess on both sides it led to frustration. But last year, when I had a phone call to Nigel Owens and just said, listen, we really want to get this right. We don't want people not to like us. That's not the reason for us. Maybe sometimes having differences and doing things in a way just to get a response for us, either to do things differently or to understand why and how things work. And I must say, what we learned from that conversation is no matter if we're right, the respect you show to the referee, you will get back from that referee, even if he makes mistakes or you make mistakes. And then we also had to adapt our game a little bit. If you only rely on maul, it's difficult to referee a maul. If you only rely on scrum, it's difficult to rely on the scrum. And I'll be honest with you, there was one tweet that I tweeted, but that was actually especially after the French game, and I was quite honest and serious about it, is that we had to change our game to make it easier for referees, that it isn't always this crunch thing where they must try and work out who's dominant and who's not dominant, that there's also free-flowing passes and open tries and stuff like that, which was a really honest way what I wanted to say. And then the guys worked hard on level change, wrapping. So yes, I think no cards. I think we're going fourth with discipline in terms of penalty counts. And I think all the players, all the coaches are just talking of, because we had to earn it back. We had to earn the respect back. And I think it's showing at this stage that it works both ways.
Hi, Rossi here. Going back to the match in Marseille, despite the defeat, did you gain confidence from that match in Marseille against France?
Yeah, look, the first thing was it was a fantastic experience. I was there still allowed. The participation agreement wasn't changed, that I could actually sit with the reserves still there. And when we got the red card on Peter Steff, it was actually one of the matches that we've lost that I actually felt almost the most proud afterwards in the change room with how players made plans and actually enjoyed, with all respect towards the French crowd. It's an unbelievable experience. You can't even hear sometimes what they sing or they're whistling or what they're doing, but you can feel it's buzzing and they're enjoying it. And there's pressure on us, and there's pressure on their own players of expectation. The referee is under pressure with it looks like a little bit of a forward pass. The crowd, they make it really exciting. So for us to get that red card, I know they also got one a little bit later, but to be in that game until the last 3-4 minutes definitely helped us to, I hope help us to what we're going to get on Sunday. Have that experience. Got a lot of players that were involved there, was involved. So yes, but I must say the biggest thing out of that was probably of my whole rugby and coaching career. I was probably one of the most intense and delightful situation to be in, and I'm pretty sure Sunday is going to be the same.
Hi, Razzie. Hi, are you expecting Antoine Dupont to come straight back in? And obviously, given his lack of fitness, can you look to maybe expose or target him in any way?
Yeah, I think a lack of fitness won't be a problem with him. I think I've actually never seen him sweat on the field. I've never actually seen him, he's so emotionless when he plays, and he always looks so in control. Obviously, him being the captain, and obviously he's the whole country, France, I think the whole world has respect for him. So I don't think match fitness is something you can run. I broke my jaw 3 times, and you can actually get leaner because you can't eat so lekker. So that's the first thing. And the next thing is you can run. And he's definitely not a guy who's afraid to tackle. He can do his kicking still, his passing still, and I'm sure when he goes into a test match, he will do his tackles because it's been 3 weeks, the surgeon cleared him. I have no doubt that he will play and will be a big challenge for us to try and contain him.
Hi, Razzie. Hi, Luke from The Guardian. In terms of how well Sean Edwards has got France defending, and also factoring in how motivated France will be for this specific game, do you see it as one of the hardest challenges of your career, of your entire coaching career, to take on?
I think definitely. Wherever Sean coaches, he gets a passion to the team for defence. I've been in World Rugby meetings where we break up in little groups, and he's just a very interesting character when it comes to how he looks at the game. And I mean, he's obviously together with a guy like Andy Farrell, one of the guys that come from a league background and bring that league grunt and physicalness and big collisions into the game. And he's got the boys to back it up because they're massive men like the South African guys. So no, I think this is probably, I think if we want to do something great, it will never be in ideal circumstances, and I think we're definitely up against it, not just on the defensive side, just the home crowd, the improvement that France has shown in the last 4 years, and what Fabian has done with the team, not just with Sean, with every department. This will definitely be one of the biggest challenges. I'm one of the coaches, I'm the director of rugby, but Jacques is the head coach. But as a coaching team, this will probably be one of the top games that we have to try and manage.
Thank you. Hello, Razzie. I think a few years ago, Fabien Galtier came to Munster when you were training them with Jacques. What memory you keep of his time with you over there? What was he interested in, and what do you think of the way he changed the way France is playing the last 4 years?
Yeah, I think Fabian is a year younger than me. We definitely played against each other somewhere in our careers, I'm pretty sure. He came to well, I wouldn't say shadow, because we exchanged ideas at Munster, and I think it was about 10 days which he stayed there. He had one of his forwards coaches with us. I found him to be a very, I don't know if my English is correct, but very eccentric person. I remember when we would have a normal day, and video session and a field session, and then lunch, and it was at the campus there at Limerick at the university, and then he would just fall in barefoot there with the students and play touch rugby, and come back and then tell us some very interesting and insightful stuff at the way he looks at the game. And I think he's very philosophical about the game. I think he's definitely where the French were always, they can do brilliant things, but they were up and down, and sometimes very emotional. And I think this is a team who's really steady in their emotions. I think their emotions control their body language. I think they can make plans. And I think after spending exchanging those coaching methods, he's had all our meetings, from coaches meeting to players meetings for 10 days. Yeah, I certainly learned a few things from him. I don't know if he learned anything from us, but yeah, I think that's what he's definitely brought to this French team, a matureness where it's not high emotions, low emotions, it's the steady, brainy, intelligent team.
Good afternoon, Rusty. Hope all is well. Firstly, I'll make the questions very short. Firstly, are there any injury issues to worry about from the past week leading into training? And then secondly, how difficult will selection be this week if there's a full call? Because there are so many players. I mean, there's Flower, there's Center, there are a lot of selection conundrums that are a point of big debate in South Africa at the moment.
Yeah, I think conundrum, I don't 100% know what the word means, but I think, you know, it would have been a difficult situation, like if we only sat with 2 nights and we didn't know which, and one was injured. So to answer the first question, no, we have no injuries currently. Everybody's fit. We can pick from Lucanio right through to there's Vincent Koch, everybody that had niggles, even everybody's available. So I think we're very fortunate, and that's why we haven't quite decided the 7162 what will be the best. It's tough to announce the team, and then after that, I must say this group of players is definitely the right bunch of players that are here. Of course, as we say, you know, we all at the end of the day are either going to lift the cup together, not just as 33 players, but as other 22 management. What's that? 55 people, you know. So after we internally tomorrow sort out everything, the players just fall in and they accept that even if we pick the team and we did make a mistake here or there, because there might be better options, and I know South Africans are having lots of opinions, which is great. I don't think there were a lot in 2017 and 2016. They were burning flags and stuff, you know. Now they're picking teams and they are worried about us, and we love that. So yeah, we enjoy the position we currently.
I know you said earlier that France don't fluctuate emotionally like they used to. In the quarterfinal in 2019, however, they copped a red card that altered the course of that game. Is there any benefit in taking them to dark spaces on Sunday and see what the outcome possibly there is?
Yeah, I remember that clearly because Jaco Pijper is obviously from Bloemfontein, where I'm from, and I know there was I think it was the elbow of one of the French players, and I remember Jaco also got a little bit in trouble for a photo after that. But I think the French are not playing a reckless game where they are on the edge of being too physical or high heat. I think what they do well is when they get close to the high heat, they really show that to the referee. I think they do simulate sometimes a little bit, which is clever, you know, and obviously with sometimes when the referee comms go down or you know the TV you know doesn't work at that specific time. I think they're very clever at that. They're very good at that. But they're not a team that live on the dangerous edge of, I think they straight up forward. They don't play with tricks, scrums and mauls. They just physically man up, and that's the kind of teams that we respect and want to play against.
Hello to both of you. Antoine Dupont will probably be on the field on Sunday. Do you have prepared something against him?
Yes, please. Okay, Antoine Dupont will certainly be on the field on Sunday. Have you prepared something for him?
Who do you want? I think we obviously prepare for the whole French team. We never prepare for individuals. I think obviously Dupont is a really important player for France, and we understand that. But I think we'll be focusing on France as a whole, as a team. And I think, yeah, it's also just about us getting what we want to get right on the weekend.
Jesse, at the back here. Hi, Steve from Post Sports. Jesse, I mean, injuries are never a fun environment to be around. 2019 had a very different World Cup to what you've had so far. But how is having that number 13 back and being scored as that first choice and getting a decent run at time, how has that contributed towards the form you're showing? And what's it been like almost sort of now having to have a bit of a mentorship role over Caden Moody, somebody who's very young, very exciting, playing and now sort of competing with you at that 13, but also now the country coming back and now having sort of three options. How has that motivated you to really sort of step up your game and bring that consistency that we've seen in the last few months?
Yeah, I don't think the Springbok jersey is ever yours. So I don't think the 13 is ever mine. But I think it's been really good to obviously have Lucanio back as well. I think he's obviously put himself into contention for selection this weekend. We obviously haven't heard the team yet. Caden's also another guy, like you mentioned, that's done really well in the 13th jersey. So I must say, obviously having some game time throughout the World Cup has been really, really positive. I think going back to the last World Cup, being injured obviously in the first round was very disappointing. And I think we've seen it with my Pimpy as well. I've obviously been on the other side and seeing him leave. But then again, it's been great to get Lucanio in. It's obviously he's invaluable and a world-class player. He's really a great guy to have back in camp. Really helps a guy like myself and I suppose a guy like Moody as well. So yeah, it's great to have him back in camp and supporting him up in particular.
Jesse and Mani, I think you've been around the stadiums now for a few weeks and we've had some very raucous crowds. But on Saturday, obviously, it's going to go up a level. How do you manage to shut that out and focus on your game and not get distracted by the external noises?
Yeah, obviously, it's going to be tough. The fans are going to be rooting for them, but lucky for us, we had the opportunity last year playing against them, playing in front of the crowds. That experience was good for us. But for us, it's just to obviously focus on us, on ourselves. Like I just said, what we want to get out of the game and how we want to play, and obviously, just focusing on us.
Yeah, I think one is kind of answered the question, but that would be. I'm personally very excited if I do get the chance to play. I think it will be. It's a packed out stadium in France against France. It's really, I suppose, the pinnacle of rugby and a World Cup. It's really exciting. So it's something that I think the whole team will look to embrace, and it's going to be a really, really exciting spectacle.
Question for Mani. You're quite two-footed. Can you talk us about the fact that you can kick off either foot pretty well? Might be one of the few fly halves in world rugby who can do that.
I mean, obviously, that's a skill that I worked on since I was little. Growing up, working working on kicking with both feet, and yeah, it's something I do for years now, and yeah, I'm just happy to be in a position where I can kick with both feet. Yeah.
Thank you. Question for both of you. What are your memories of the Springboks winning the World Cup in France a few years ago, in 2007? What are your memories of watching it, and will that inspire you on the weekend?
Yeah, I was in grade 7, so I think I was 13 or whatever, but I was in my pajamas in the kind of TV room at the boarding house watching the Springboks win the World Cup here in France. So very, very good memories. I was actually watching it with my twin brother. So yeah, it was a great experience and something that I'm really will never forget.
So obviously, yeah, for myself, yeah, I was also still young at the time, and yeah, watching back on that victory, yeah, it's definitely something that inspired me. Obviously, to one day play for the Springboks, and obviously also get the opportunity to play in a World Cup, and to win it. So yeah, it was an awesome feeling, awesome experience for the country back then. So yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Marty. Back here. Test rugby is obviously very, very tight and very tactical, and you know the way you play is quite different to what sort of traditional Springbok flyhouse has, and you've obviously got a lot of criticism over the past few months for that. But how important has it been to stick to what you're good at and what the Bok management saw in you and what you've been doing this almost few years, and be able to bring that test rugby and make that a bit of a point of difference for yourself?
Yes, man. Obviously, playing test rugby is it's the highest level, and yeah, the margins are very small at this level, so you have to be on your best, very accurate in what you do, but also at the same time not how can I say, go away from what you do best. I just think is just go out throughout the week, work hard and try to prepare to the best of your ability, and keep on making your ability to do the things that you doing good in the field. So yeah, that's what I know.
Mani, obviously there's always this focus on kicking questions and all of that. How much are you able to see what people are saying on social media about your kicking? Is the way that you block that out? How do you approach that type of situation and the critics? And for you, Jesse, obviously going to the quarterfinals now, every game is make or break if you make it through. How do the guys approach that? Is there a difference in the intensity and the tempo of the training, or is it always just a usual base level training, tempo and intensity that you guys have as a team?
So no, for myself, obviously, I'm not one watching what's going on in the media, and obviously I know what the criticism that is out there when it comes to my kicking and stuff. But like I said, for me, it's just I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on to get it right. I know it's something, it's art that I have to get right, especially at this level where the margins are so small. Yeah, I'm just working hard on that and try to get it right.
Yeah, I think the intensity of a playoff game will obviously be higher than any other kind of intensity that we've experienced so far throughout the World Cup. But I think it's something that we are accustomed to in our training. I think we train really hard and intense throughout the week to prepare ourselves and to put ourselves in the best opportunity to go out there on the weekend and perform at that level. So I don't think it's something that we kind of are worried about. It's something that we pride ourselves on working hard throughout the week and preparing well so we can go out there and perform on the weekend.
Good evening, gentlemen here. A question for both of you. If you may say a word about Saïd Koulissi, or your captain, he's going to be double awaiting here in France, of course on Sunday. He's going to play here, a few kilometers from here, in a few weeks, a few months now, in Racing. What can you say about him as a captain, as an example maybe? What kind of strengths does he give to you? Thank you.
Obviously, Sia is a very good leader. Obviously, he's a guy that leads by example, and obviously you don't have other choice but to follow. So yeah, we very happy to have him on our side, leading us, and yeah, like I said, he's obviously a very great leader and also a great player, and yeah, like to have him in our team.
Yeah, I think what sets you aside from other leaders is how he includes everyone's opinion in the team. I think he's always open to listening to everyone's thoughts and ideas on different things. And I think as an individual, that allows you to feel very inclusive and that your opinion is heard. And I think that's something that's not very, I suppose, common in leadership. And that's something that I've certainly learned from him. And yeah, I suppose it's bettered us all and allowed us all to become leaders. So I think that's how I sum up kind of Sia's leadership.
Question over here, sorry. You both played in the France team last November, I think it was. Rising just said that after that game, it made you, as a squad, change the way you approach the game, especially regarding referees. What are your thoughts on what changed in the process, and what are your general memories of playing against France last November?
Yeah, I think for us it's more about just focusing on our processes. I don't think Moni or I are involved with anything to do with refs on the field. I think we leave that up to, or the refs speak to the captains and the leaders on the field. So I think it's more about Moni just running the game, and myself personally focusing on the defense and things like that, and what I have to do if I'm playing. But yeah, I think we kind of just need to focus on adding our own roles and getting our own things done, and we'll leave the rest up to the guys on the field. That's their roles.
On the front field, what memories you have of that game?
Yeah, it was like I said, it was an awesome experience playing in front of a big full French crowd. Something that I really enjoyed, and I think a lot of the guys also enjoyed. And I think we really fought hard in that game, and yeah, I think we can take confidence out of that performance from November, and yeah, I think it really gives us something to be excited about for the weekend.
Hey, DC, Stacey here. As a centre myself, asking you, another centre, I think it's the most important position on the field. But how do you prepare for a big quarterfinal like this in front of a French crowd? And secondly, how do you feel after a game that you've done everything you can, you've walked off the field smiling? What have you done to have those feelings when you're out there playing a game of rugby?
Yeah, I think the props will disagree with us here. I think they think that they're the most important players on the field. But yeah, I think as a centre, I think it's just about kind of knowing what the other team brings and the style of play and how they like to play. About knowing, I suppose, the other individuals in the team and obviously the guys you playing against, knowing what they do and what they like to do. And then, yeah, I think personally it's just about being able to look at your, I suppose, fellow teammates after the game and just, you know, when you look at a teammate and you've done your best, I think that I suppose mutual respect is what you play for. So I think that's for me personally why I play.
Jesse, you touched on it there, but what's it like trying to tackle those big French centres like Danty and Fiku?
Yeah, it's not easy. They're big guys and they're great players, and I think they give France a lot of energy and momentum. So I think, like I said again, whoever gets selected to play against them on Saturday, I think, yeah, it's like I said, if it's Kaden, Lucanio or myself, Damien or whoever, I think everyone will relish the opportunity of coming up against them. And yeah, thank you.
Manny, hey, how do you live and how do you manage the competition against Andre Pollard for the number 10 jersey? How do you manage the competition against Andre Pollard for the number 10 jersey?
I mean, obviously, first and foremost, it's nice to have Andre back in the camp. And me and myself, me and him, we're working nicely together. Obviously, helping each other where we can. And yeah, picking each other up. And like I said, it's awesome to work with him. And I know it doesn't matter who's going to start, if he's going to play, if I'm going to play. I know he's going to do a job, and he's going to do a good job, he's going to do a great job. Of course, he's a world-class player. He's been there, he's been there, he done that. So yeah, it's for me, like I said, it's awesome to have him back in the camp, because obviously he helps me a lot, and obviously we work very nicely together.
Thank you very much.
Past 6 on Thursday the 14th. We are in number 462. About 4,000 to be here. What, 3 years?
3 years to get you.
1,500, probably was 2,000 videos.
Over 3,000 pictures.
12 million views. It needs to be between the equals. They're worse than this. Yeah, we're really good. Get through. Now when I'm playing, I make things you put through. But that's actually not playing. Took it in like you nothing.
See how's the play. Like it.
Oh yeah.
5:30, I think.
6. An hour and a half to train.
Bit of a rush.
One other mid-last push right. And we're having a size super dry. So 10 euros. That must be it. About 4 grand just to get this.
Right, hello everybody and welcome back to the channel. It is day 2 in Bordeaux and I'm at the tram station where you can see a couple of Chile fans there, about to head to the stadium for our first match of the tournament. Seen a lot of South Africans here, a lot of, I mean, we're just on a tram now and there's just Afrikaans everywhere. There's English, which is the main thing, which is very cool to see. But yeah, Samoa versus Chile kick off at 3 o'clock, which is in about 4 hours time. It's about 12 o'clock, so yeah, we're about to head to the stadium now, do a couple of interviews, go and see a lot of the South African fans, get some interviews with some of the Chilean fans, Samoan fans who are out in their colours. Personally, might actually go get a Chile shirt as well. But yeah, stay tuned for my first match day vlog of the tournament. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports. This is day 2 of the Favorite Sports Tour and we are here in Bordeaux. Samoa versus Chile kickoff is in about just over an hour's time. And as you can see, absolutely pumping here in Bordeaux. Chile definitely seems to have the most fans here. It's a bit of a red army over here, although the Samoan support is definitely starting to arrive. Plenty of South Africans ahead of the game tomorrow against Romania. And I've got a beer, I've got my glasses on, and let's go have a look and see what's going on here. How's it guys? So I'm checking here, sitting here at the photography stand, and yeah, busy watching Team warm in front of me. Very cool warm jerseys, by the way. I was actually going to contact to get their jerseys, but the actual warm jerseys are very cool. But yeah, sitting in the stadium, slowly starting to put up. Just by the way, keeping an eye out for the Red Army. A lot of Chilean supporters in for today. It's just an army of red looking around here. The Samoans have come out there, of course, as well, but absolutely nothing compared to what Chile have got. And yeah, second ever World Cup game for them. They look the part, a couple of players looking very confident around here. Very cool to sort of see it, and very cool to see how excited the fans are. We spoke to a couple of fans outside, and you can just see how excited they are to get involved in something like this. I mean, we all know how passionate of a sports nation Chile are, and the rugby doesn't seem to be any different. Very keen to see what Samoa can do here. They should be able to get the job done, but you know, anything can happen in a World Cup. So I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along, and take it through. Okay, and that is game 1. Lots of fight in Chile. Fan favorite team, they're absolutely brilliant side. From a people perspective, I mean, I've just left about 25 minutes after the game, with half an hour after the game. They're still signing autographs, they're still changing their fans, so absolutely brilliant team that definitely has a lot of future. I mean, they were always going to struggle against Samoa, physically wise. It was tough for them to cope. But yeah, that is game 1 in the bag. Gonna go walk around the village a little bit, see if there's anything. Might get myself a shitty shirt, actually, the way things are going, and then head on home for a watch along before hopefully hitting the streets of Bordeaux later. All right, we're outside Bordeaux. There is an hour until kickoff, and as you can see, it's an absolute sea of green over here. Yeah, and the plan is we're just gonna head into the depths of Springbok supporters, chat with a few people and see what's going on. So let's go and see. Basically, this is what it looks like to be here at Bordeaux. Let's go have a look and find some people to chat to and stuff. And yeah, I mean, as you can sort of see, we're talking about a sea of green. There's Springbok fans on fans on fans on fans on fans. We're going to be asking a few people for some score predictions and just try and find out how many people are actually here from South Africa and stuff, the travellers. So we're going to walk around and we're going to have a look. Hello everybody, hello, how are you? How are you? Good. Steve.
Hi, Wayne.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Steve.
Gentlemen, how are you? Good. Welcome. Where are you guys from?
Africa.
South Africa.
Johannesburg.
Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Anita, and I'm from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Kom here gedaan, yeah. There we go. We've ticked off. Yeah.
Robert, Victoria.
My name is Steve, we're from Favorite Sports. We are recording over here, so we're going to come to all the multitude of South African supporters. Are you guys all from South Africa? No, you are. Who's got load shedding when they get back? Okay, I want to go stand with you guys. This is my load shedding buddies here. What's impressive, if you ask me, is the fact we've got so many people actually from South Africa bringing the rand over here. We never thought our currency would get this far, but so far so good. No ways!
How you, boy? Hello, Ross. How you doing?
Yeah, very well.
Like
So this is how small of a world it is. Went to Varsity with this man who, as you can see, is looking phenomenal. Who dressed you today?
So we're here with a bunch of, there's 11 of us. We call ourselves Bokval.
Bokval.
So it's like a stokval, so we've been saving up for 4 years. And now eventually we're here.
Joining the Sea of Green, where are you guys from?
Durban originally.
Durban, yeah.
I'm from Durban as well.
Durban, okay, shame, sorry to hear that. We've got a couple of Durbanites here. I'm from Joburg, so no, we appreciate you. We have to go on holiday somewhere.
That was perfect.
Yeah, that's true. So you said originally, where are we now? London. Right.
Yeah, London.
But still sports South Africa, still South Africa through.
Always. Springboks forever.
There we go. And is this your first game for the World Cup?
No, two. Yesterday was the
Samoa versus Chile game. What did we think about yesterday?
Crazy. But today, it's better.
It's amazing. It's just it's a sea of green, and thank you guys for wearing your colours and bringing out the box. When did you arrive?
We arrived on the 15th.
15. Okay, it's been a while. And when are we leaving?
We are leaving on the 25th, so we're watching the Ireland game.
Right, cool. We'll see you there. Right, Romania today. Give me a score prediction.
I am going to say 66.
At least 80 points.
At least 80 points. In the game or for us particularly specific? Okay, 80, yeah, right.
Yeah, we have to match the Irish. They did 82, I think.
70, that's along those lines. So, well, if you get 80 points, I'll definitely get a bonus point. So.
Let's aim for 80.
Do you think Romania scored today?
Oh, yes. I think so.
To be fair, I think everyone here probably wants them to score, actually.
They've got to at least get a bonus.
Yeah, cool.
That'll just make it feel good for a while.
Oh, there we go. Score prediction for today?
Score prediction on my SUPERBRU, I went Boks by 70, but I'm going to change that because I think the Boks are going to go 55. We're going to be celebrating a lot of tries. A lot of tries will be celebrated.
Lots of tries, more tries. Does Romania have a chance?
Many tries.
All the tries,
100 out of 0.
100 0, okay.
So we got to go a little bit more.
You reckon? 11 tries. We need more than 11 tries. We're going to go past Kevin. I want 80 points. So what do you reckon?
I like barely double digits, so 10 tries.
10 tries. 10
but
tries.
I think just for the spirit of the game, it wouldn't hurt if Romania could score. They've got so much supporters here.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I think we all want them to score 8 tries.
Across the line,
yeah,
it's fine.
We do.
80-10.
80-10?
Yeah, nothing less than 60, buddy.
Nothing less than 60?
24-13.
Not going to be a popular man later. Right, so 10-11 tries so far is the call. And I've bumped a couple of Romanian fans over here. Love the jersey, first of all. How we... Yeah, come here. Yeah, come on here. We want everybody here. We got everybody in here. Yeah. Coming up against the current world champs. How are you guys feeling?
We are feeling, I think, confident. We want to make a big game to get out of the game like Uruguay last game with France, like heroes. Yeah, it's hard to beat them, but we can be some heroes. We want to see some heroes there. I'm actually quite keen to see how Dion Ferreira does coming on as replacement hooker.
Okay. Well, must be Marco starting there, you know. Apparently anyone's a hooker these days.
Exactly.
Don't quote me on that, but after you finish here, we're being invaded here. It's a bit of a takeover here. I'm going to come across here. Once you guys have played today, who are you guys supporting in the tournament? Are you guys going to support us afterwards, or is there another team you're supporting?
Depends on the result. I'm sorry for you, but the European team must win it.
No. Come here to us. You see, come here to us. We'll take you.
Well, you already have a movie, so the European nation needs to know.
We need another movie though. We've got no electricity. It's tough out there. That's the last thing I suppose when it comes to the smaller games is that there is genuinely no animosity whatsoever. It is very, very relaxed. And yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Hopefully that won't change. And look, if the Boks lose, we might see a lot of very grumpy Springbok supporters. Are we bringing it back to Pretoria?
Absolutely.
You reckon?
Absolutely.
Bring it back.
All the back?
Absolutely.
So you're going to bring it home? The World Cup came back to South Africa for another 4 years.
My friend, he said yes.
Okay, there you go. You asked here, Casey Chesney Goldwyn. They've confirmed that the World Cup is going back to South Africa. So you heard it here first. There we go. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the game. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. And as you can see, it is Paris week. South Africa versus Ireland on Saturday. Welcome to week 2 of the tour, the first official tour long week. We're in Bordeaux, we're now in Paris. We've got 4 days of build-up. The Springbok announcement is actually tonight. And come here, join us, subscribe to the channel, and let's go see Paris, shall we? Fun morning, going out to the police station. We are finally up doggy there. Yeah, of course, my camera has got photo yesterday, so we're going to sort that out. And late change for plans. It's been like something announced tonight, so unfortunately, not 2 hours. But yeah, let's go see the Paris. Roads across the street. We're going to blow our entire holiday budget on like a quarter of a watch. I reckon if we sold all our camera equipment, we might be able to buy like a strap. This is my official audition to become a Nike athlete. But I think I'm just visiting the store. And this is why we are here. Get the full selection of our stuff. Bloody floor. I'm walking upstairs. Pretty cool though. Down to basically 5-story Nike. This is where it gets dangerous. See French jerseys. I'm seeing lots of different jerseys. I'm seeing a lot of Euros. Getting sorted for my next fishing trip. Look, arrived at home, going to Loftus in my khaki Air Jordan jacket. There you go, nice. See when you watch the rugby on a Saturday morning, and you're sorted. Alright, let's go see the option film, shall we? This is now my Lecoq 14 edition today. Now it's all the crazy stuff. This is currently where I'm walking. As you can see, I'm actually just taking a stroll literally through the French countryside to go and report on the Box Paris-based press conference. No public transport out here apart from a bus that doesn't go the right way. So having to give it a bit of a leg, I tried to ask a couple of French people for a lift. And both, two ladies and a guy, all three of them shook their heads and said no anglais and drove off. So clocking in some steps. It's a half an hour walk to the press conference. Yes, I do have the camera and tripod and mics on my back, so this is going to be lots of fun. I realise the train's coming in the wrong side. Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is day 6 of the Forever Sports Tour. And look where we are. It is a day off for media duties. There are no Springbok press conferences. There are no press conferences today. And as a result, we have decided to come to Disney to see what's going over here. Disneyland Paris, where we're at. Going to be a fun day, a bit of an interesting time. It's been a flurry of a few days. It's been non-stop pedal to the metal action since we arrived last week Friday. So you're going to take a bit of a day off, going to have a bit of fun. Go and check out what's outside and go and see what magic Disney has to offer before we see the magic that Rassie Erasmus, Jacques Nielbo, Tia Khaleesi and the rest of the Springbok lineup will be bringing on Saturday when they take on Ireland at Stade de France. We are match day, -3, I think, just a few days left until the iconic clash on Friday, which is set to be the biggest match of the World Cup so far. Before then, let's go have some fun.
We're going to do both box days, so a bit of a hectic one. You're only at Paris once,
Good. This is my second time.
So in your head, it's actually the wrong ride. You're locked into something else. You don't have ears on here. Play my ears. That's what you get on butt cap, right?
On this day 4 in Paris. It's a week since we left. We left last week Thursday in the evening, and it's Thursday afternoon. As you can see, pretty miserable weather. We are at the official fan village where we're going to try and get through to the official store. France are playing tonight, so this should be an absolute buzz later. It looks like a very cool setup. We're going to have a check to see what we can get into and what we can't. But yeah, pretty miserable weather, pretty nice location over here. I mean, it's a phenomenal place to have a band park. Plans to go from here, potentially go do a couple of sightseeing things. Ireland team announced at 3 o'clock, so we're going to try and find a cool place to potentially do a show from there. Apart from that, we're just going to go see a bit more of Paris, because we just haven't really seen much at the moment. So yeah, welcome to another episode of the Forever Sports Backstage Tour. A little bit of disrespect. 2019, being put to South Africa, I'd like to see 2027 as well. And 2023 as well. 3 in a row, eh? Let's do some coffee. Where's up the GM one? Break, just look at the score. This is what came at 10 o'clock again. Yeah. Bonjour and welcome back to the Forever Sports Tour. As you can see, it's a lovely day in Paris. We have just finished at the mega store. It's expensive, it's a bit of a hit. As you can see, I've come away with my beret. We have bucket hats, by the way, which is vital trip. And we're now walking through Paris, which is miserable. Yeah, I mean, there's only one way to describe this weather, and that's shit. Yeah, I'll be a tour guide for my vast knowledge on Currie. On the right here, we have some marshmallows on a stick. Basically, like the typical sort of 9 o'clock dry snack, really. When you've got your 50 Coke, come and grab a couple of those. Throw it over the fire on the dry on a Friday night. And it's out in colours as well. I've got no idea where we are. And there it is. How many thousands of kilometers here? It's pretty cool, I won't lie. Can't see it. It's kind of great though. Turns out our boy Charles is here. I'm going to go to him, ask him what he reckons the English cars are, ask him why he appointed Bordeaux, and maybe see if Harry's up to grab. Good, Harry's a Springbok supporter, he's no longer welcome in the UK. Great if it wasn't me in Rainbow. I feel like I'm in Cape Town, except it's better than Cape Town. But Cape Town, take offense. I mean, we'll never go to Johannesburg. I think it's about 30 degrees, absolutely gorgeous. There's one thing I want to be able to bring on my travels. Good news. Done. Also, in case anyone wants to know, the entire Paris is under construction. Everywhere. Off Disneyland Paris. You go, it's just one big construction.
Steve, can you give us a history lesson on
86 to 1925. Porsche was lived before my time. It's the fourth time that I've actually studied. I present to you the latest members for the Springbok bomb squad. He's on the shorter side, basically about half the height of Arthur Snyman. But probably do a bit of a job in the second row. We have a plane next to us over there. It's like a cruise down there, something like that for days. It's a bit better. Yeah, the good news is that the weather has taken a turn for the better. Ironically, it's all pretty miserable. It's not warm, but no longer wet. Which is the main thing. Sleep! Allez. This is what's keeping these so wet.
But you think I'm doing this every single day, like wet shoes.
Oh,
being
shoes are
wet,
disaster.
being cold. No. Very much like SA. It's great that people keep walking.
And you're like, what?
Right, huge update on the tour. In fact, the most important update. Rusty has joined the Forever Sports team on the ground here. I'd like you to introduce our official mascot. Might be the most expensive bear we've ever bought. I suppose it's definitely the most expensive bear I've ever bought. But this is Rusty. We're going to official mark with the little Forever Sports pin. He is the official tour mascot. And the plan is to take him to basically everywhere. It's actually to become Rusty's tour. So follow for more Rusty.
I don't know where we are, to be honest. I don't even think I want to let the notes off. Quasimodo is currently staying in the Airbnb.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and some breaking news as a Springbok player, or former Springbok player rather, is about to be inducted into the World Rugby Hall of Fame as one of the 5 inductees at the 2023 World Rugby Awards, which will take place in Paris on the 29th of October, which is a Sunday, the night after the Rugby World Cup final. And in terms of the player who it is, well, it's none other than Bryan Habana, who is one of the best wings of all time. One of the best players South Africa's ever had, one of the best players to bring on a Springbok shirt. He will become a number 166 in the World Rugby Hall of Fame. And what's almost more impressive than being inducted into the Hall of Fame is the company he keeps in this particular induction. Before I talk about exactly who they are, as I said, please do smash the like video, please do subscribe to the channel, help us get to 50,000 subscribers. We are less than 2,000 subscribers away, so really close. We'll be absolutely brilliant if we can get there over this weekend for the quarterfinals. But let's go through it, shall we? So in terms of the inductees for this year, number 162 is Dan Carter, one of the best players of all time. You know, the greatest flower half to have played the game, a 2-time Rugby World Cup winner, the leading test point scorer of all time, and what a player he was. Great ambassador for the game as well. And I think there are very few players who didn't grow up wanting to play like a Dan Carter or wanting to be able to do things like Dan Carter did in this sort of heyday. Other players include Thierry Dusautoir, the iconic French captain who almost led them to World Cup victory in 2011, which would have actually made Dan Carter a 1-time World Cup winner. Phenomenal player, one of the best back rowers I've been able to see you know, proper heart and sleeve type leader, and yeah, just an absolute all-around phenomenal player. He is also joined by George Smith, the Australian former World Cup runner-up, who played, just trying to take over here, his final caps over here. But yeah, made his debut as a 20-year-old and went on to be one of the all-time great Australian players. Came up short in the World Cup, but yeah, still an absolute great of the game. And then one of my personal favorite players, Juan Martin Hernandez, the Argentinian, who actually was in France back in 2007, where he really made a name for himself as he helped guide Argentina to a third-place finish. They actually beat France twice, the host there. So they weren't particularly popular with the Argentinians during that World Cup. Because they did beat France twice, but he was a big part of them finishing third, and he'll become number 165 in the Hall of Fame. And then Brian Abana, who we all know all about, he is the number 166. Let me know what you think of the players that have been inducted, and who you think will be the next players, who will be our next South African player to get into the Hall of Fame. Are there any current players that you think might find themselves there in the years to come? Let me know what you think down in the comments below. And yeah, smash like the video, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you guys soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for an interesting update. Yesterday, Rassie Erasmus to his usual tricks. He's one of his best actually at the press conference yesterday. It's been a while since we're back in the studio, which feels really good. And in case you haven't noticed, by the way, some big news is that we have extended our trip here in France. I was due to actually back in South Africa today. However, we have decided to extend the trip by another week so we can bring you all the quarterfinal build-up ahead of next week's or this weekend's massive clash, and hopefully a bit of semi-final build-up in a week's time as well. Now, in terms of being able to be on the ground, it means that we were at the press conference yesterday where Rassie Erasmus had a lot to say and a lot of different things that he spoke about. For example, I asked him a bit about sort of the referees that they had done and how they sort of prevent themselves from getting to a yellow card. There were questions surrounding Kevin Galtier and sort of the type of coach he is. There were questions about the whole impending Springbok ban, for example. So the entire full press conference can be found on the channel, so you can go check it out, as well as the press conference featuring Mani Liebach and Jesse Creel. We've also got the Ireland team announcer press conference and a whole bunch of Ireland press conferences which will be coming out over the next few days. And then tomorrow we'll be at another South African press conference as well as New Zealand press conference, and we'll just have you a lot of various updates throughout the next few days. But one of the big things that Rassie Erasmus said yesterday, which has caused quite a stir, is the accusations of French simulating, and sort of a very clever way that he sort of dropped it into the conversation, and it's very much sort of mind games at this stage, isn't it? But before we talk exactly about that, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So Rassie Erasmus was talking about, the French get tactics, the French crowd, and was also asked a little about the refereeing and stuff like that. And he spoke about the fact that, basically, and this is a quote, he says, they do simulate sometimes a little bit, which is clever and obviously works. I think they're very clever at that, very good at that. And basically what he's insinuating, what he's talking about are the reactions that some of the French players have when they've been hit high or they've been hit hard, for example, in cleanouts, tackles, for example, at rucks, various sort of infringements where he's suggesting that there might be a bit of an overreaction to try and, win favor with the referee, try and generate a penalty. And I must admit, as someone who was there last week Friday for that France versus Italy game, incredibly interesting to watch with regards to the way that the crowd obviously does respond to various incidents. And there's no doubt about it, you're the home side. Use it to your advantage. Use it to your advantage. If you don't, you're just stupid, to be honest. Every side will do it. And so what France have got as a team is they've got the home crowd. They've got 60, 70,000 Frenchmen in the stands who will boo, who will celebrate, who will get anything they can to get their team a little bit of an advantage. And as a result, I think we have seen a growing trend in rugby. Some people are getting very upset about it, where players are very much, putting their hands in the air. They're looking to refs. As soon as there's a high tackle, there's a big hit. They're saying to refs, then they're complaining about refs. And there's been a growing trend of almost sort of overreaction. We obviously saw it with Nick White last year with that Faf de Klerk yellow card, where he sort of, basically made it simulate like he'd been hit in the eye and stuff like that, and it was really nothing. And that sort of stimulation that we sort of be seeing in football, where players are actually being penalised, is starting to creep into rugby. And I think Rassie Erasmus has basically just flagged this with Ben O'Keefe. And at the end of the day, being a referee on Sunday, Ben O'Keefe has got a huge job. He's going to have a lot of French fans coming down, and he's going to have the weight of the entire French nation who are gearing up for this clash, who are trying to will on their team to win a World Cup, and they're one of the best teams in the world. So they are one of the World Cup favorites. It's not like a case of not to be disrespectful to Japan, but Japan will never expect to go win the World Cup. For example, them getting to a quarterfinal was massive for them. So that was already like their big thing they managed to do. For France to win the World Cup, and Benakeep's going to be very aware of the fact that every decision he gets against France is going to go down very badly. And that's why I think Rasmus has put this in the air. He basically said, at the end of the day, this is what the French do very well. But he's planted that seed. He's now said, well, listen, Benakeep, keep an eye because these guys do overreact. These guys might try and buy a penalty by simulating a collision which isn't maybe as serious as it actually is. But the reaction, for example, could prompt the referee to act on it or to react to it in a certain way, to prompt the TMO to react to it a certain way. So it's always a bit of a war of words. One thing about Rasmus, he very rarely says something without planning and thought. He's a very calculated type of person. It was a very honest press conference yesterday, and I'm not saying he plans every single answer, but he wouldn't have said that by accident. He wouldn't have. He would have thought about mentioning that at the end of the day. That is part of the sort of the mind games, the extra sort of stuff. You just got to try and sort of plant the seed there, sort of try and bring aware certain aspects of the game for the referee to be aware of on Sunday. So I wonder what you think. Do you think there is simulation and from the French team and from the game in general? Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash the like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and it is almost time to hear and see our Springbok team for the quarterfinal against France on Sunday for the match instead of the France. It's going to be absolutely epic, and in terms of the team announcement that Jacques Albert will make tomorrow morning, so much talk about. 7-1, 5-3, 6-2. What's the split going to be in the bench? Lekanya in or out? Mani Liebach or 100 Poland, or both, for example. Jasper Wiese or Dwayne Vermeulen. There's so many different sort of things to talk about with regards to the team selection because we've got a 33-man squad, which, as Rasmus said on his press conference yesterday, is the right 33 players. It was quite an interesting comment he made. He said, we've definitely gotten the player group right in this World Cup. The question now is who will play this weekend, who will start, who will be on the bench, and what will sort of the makeup of the entire 23 look like. We're going to look at a bit of a prediction, and obviously this is pretty quite far off because there's one thing we know about this coaching staff is that we don't know much when it comes to team selection because things change a lot and they're always trying to keep us on our toes and always trying to look at doing things a bit differently and try to get a little bit of doubt in the opposition mind. So, the fact that even the announcement is tomorrow morning instead of what usually would have been traditionally about Wednesday. So yesterday would have been the usual sort of time when they would have announced it because that's the time when they announced the actual team to the team itself. So it's very interesting. But before we talk about exactly our prediction, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So this is what I've gone with. And again, a lot of this could be wrong, could be right. It's a lot to talk about in terms of where this could change and how the makeup of the team could look like. So first things first, a 6-2, 5-3 split. 7-1 split. We're not going to go with a 7-1 split. That's my gut feel. I don't think we'll see a 7-1 split. I think we will see a 6-2 split. Very interested to see what 6-2 split we'll see. And I'm very hesitant about sort of exactly what the makeup of this team is going to look like. Because there are certain players that I'd really like to see involved. I'm not quite sure how we sort of fit everybody onto the team. There are ways, for example, to get this right, but that would sort of often sort of negate the 6-2 split, for example, move to a 5-3 split. Not something we often do. But yeah, let's see. So in terms of the front row, I think that's pretty settled. It's going to be Bongi Manambi, Stephen Kitsop, France Maherba. I don't think that's going to change. That's our strongest front row. They will start. Similarly, I think Evan Etzebeth next to Franco Mostert will happen as well. And I think Archie Name will come off the bench. I think that tie fives worked really well this World Cup. I don't think we need to change it. I've gone with Pistep Toy and Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese has tended to be deployed in the big game so far. I think he is very much being backed as a bruiser, as a really big ball carrying force. Ahead of Dwayne Vermeulen, who played on the flank against Tonga, and I think that makes him a very good bench option. I'd be surprised if he starts in a way. He's played very well, and I must admit, a couple of months ago, I was saying that he was the form number 8 for the Bok perspective. But Jasper Wiese can be a point of difference. He can be a player which can change games with his ball carrying abilities, and maybe that's what they'll look for this weekend in a particularly physical clash. Big boys in that French pack. Halfback pairing, I've gone with Faf de Klerk and Andre Pollard. I don't know what the balance is between Pollard and Leibach. My gut says that both of them will be in the 23. I'll be very surprised, for example, if we don't see Pollard at all. And I don't think we're going to drop Mine Leibach outside 23, especially as he was involved in this press conference yesterday. That's not always a telltale sign, but often is. You know, they don't, or they very rarely will put up a player for media duties when he's not going to be in the 23 itself. I also think, you know, they've always said that Money is our number one flyer at the moment, and I think to drop him for the quarterfinals would be incredibly harsh. But I don't see them leaving out Andre Pollard at the same time. So I've gone with that as a halfback pairing. I think Faf de Klerk starts. I think he's the most important player when it comes to our defense. And I think that obviously this weekend we're going to need our defense to be at its best. I've got Chesney Colby Currie answer on the wings. The only difference that could be is if they choose to put Caden Moody in 14. Don't think they necessarily need to from a physical perspective, and I think Kurt Lawrence and Jason Colby have done nothing wrong between them as a combination to warrant that. In the centre, they've got Damien Delende and Jesse Creel. I don't think we'll see Andreas Taylor. I'd be very surprised. I thought Damien Delende was really good against Ireland. I thought that was a bit of a statement of intent from him. And I think that Jesse Creel, again, we're talking about the fluidity of that French backline, the potency they have in the attack. We need Jesse Creel's defensive abilities this weekend. Zodila Stick was basically saying that Lakanya you know, is in contention, but is more likely to feature in the semi-final, not the quarterfinal. And I'd be very surprised if they were to just throw him. I think it would be a bad idea to throw him into the quarterfinal. And as much as I love Caden Moody, too soon for me. So I think you got Jesse Creel to the easy selections, the straightforward selections, the safe selection. And I think sometimes being safe is the right call. And then I've got David Vincent at the fullback. You just can't even mark, can you? The way he's playing at the moment, absolutely brilliant. However, Project Pollard back in the 10 might necessitate a Villaroo at fullback, which then again could change the bench because, as I keep saying, I think Mine Leibach and 100 Pollard, I think both those players will be in the 23. In terms of the bench, I've gone with Dion Free, Oxenchair, and Trevor Nikani. I think that will be the reserve front row. I don't think we're going to see a Markham and Starden, for example, getting ahead of Dion Free. Arcus Neyman. And then I've got Dwayne Free and Quacker Smith in the 6-2. It wouldn't surprise me if we go with a 5-3 split, and I think Dwayne will probably still be involved if we were to go with a 5-3 split. I'd be surprised if we were to leave out a Dwayne, for example, and go with like a Jean Claire and an RK Slayman in sort of the two locks and an extra loose forward. We could do that, but a 6-2 split means that Quacker Smith basically has to play. And I've gone with Kobus Reinach and Mine Leibach. Kobus Reinach is just on a form thing, to be honest. Can play on the wing. So if you go with a 6-2 split, you generally have to go Kobus Reinach or Grant Williams. I'll be very surprised if they were to go with Grant Williams. But hey, stranger things have happened. And I've got Mine Leibach in that 23 because, yeah, look, he can play in different positions. But the main thing is you've got a Damien Willemse. So you can take off Pollard and put out Leibach at 10. And if there's any injuries, Damien Willemse covers wing, covers centre. Leibach could play at fullback if really need be. Chesney Colby could play at fullback if need be. Jesse Creel can go into the wing, Darren Delinde can go outside centre, Pollard can go into inside centre. So you could do a 6-2 split with a Leibach on the bench there. Could have Damien Willemse. The only question mark for me is if you want to get Billy Leroux into this team, you probably start at 15. You probably then look at a 5-3 split with Damien Willemse dropping down to the bench next to a Mine Leibach and a Kobus Reinach. So or then you could go at Jan Henderson, for example. You wouldn't necessarily need a scrum half that can cover wing. So I've gone with it could be very different. So I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. Please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Forever Sports for today's French press conference reaction. I was hoping to get the actual video out, and we're still might. We're just trying to sort of struggling with the translation stuff. But we were at the press conference yesterday. A very interesting press conference itself. Obviously, you're building up to the quarterfinal this weekend against South Africa, and a lot of interesting questions being asked about, obviously, a lot about Antoine Dupont, and then about the South African team. And very interesting to sort of see where the aspects of the South African game that are being picked up and being focused on going into the game, and what the sort of players are being asked with regards to where they expect the challenges to be, or where the press really sort of are sort of picking up where they expect the challenges to be and how the players are preparing for that. So it's very interesting to sort of get a different perspective. Obviously, as a South African fans, we kind of focus on what the Boks are good at and maybe also what we're bad at. And interesting to see what the opposition sort of talk about with regards to where they worry about other teams, like the Boks, for example. So before we go to some of the quotes, we have it was the forwards coach William Survey, as well as I think it was Anthony Gelanche and
Yeah, I think it was those are the two that was there. I think Reddy Wadi and Tuba Flamon was there as well. Unfortunately, my translation app sort of stopped halfway through, so I couldn't really understand all of it. But yeah, let's go through it, shall we? So he was asked a little bit about he was asked by Anton DuPont as fitness, and he said that we've been talking for 2 weeks now. Anton is doing very well. He needed to recuperate. He's been involved in the team's strategic choice and the changes we're making to the game. Today, he's even more involved. He's back with us, and he's very active in training. So yeah, I think the main thing is he never really left the camp. He was always there, and whilst he has been recovering, he's been there every step of the way. So I expect him to start, actually, to be honest. He was then asked about the physicality of South Africans, and he says there are always matches where the commitment is incredible. Take Portugal, a team that showed everyone that our sport is a fighting sport. As long as the spirit of our team is there and the players are willing to make sacrifices, these teams can do incredible things. Every nation knows how difficult it will be when they play South Africa. He says South Africa are a team that makes a mark, a big and strong team. They cultivate this and bring a physical dimension that makes it difficult for teams playing against them. The French team, with our Latin side and our pride, our players are able to rise to the challenge, and not long ago in Marseille. We're preparing for this kind of thing, and the match will be of rare intensity as it was in November. I hope the medical staff are ready because players are queuing up for the concussion protocol. Were queuing up for concussion protocol last year. He said one thing's for sure: the French will rise to the enormous challenge. He said on adapting the defensive plans for the turning of Anton DuPont, he says Anton DuPont is one of the best defenders in the team, and he's 100%. There's no reason to change anything. He was then asked about Rusty Rasmus's comments, and he says, I don't think there's a lot to interpret. Rusty is well versed in this kind of exercise. We know the intensity South can bring to a match. We know how tough they can be. I have no interpretation of what he said. What's important is to make sure our players are prepared. So not really willing to engage in a war of words with Rassi Erasmus. I like the part where he says that he's well versed in this kind of exercise. He knows that Rassi Erasmus will play to the media and to the crowd a little bit. He was then asked a little bit about on Anthony George and Cyril Bay, just talking about the fact that they're both great players and that having to come back from injuries and really sort of get better has obviously been a big aspect of their game. But as we've probably seen, they've come back pretty strong. Gregory Aldred was then asked about protecting Anton DuPont. He says that we know that in rugby, if you touch the head, it's a red card. He saw the surgeon who gave him the green light. Anton is an intelligent, sensible person. If he says he can play, it's because he's fully fit. He was then asked about the South African physicality. He says that we're making progress match by match. So are they. We know that, how they're going to play. Their DNA, their rugby, is based on physicality. It's up to us to put in more intensity than usual for 80 minutes. We saw in Marseille last year, they're a team that stays in the game for 80 minutes. We've been warned. He's then asked about the South African back row, and he says, I think they're a reflection of the team. A back row that gives a lot in defense and attack for 80 minutes. It's a great challenge. It's going to be a great battle. We're looking forward to. Very interesting as well on discipline. He was then said in top level matches, the less time you give your opponents, the better. If we can avoid giving away penalties, it'll be very interesting. We'll be concentrating hard on that. At this level, you have to be clean. That is the thing for me is going to be a very big aspect of the game. The team that concedes the fewest penalties, the team that doesn't make those infringements, the team that doesn't allow the other team to gain ascendancy based on small moments. You really earn every single yard you make. Every single opportunity needs to be earned without giving away cheap penalties. I think that is going to be a massive, massive part of it. Anthony George was then asked about his return from an ACL injury in 6 months. He said, right from the start, I felt pretty good against Uruguay. I felt much better against Namibia and against Italy. It's just got better and better. I'm just getting stronger. I can't wait for Sunday. My knee's fine. There's no pain. I took good care of it for 6 months. I managed to get it back to its best. I'm very happy. He was asked about the 7-1 split. He says that we don't know what they've planned. We're sure they'll come up with something. We're expecting a very strong team who won't give up, and he will try and get on top of us physically. It's up to us to respond. He was then asked about Siya Kolisi. He says he has come back even quicker than me. He's a great player, a great captain of South Africa. He's an important member of their team. He'll give us all this weekend. It's a great pleasure to play against him. And he was asked about last year, where he said it is very physical, brutal. We have to come up against teams like that. We're looking forward to Sunday. They'll still be carrying that defeat from November with them. We know very well with this match, it will be even more intense, but we're ready. So, yeah, apparently they're ready. Yeah, I think again, all the sort of right things. They're not giving too much away with regards to what they're looking at and what they're expecting. Obviously, the physicality is
the standard thing that people look at when it comes to paying for South Africa. It's you have to match them up front. I do think these days, whilst the South African team is incredibly physical, I think a lot of teams are acknowledging that that there's more to it as well. In the last 2 years, I think we have developed a bit more in the attack, and I think if you get caught up in just being able to match yourself physically, I think you leave yourself susceptible for some of the X factor players like a Damian Willemse, Currie, Ches, and Cole. They're not the most physical players, but if there's space, they'll find it. So it's an interesting sort of aspect where physicality always dominates conversations and will definitely dominate a lot of the planning that France will do. But you can't look at it in isolation because there's a lot more than just physicality when it comes to South Africa. But sometimes they can make it a 10-man game, and they know that they will outmuscle any pack. That's basically what our fallback is, and we've done in the past to great success. This is a French pack which is not that easy to physically dominate, and I think the French team know that. They know that they're not, they know that the size of their pack. Funny enough, they're actually a pack that are very big, and if you get them moving around, can sometimes tire out. So it'll be very interesting to see the different tactics the two teams deploy this weekend and try to sort of get one over on the other on each other. But yeah, let me know what you thought about some of those comments and what stood out for you down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sport for today's England press conference reaction. I thought it would be very interesting to dive into a little bit of the England camp and do a bit of a review on their words, on what went wrong, I suppose, against Samoa when they really had to leave it very late to win, and just what they need to do to try and beat Fiji this weekend, get themselves into a World Cup semi-final and see how far. I mean, it's interesting how bad inverted commas as England side have been, according to a lot of people, and they haven't been great. And yet, World Cup quarterfinal against Fiji, who are tier 2 nations, so they'll go into the match as favourites, and they win, and all of a sudden they find themselves in a World Cup semi-final, which is not a bad result for a poor England side, inverted commas. But obviously the draw has definitely favoured them. But they've had moments, I think, where they've sort of shown a little bit of why they are such a good, I think the Samoan or the Fijian coach nailed it on the head. They're a good tournament team. It's a side that, regardless of what's happening around them, before tournaments, they go into a tournament and they can often sort of get themselves into gear and kind of get themselves, right to be competitive. And we don't know if this is the case that's happening right now or if it's just, maybe they were just in a bad draw. We'll find out this weekend against Fiji, and we'll find out next weekend very much if they do make it to the semi-finals. But yeah, before I go through some of the quotes and what's been said, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So we had some quotes from hooker Jamie George, as well as winger Elliot Daly, and this England scrum coach, Tom Harrison. The scrum battle's been an interesting one this weekend. The Fijians are a pretty good pack, big pack, and I think that it's a very exciting backs, but obviously, the platform was laid on the front. So first of all, in terms of an injury update, everyone is fit. They will ask questions about Owen Farrell. We've got some strapping on his knee, but he has confirmed that everyone is fit. This is Tom Harrison. It was also been about Joe Marler, who said that he's brilliant for the group on and off the pitch. He brings a lot of energy around the team room when he's on it. He says that big players step up on big occasions. We've got some very experienced players in our group who will step up and step forward again this weekend. Joe's one of those players who's been in and around England for a very long time, and he's coming well prepared for the challenges that lie ahead. This is the big one, obviously, the Fijian scrum, saying that he says if you look at how they've developed their game, around their set piece, they've managed to reduce the amount of penalties that they give away. They are big humans, beings who will rely on that and try to overpower you there. So I think that it's a very important point in terms of reducing the amount of penalties. It's one thing being a big pack and having big forwards, but if you're scrumming illegally, if you're scrummaging, technique's not good enough, and you're just seeing penalties, it's pointless. Even if you don't dominate scrums, dominate opposition necessarily, and you're driving them back, making sure that they're not getting the dominance from you is still a pretty big step. Making sure you're not giving away penalties, that you're competitive come scrum time is a pretty big aspect of the game. In terms of Jamie George, he actually played a full 80, by the way, last weekend. Was not replaced, and apparently that was more for his leadership rather than a lack of faith in Theo Dan. I think it's a bit of both. I think if Luke Cowan-Dickie obviously was around and available and playing, Jamie George wouldn't play 80 minutes. So yeah, whilst they try to sort of say it wasn't because of Theo Dan, if a different players in the position, I don't think Jamie George would play 80 minutes. But yeah, in terms of the pressure management this weekend, he said that the pressure manifests itself from the top down. He says a lot of players have been there and done that on the big stage. Some players have experience of World Cup finals and latter stages of World Cup. Some players, this is their fourth World Cup. I think we have a great group of senior players who are very open and honest with the younger players that it could be intimidating for. This is why we are here. We want to play the bigger stages. The quarterfinal of the World Cup is exactly where we want to be. And next week we want to be in the semi-final and so on. It's exciting times, and the more experienced players probably need to draw on these experiences. In terms of the preparation, he said that I think you can't shy away from the fact that this is probably one of the biggest games we're going to play. I don't think we should shy away from the emotion that comes with that. I think early on in my career in particular, I try to feel a certain way or try to be perceived to be feeling a certain way or trying to shy away from emotions. I don't see why you need to do that. We've got space to speak to people. We have a really open group. If people are nervous, that's fine. If people are excited, that's fine. But the most important thing for us is to be focusing on each week. It's something we have done well since we have been in France. Particularly, there are a lot of clear things we have got to go after in the week. Try and know our opposition as much as we possibly can and be really clear about what we're going to do in that week. Focusing on the rather than the enormity of the occasion. I think that's a very good point, actually, to be honest. It's sort of really take it week by week, especially when you're a team that's not necessarily tipped to go very far in the tournament. I think that's something that, for example, like tier 2 nations, that kind of mentality of you can't get overwhelmed with the overarching sort of tournament. You can't get overwhelmed with, oh my goodness, we've got quarterfinals, semi-finals. You've got to just say, right, who's in front of us, play them, get a result. Who's next, play them, get a result. And I think maybe even, that some of the bigger sort of teams, your tournament favorites, sometimes you look at that a little bit like that as well. You can't think too far ahead. You've got to just sort of tackle everything as they come. But I really like the part where he says there's emotion involved and there's no point trying to pretend there isn't. So instead of sitting there saying, oh, we're not nervous or, you're not allowed to be nervous, I really like the idea of, right, well, how are you feeling? If you're nervous, if you're not nervous, whatever, that's fine. As long as you can focus yourself, as long as you know what you need to do, take on the emotions and use that. In terms of, he reflected on Samoa, saying that last weekend wasn't good enough. It was poor, but we have had a really good, open and honest review. We were very clear that some of the stuff wasn't good enough. Our any levels were poor, and that is inexcusable, to be completely honest. Would we rather it happened then than now? Yes. Are we going to learn from it? Absolutely. You'll see a very different England team on Sunday. He then spoke about the Fiji lineout. He said, I think Fiji set piece as a whole has got a lot better. I think the way Portugal targeted their lineout in particular was something that was very interesting, and especially how they go about it. We have got some complete lineout picks in our team. George Perez came in a complete news. A lot of their conversations together are not necessarily fascinating, but they're going to become very important. We trust in that plan, and we're going to try and put Fiji under pressure in that area. So very much targeting the lineout, and why wouldn't you? In terms of the idea of England being public enemy number one, he said, we are very proud of the English support that we have. I think outside of England, I think people probably don't really like us too much, and we're okay with that. Myself, Billy, and Elliot come from a club, Saracens, that aren't very well liked either. We don't mind being in that position. I think that is what Billy alluded to. I think that what we have done since being in France in terms of really building English support, we have been unbelievable. That's been unbelievable, to be honest. In Lille last weekend, in particular, going around before the game and seeing the stadium, seeing white shirts in the stands, was breathtaking, to be honest. We are very proud of that. We love the support we have in France and at home, and outside of that, I don't think we're too bothered, which is a good thing to have because they're not the most popular team. In terms of, he was asked why supporters outside of England don't like the English team. He says, I don't know. It's not like we sit in meetings to talk about it as us against the world. I don't think that is what Billy was alluding to, but I think the main focus is making sure our fans are very proud of the work we are doing. Anything outside of that, we aren't too bothered about. And then a couple of quotes from Elliot Daly. In terms of, he was asked if they need to change the way they defend against Fiji. He says, they've got a little bit more of an offload threat than other teams. We want to shut that down as much as possible. He says, we looked at that Fiji game and we probably weren't where we wanted to be. And from that point, we made a conscious decision within the group to really up our defense, to really be that team that people are scared to attack against. In the broad scheme, in the last 5 or 6 games after that game, we've proved that. We just want to go one step further this weekend in that and actually beat Fiji, who obviously they lost to in August. He then talked about his tackles. He says, the way we're pressing, the way we're getting off the line lends itself to me being in the eye line a little bit more and being able to put in bigger shots. That's why personally he's been defending a lot better, or he's a lot more physical. That's what's come out of the England camp. They seem pretty calm and it looks like they have addressed a lot of things. Do you think that this is going to come good on the weekend? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
I mean, through the week, it's always been said about the box that the focus is on the teams, on the team. But how are you individually channeling the fact that a lot of the attention from here has been spoken about it with regards to one's health, to one's fitness?
Yeah, World Player of the Year. If you have that title, you are a special player, and he's proven it playing for Toulouse and for the French team. Every game he plays, there's some highlight reel of a magic moment, cross kick or pass, or pulling someone back over the try line. So he is an unbelievable player. We haven't spoken a lot about the fact that if he's going to play or not. We're just focusing on how we have to prepare, how our systems work, and what we need to do in the game to be, to make our systems work and our plans work.
A question for Bongi. The last time you played France at the Stade de France, you obviously went off the field with wonderful emotions. Have you banked any of that, and do you think you can maybe count some of that going into Sunday?
Yeah, I think 2018, a long time ago. But yeah, a special game, a special stadium. The atmosphere is definitely going to be different this Sunday. But yeah, good memories from that game. We know they're not the same team that they were then. They've been working hard. They're good forwards back, very well coached. So yeah, we're expecting a total different challenge, and obviously the atmosphere is going to be way different than it was in 2018.
You were a coach in South Africa. A lot has been said about the French being prolific in the first 20 minutes of a game, where they get the advantage, the crowd gets behind. How much of an emphasis has there been in trying, from your guys, to try and stifle for those first 20 minutes, to keep the crowd a little more quiet, and maybe get points yourselves and turn the crowd against them and make it a more nervous atmosphere?
I think for us, we'll just take that the atmosphere as it is. We've played them in Marseille, which is a very hostile atmosphere. So I think we've got experience of that. We know it's going to be hostile, but for us as a team, we're just going to try to focus on executing our plan. And I think it's going to be very important just for us to shut out the noise from the outside. Even how hostile or deafening it's going to be, we're just going to try to make sure that everyone has crisp communication to each other and make sure that we execute our plan as a team.
Over here, Currie, can I ask you what it felt like being the odd man out in that 7-1 against Ireland? Did you sort of sit around and look at the rest of the bench and think something different to what you would normally do? Did it feel a little bit odd?
Odd man out? I'm a little bit of a forward myself, I think. I have a wrestle with them every now and then just to keep them grounded. No, it's that's the plan of the coaches, and we all buy into it and have our role to play. So sitting there with a 6-2, 5-3, 7-1, it's all the same. If you have to go on and do a job, you have to go on. It can be in the first minute or last 5 or 10 minutes. You still have to do a job.
I'm sorry, I came back to Antoine Dupont, but the duel between Antoine Dupont and Fab de Klerk gonna be one of the biggest piece of the result. What are the main difference between those two players, and what are the key of this duel?
Yeah, they're both great players with ball in hand, kicking game, everything. I think the difference is the way the teams play. France go and play a lot of offloads, balls over the top, cross kicks from him, where we just might do it from 10. So they both can do the same thing. It's just game plan that differs, I think.
Well, Bongi, you were obviously part of the 2019 team that won the World Cup. How inspiring is that for yourself, and how driven are you to try and do it again this year?
Definitely very inspiring. We know that we are the defending champions, and we know that we have a huge task playing the host nation again in the quarterfinal. It's very exciting. We do take confidence from that, but I mean, as I said, that's 4 years ago. Rugby has changed, players have changed. Players are fitter, stronger, bigger. So yeah, we obviously have to work hard on ourselves, make sure that we are prepared for the game.
Pumas, another playoff game is a playoff game, but what makes a quarterfinal so different from a semi-final? Because if you lose a semi, it's still painful, but there's the consolation of a third place playoff. But a quarterfinal, you lose, you go home, you win, you go through. What makes juggling a quarterfinal different to a semi-final?
I'm going to talk what it is for our team, and there's actually no difference. We want to win every game. Lose a quarterfinal, lose the semi-final, that's not even in our vocabulary. So we are just training on what we need to do and focusing on how we prepare, because if we do that well, we will put our straps on game day. And then playing a third and fourth playoff, I don't think that's not why we at the World Cup, or that's not why anyone is at the World Cup. One other thing.
A question for both of you guys. Could you please describe the scrum French side with your hooker eyes, and with your scrum half playing in France? Yes.
From a scrum half's point of view, we don't know a lot of what's going on there. I just know from playing in France, it's something they pride themselves on. It's huge players all the time. You don't have anyone small in that pack in the French team. So set piece for us is going to be, we're going to have to make a statement there. Otherwise, it's going to be back football, and that's not something we want to evolve together.
Yeah, I think from a hooker's perspective, I think they do depend a lot on their big foot back. They do a very good scrum coach. They've been scrumming very well throughout the whole competition. So yeah, we've been obviously analysing them, analysing the back. But I mean, analysing can just do so much. You have to go out there and actually train, and actually do the scrums live, and that's where we also pride ourselves as Africans. But yeah, it's going to be a massive challenge, and we're looking forward to it.
Bongi, yeah. Do we have to expect the same kind of game than last year in Marseille? With the same intensity, the same level of...
I think the intensity is going to be way much more than Marseille. Marseille was just end of year test match. It's also a test match, but I mean in a quarterfinal. So there's a lot on the line, and both teams knows a lot on the line. So yeah, it's definitely a different atmosphere, a different intensity, 100%.
En français? Ces phases finales, c'est les derniers matchs du tandem Jacqueline Habert, Racier Erasmus. Est-ce que vous pouvez parler de la relation entre ces deux hommes?
Both of us. The relationship between they've come a long way together. They've come a long way since Cheetah days, back in the days. They've been coaching together for a very long time. I'll say the relationship is a good one, and they also inspire us to be very close knitted together as players. We know some days we actually want our own space, but yeah, they do bring a massive vibe to the team in their own ways, in their own different ways. And I mean, as players, we do enjoy it. We do enjoy their friendship. We do enjoy the way we can freely communicate to them. And yeah, it's actually been awesome just to have them both together and learning from them.
The French obviously have the backing of a partisan home support. They obviously expect in this World Cup. How big a factor is that, and how important is it that you guys try and silence them?
Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere was we said earlier, it's going to be massive. We've tried to stimulate it in the trainings that we experience in the week. So when it comes to the match, it's not something that shocks you. We know it's going to be sold out. We know that they can start singing and everything like that. We're just going to embrace it and try to focus on our game plan.
When you say simulated, have you had noise in the training?
Yeah, 100%. We've had noise in the training. We've tried to just make sure that when it comes on Sunday, it's not the first time that you experience it. You've had to try the whole week, you know exactly what you experience, and you just try to focus on executing our game plan.
Valen from News from Africa. Maybe just to expand a little bit on that, and both of you can offer your comments on it, how you mentally get engaged and manage your emotions during this knockout stage and this knockout week leading up to the test match?
We all know, everyone knows it's a quarterfinal and there's a lot to play for. We just try to keep emotions out of it, because emotions take you off task. We spoke about it today, that we all have a job to do, and we stay on our job, and that's how our system functions. So take emotion out of all of it. We go in there Sunday to do a job and to put our performance on the pitch that we can be proud of, and the 60 million back home can be proud of. That's all we're focusing on.
Yeah, 100%. Exactly what Currie was mentioned there. I mean, back at home, we've got 60 million South Africans who are looking for hope and looking for inspiration. And I think we take that on ourselves. Not as pressure, but as a massive privilege and a massive honor. And yeah, we just obviously different players have a different way of preparing, but we make sure that once we're together and on the way in the bus, you do what you have to do. But when you get to the change room, it's just about the Springboks and just about South Africa.
Bongi, in yesterday's press conference, France's forwards coach William Sava said the Boks can be violent, and that was probably a reference to the physicality and intensity that the football forwards play with. Is that him giving credit to you guys in terms of how determined you are to get your task through?
So you can be violent.
Can be violent, yes.
Yeah, first time I heard it, but yeah, we obviously South Africans pride ourselves on being physical and very confrontational, but we know the French pack they also like being confrontational. So yeah, we definitely embrace that, and we definitely are going to express ourselves as Africans, as the way we express ourselves, but also within the spirit of a rugby game. It's a rugby game, it's a collision sport, and we also love the collisions. So yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to back off, no matter what manner they want to put it. It's a rugby game, it's a collision sport, and it's something we love doing.
Bongi, is there anything you could take out of the 2019 experience, playing the home nation, preparing for, it's obviously a very emotional occasion for them as well. Is there anything you can take out of that experience in terms of your preparation that you can apply this week?
Yeah, I think playing the host nation, obviously Japan was Japan, and I think you know how the Japan people are. They actually take effort to learn the South African national anthem word for word. I think they sang it better than we did. And yeah, I mean, playing France in the quarterfinal, it's going to be a total different experience. Yeah, but for us, as Currie said, we just try and keep totally focused on ourselves, and we know that we just have to embrace every moment and make sure that what we do is on task.
Thank you, Bongi and Currie. Thank you.
Felix and the Koning. Just take us through the preparations this week. I mean, obviously slightly different. You're going to Sunday game again, and then obviously you guys travelled and you guys started a bit later in the week.
Yeah, so we actually started. Usually we would start on the Monday, and Tuesday, Wednesday, but just the later start with the kickoff on the Sunday. We just pushed everything back a day, so still a very normal week for us, and just to move the training part there. So all fit and good to go.
We have Felix Mark Gleeson. How tight is this selection choice between Pollard and Libbok, and will perhaps an absence of too many penalties on Sunday be a factor in making that decision? Do you feel that might be the case in the game?
Yeah, it's obviously it's very tight. It's very tight in a number of positions, if I'm being honest with you. And obviously fly half is very tight. Andrew's obviously been there. He's done it before for us from a starting role in terms of that being a role from. But Manny's also been playing some really great rugby for us. So yeah, of course, you know, penalties as you mentioned there, that does come into our consideration. But you know, let's say there could be 10 penalties in a game. If one team is winning 10 penalties, but there's 100 rucks, there's 7 or 8 scrums, there could be 20 line-ins. So it's just one of our considerations.
Hello Felix, Sindre Cronier speaking. Felix, some of the Boks last played against Ireland. Is it a good or a bad thing?
You're asking in terms of like game readiness, is it? Yeah. I think it's probably an individual thing there. Some players like to be battle hardened and play week in, week out. Some guys feel they need the break after a very tough test match like that. So it's probably a bit more of an individual thing. I don't think you can give it a blanket statement and say it's a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah.
In the last few tests, twice last year in November against France, you guys were there and they're very close, one score away. What do you need to do different or better to get that 1% or 2% better to turn that close loss into a win?
Yeah, it's a great question. There's been obviously a number of games over the last probably 2 to 3 years where it's come right down to the last play of the game or the last kick of the game or a penalty here in the last minute or two on either way, giving away or receiving a penalty, whatever the case may be, where we've actually also won a lot of games in those dying few minutes. So we expect this to be a very tight game. What do you do to need to overcome that? You probably want to not let it get to that stage, and hopefully that you're nailing your bigger moments in the build-up in the first 70 minutes, and that it's not coming to that point. But if it does, again, you need to be accurate. Obviously, we've been disappointed that we couldn't finish off our final opportunity against Ireland. So to answer your question, hopefully you can not let it get to that stage by nailing the big moments in that first 60, 70 minutes. And then obviously, if it happens in the last couple of minutes, hugely pressurised environment, you have to trust that what you've done in training will serve you well.
Felix, the MDL. What is your sense of how France have developed under Fabien Cartier?
Yeah, I think there's a real resilience there in what he's built in comparison to maybe what had gone on before. I wasn't coaching at the international level back then, so I can't comment exactly on what it was like before. But Fabien actually came and visited us in Munster before he'd taken that job, and we got to know him a little bit there when myself, Rassi and Jacques were still there. So I think it's hugely impressive. You can see they're very tight. It's a tight group that play for each other. To the question that was asked earlier, if they keep playing for the 80 minutes, you've never beaten France until the last few minutes of the game. It could be the last play. And I think the depth that's been built. You look at their depth at hooker, even with Marchand, who potentially might miss out if he's still injured. I'm not sure, but even if he isn't there, there's 2 or 3 guys ready to step in that are tier 1 test excellent top players in the team. So you could say the same about Antoine Dupont if he does play. I mean, obviously he's one of the world's best players, World Player of the Year. but I think Luku and behind him has also been absolutely outstanding for them, and not only for them but also for Bordeaux. So I think probably the depth as well that he's built and the resilience within the group.
Hi, you talk about Dupont. What is the presence of Antoine Dupont on the field gonna change for you as a coach?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously the presence is something that you can see. You know, he has a big impact on the players around him and belief, and everyone knows the quality of the player. But I mean, we can't control the presence that he brings. We can only control, you know, trying to stop his, you know, the many talents that he has and the abilities that he has. And if it isn't, and if it's Luku, I mean, also again, you've also got some really effective pieces of play that he can put together. Brings a lot of players into the game for France. So we can't control the presence part, but you know, we can try and stop what's happening.
Good afternoon, Felix. Kainis here from News 24 Sport. Of the teams who are in the Paris draw of the quarterfinals of the box, from the balance, they play minutes out very well as compared to other teams. How important does that become in this stretch of the tournament, and how does that influence selection?
Yeah, I think for selection now, you know, it's certainly we want to pick the right team that can help us get a result on the weekend. Maybe inside the pool stages, and before that, in the build-up to the World Cup, there was definitely a focus from our side in terms of balancing load and balancing minutes and balancing game time across players, so that we can get some answers to know, you know, will this guy be able to do it at the highest level against one of the best teams in the world across multiple positions, and then obviously coming into the World Cup, you've got to start thinking about combinations and what combinations are going to work well, and the type of team that combination will work well against. So we try to balance it. It's not to say that we got it right by any stretch. We'll find out probably over the next 3 games if we got it right or not.
Une question en français. Rassi Erasmus et Jacques Ninaber vivent leur dernier match ensemble à la tête des box. Comment vous analysez ce binôme? Quel regard vous portez sur ce binôme?
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't hear actually the players you mentioned.
Le nom des joueurs. Jacques and Rassi.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. To comment. Yeah. Well, I mean, they've been together for such a long period of time. You know, 2 great men, 2 great friends have been unbelievably good to me in my own career as well. So, yeah, hopefully this won't be the last. Hopefully there'll be 3 more, and yeah, it hasn't really been spoken about within our group anyway. I think it's just everyone understands the situation.
Felix, I was going to ask a similar question. If it is to be the last game on Sunday, can you reflect a little bit on your time with South Africa, and obviously the end of this relationship now with Jacques going one direction, you going somewhere else, Rassi staying behind? Just some reflection on your time in with the box.
With all due respect, with the game around the corner, it's not something I've actually let my head go to. I'm still loving my time here. I intend to keep going for another 2 or 3 weeks, so I'll answer it another time.
Felix, in the group stages, there was no extra time. Now in the knockout stages, there's normal extra time and sudden death extra time. Will it influence your decision when to send on the bomb squad or not?
It's a good question. I think probably most teams will go out to try and win the game in that first 80 minutes, and then you're kind of, while you do have contingency plans in behind, certainly as a management group, you're not really prepared. You know, you're not practicing it. You prepared for it in terms of scenarios, but by that stage, after 80 minutes, there's so much that could happen. There could be, you know, injuries. There could be cards. There could be players playing well, having to be subbed off or not. So you very much have to kind of go on the fly at that stage. So hopefully it won't come to that.
Vaden Currie from News from Africa. How much does the last result against France inform what you guys will be doing tomorrow?
Yeah,
the last result against France last year in November?
Yeah, well, I think both teams probably learned a lot on that day. I mean, it was an incredible match. The atmosphere was unbelievable. I thought the physicality levels were incredible. I think both teams really played well in the night, and at the end of it, there was one score that kind of divided the teams, and it was back and forth. Both teams taking the lead at different stages, and I think both teams will have learned a lot, and I'm sure we'll come up with plans to change or do something slightly different or do whatever it is that was effective in that game again, and vice versa. The other team try to counteract that. So I think it's going to be a really interesting element to it.
After the last game against you, French, said it was chaos on the field. Do you promise the same chaos Sunday?
Do we expect the same chaos on Sunday? Yeah, I think so. I think when the top teams in the world, be it in the top 5, 6, 7, 8 teams in the world play each other, those test matches, it just becomes hard to think with the noise, hard to think with the level of collision, with the speed at which the game is going, with the magnitude of the consequences of doing something well or poorly. I very much expect it to be the same. Yeah.
Hi Felix, Aurélien from l'équipe. France kicking game is another one of their assets. What kind of battle there do you expect on Sunday, and how difficult is for your backs to deal with it?
Yeah, obviously the French kicking game is very well known to be incredibly effective with the quality of the kickers that they have, in particular Ramos and Jalibert and Bont or Luku. They've got some big distance, and a lot of times you've got to try and match that. It's difficult because of the quality of the kickers that they have. So they very much are able to pin you back in your half, so you have to really come up with a strategy to match it.
Felix, the Boks have been involved in what is easily been the best game of the tournament so far between them and Wales. But how big is this game? Just talk us through the magnitude, how you guys are channeling your emotions for again. I mean, it's a Sunday 9 p.m. kickoff. Everything that happens this weekend will tie down to what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, I think I mean it's hugely anticipated because we're playing France at home in the quarterfinal of the World Cup here in France. So we know the magnitude will be big. There'll obviously be a large crowd, which will be the vast majority of French. But we know we've got 60 million people back in South Africa that are willing us on and supporting us and sending their messages through. So we'll be drawing a lot from that.
Felix, just to follow up from what you said earlier, obviously significant. How significant will discipline be given what happened in the last game and the importance of this game, because there's not a second chance after this game?
Yeah, no, discipline will be a huge factor in the game, and penalty counts will be massive, particularly with the quality of Ramos in terms of his ability to pull the ball over. So it'll be a massive impact. Penalty counts will be huge, so it'll be a big focus for us.
Thanks.
Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Rusty Erasmus is at it again. It's been absolutely brilliant hearing from him, seeing what he's had to say on Twitter the last couple of weeks, and it's very interesting to see the reaction that he gets. It's quite funny. I mean, the whole Rusty Erasmus Twitter thing stems back quite a while, actually, to be fair. Obviously from the whole leaking of the video a few years ago, the referees, the whole Jaco Jan account, for example, that he had. He's often, tweeted things after the game. If you look back a year ago, in fact, it was actually this fixture. They started to tweet things after the game. And Rusty Erasmus is very good at creating a sideshow. Some people really enjoy it. Some people absolutely hate it. Very, very interesting to see how it's so polarizing when Rusty Erasmus decides to get his phone out and get the Twitter thumbs, or X rather as it's known, working. And he's done it again. But before we show you exactly what he's tweeted and just why it's so interesting and so clever in many ways, what he does, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Diversion, 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 diversion. That is what the Springbok squad does incredibly well. The management really do incredibly well. If there's any way that they can divert pressure off the squad, attention on the squad, they can get people talking about something else, this management knows how to do it. Whether it's a line in a press conference, for example, Rassie Erasmus talking about simulation, for example, whether it's a tweet, whether it's a tactic they've employed, whether it's naming their team early, this management will not do anything by the book. And they do this very deliberately. They do this to create conversation. They do this to sort of create, a lot of different noise and sort of divert the attention away a little bit from the team and the tactics and some of the players and about different things and to keep the press talking about different things. And Rassie Erasmus has just pulled an absolute masterclass. Obviously, this week, all the questions have been, is it going to be a 7-1 split, 6-2 split, 5-3 split? What's going to happen? And Rassie Erasmus decided to jump onto that bandwagon and he's decided to go and tweet this. It's phenomenal. It is a phenomenal tweet. I absolutely love it. It is top tier banter. Even if you don't enjoy his Twitter antics, you can't not enjoy this tweet. It's absolutely brilliant. So he's gone and said 8 plus 0, 7 plus 1, 6 plus 2, 5 plus 3 equals 8, 4 plus 4 with a thinking emoji. And this is all about the bench splits. So if you're new to rugby or you're new to sport, basically on the bench you've got 8 players when it comes to rugby. Traditionally, it's been 5. Well, we used to have 7. We used to do 4 forwards and 3 backs. And then they added an extra spot on the bench and to make sure it was a full front row. And traditionally, it's been 5-3. So 5 forwards, 3 backline players. In the last World Cup, the Boks really sort of, not even the first ones to do it really, but normalized a 6-2 split with 2 locks as well, which is also the interesting thing that they did, which is called the bomb squad tactic. 6 forwards, 2 of them were locks, and 2 backline players, where they could eventually basically in a whole new pack. They took that one step further in August with a 7-1 split. And Rassie Erasmus even teased the idea of maybe an 8-0 split, so basically only forwards on the bench. So basically, sort of moving away from players being in certain positions and players being very versatile. And this tweet is phenomenal because the entire week we've been talking about different splits, and now he's gone and thrown out there. Well, maybe there's going to be a 4-4 split. Maybe we're going to have 4 backline players and 4 forwards. Maybe we're going to have 8 forwards and no backline players. And it's so good. And even then, the gift of the rain. What is the significance of the rain? Because it wouldn't have been you wouldn't have just decided to add it is rain forecast for the weekend, for example. Is that, a foreshadowing of it? What is the significance of the rain? This is phenomenal at just completely. We should be talking about what the team's going to be, who's going to play. We should be talking about France. We should be talking about Anton Dupont. We should be talking about absolutely anything but Rassie Erasmus. We're talking about Rassie Erasmus. We're talking about the bench split. The team is announced tomorrow morning, so this is just going to add a little bit of fuel to the fire. And I think a lot of this is sort of, the French coaching staff was like, we're not listening to it, and they'll be telling their players, don't listen to it, don't give it, don't go and spend your evenings watching Rassie Erasmus and listening to him. You can't not. You can't keep yourself away from the noise. And that's what's actually happening. It's about making sure that the French squad, the management, the supporters are just seeing different things they don't want to see. They don't want to see a mundane, well, they would like to see a mundane press conference. There's a lot of respect between us. We're going to have a good game on Saturday. Thank you very much. 2-3 press conferences, standard thing. They see a 5-3 split on Friday. They see a very standard team announcement. Nothing going to go and play the game. That's what you want, as an opposition. You want a very quiet week in the build-up. You don't want a sideshows and you're busy talking and focusing on the wrong things here. How France spent the week focusing on what did they do with the 7-1 split? How do we counteract that? Should we be going with a 6-2 split? Should we be going with a 5-2 split? That's what this Bok management are doing. They're basically trying to create doubt across the French management, across the players. Just a small, thing of doubt. And whether it's successful or not, whether it works or not, it's difficult to say. But that is the purpose. And the one thing you can say, people talk about it. People will be talking about this tweet. It spread like wildfire, and it's so clever to do to just sort of create these little slideshows, which some people absolutely hate, and they say, it's just ruining the game. You just need to focus on beating France, stuff like that. I can tell you right now that this tweet that took him all of maybe 2 minutes to do is not exactly going to be detract from his preparations, but it just creates something else to talk about. It creates a little bit of a sideshow. It just takes their focus off something and it adds to different things that's going into the game. So I think it's really clever, actually. I'm not sure it'll be a tactic that a lot of coaches will use in the future, but hey, it's become part of the BOK management and it adds to the game. What do you think? What are your reactions when you see these tweets? And this tweet particularly, I think you can't not enjoy this particular tweet. I think it's top tier banter. But what do you think? Do you like it? Do you not like it? What do you not like about it? If you don't like it, leave it around in the comments below. Smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
So Steve, 2 changes from last week. I think most notably Owen moving to 10. Please may you tell us a little bit about that decision?
Yes, I think we've got a squad that's fully fit and everyone raring to go. So there's some great selection decisions to make, and I think this is a team that's the right team to play against Fiji this weekend on Sunday. It's great to have this blend of strengths. We'll be able to start the game with the guys that come on to finish the game, so we've got a very strong bench also. I think having this combination of Manu and Joe Marchant have played really well in the centres together. Owen's played a lot of games with Manu at 10-12 there as well, and I think that the way Marcus in each of the games he's come on and started at fullback, I think he's come on and he's added enormously, so he deserves the start for this game and the way we want to play.
You mentioned Marcus there, but if I could just ask about that. We all know what he brings, but I guess what goes into that decision for him to start?
It was, in terms of the selection process, I analysed the opposition with my coaching team. We go through exactly how we want to play. Obviously, we're looking and debriefing how we played and what we had done, and then produce the criteria by which I go through the selection process and then select the team accordingly.
Is this the biggest selection that you've had to make in your career?
Every selection is important to me. Everyone. Every one of them will go through the same rigour of how we want to play, whatever a player brings. Every one of them will go through the criteria of the selection process. So then I can go back and revisit every one of the selections I've made throughout my coaching career.
Thank you.
Steve, do you remember when the idea of Marcus at fullback was first discussed? Whose idea was it? What was your initial reaction? What have you been saying to him this week?
I think that it was discussed some months ago through the Rugby World Cup preparation camps, and I think having that time with the players enables you to work on certain aspects and develop certain aspects, which has been brilliant. I think Marcus has really embraced the opportunity, and I think again you start looking at the strength of players we have in our back three available to us. It's great to have the different combinations of strengths that we have, and I think this starting back three is the right one for the game this weekend.
I accept that this is probably a difficult question to answer, but do you see this as a long-term position switch? Could Marcus play out fullback for the rest of his career, or is it just this game specifically that allows you to play him there?
Well, I think that I talked a lot about positional flexibility. Having players able to play at the highest level in multiple positions is an incredible strength in a World Cup. Like the man next to me, his ability to perform so well either at 10 or at 12. Mark's ability to play 10, 15 I think it's another sign of strength of the squad.
I know, a quick one for you for Cam. I'm sure you've watched back the previous game at Twickenham, and there'll be more than one headline that you'll be working on, but just give us a sense of the things that you've got to get right this weekend that maybe you didn't back at Twickenham.
Well, obviously we've looked at Fiji as we would every other team, and that's obviously helpful to have played against them not so long ago. But at the same time, we feel like we've moved on. We feel it does feel, especially now, Saturday, that was a long time ago. But that's not to say there's not lessons to be learned from it. That's not to say that the threats are not the same. But we've been making sure that we've been building since then, and I think we have done, and we're looking forward to showing the best of us at the weekend.
I can only imagine how excited you are to be leading the team into a quarter-final. You're a big game player. How are you sleeping? How are the nerves? How's the excitement? How are you?
Excited as the team is. We've had a good preparation so far. Trying not to play the game too early. Trying not to be too up or down before the game. We're trying to build it up for the right time, and that's on Sunday. So no, it's nice. It's going to be a good build up to it. I mean, obviously preparing Saturday, but then being able to watch the other quarterfinals as well. I'm sure that'll put us in a good mood for Sunday.
Hi Steve, is there any risk to playing Marcus at 15 from the start, in the given his lack of experience in the position, or has he just shown so much
sort of aptitude for it that you don't consider that too much of a gamble?
I think he's played a lot of times at 15 now for us over this last period of time, through August and through this World Cup, in terms of him coming on in those plenty of games off the bench to finish him. I think he's also now an experienced international rugby player, and as I say, I think this team's the right team for what we need to do this weekend.
In terms of how he's adapted to that different role in the short space of time he's been doing it, does that just show, like you say, his qualities to be able to add an extra string to his bow in quite a short space of time?
I think we all see what a top quality rugby player he is, and I think I've seen in many of the players in the squad, I've seen growth and development. And I think I say having the opportunity to work with the players for a period of time enables that to happen.
Obviously, George drops to the bench and Freddie is not in the 23. Is that tough on those guys? And
George changes his role to the bench. George changes his role to the bench.
He's not starting, is he?
He changes his role to the bench.
Okay. He's not starting the match. But if Freddie isn't in the 23, is that difficult for the players to deal with? Do they understand the wider significance of the 33-man collective like you talk about?
I go through with the players, go through meet with all the players around selection and the reasons behind it, the thought process behind it, why we're choosing what to do. George has been brilliant throughout this whole tournament so far, been really excellent, and his role is slightly different now, to go on and finish the game. And again, he's been brilliant in the training week. And as I say, look at the quality of players we have available to us. We have a lot of players a lot of really good players who aren't starting this game. We could talk a lot about, you talk about George, you talk about Ben Youngs and starting Freddie Stewart. There's a lot of top quality players, Henry Arundel, who aren't starting, which shows the strength of this squad.
Oh, and you talked before about obviously wanting to play at Stade Velodrome. You've got your chance now. With everything that's sort of gone into getting the team to this point, are the squad just ready to get out there and put that sort of level of performance onto the pitch that you've talked about, and expect to deliver at exactly the right time?
Well, we've been preparing the best we can. We're excited. There's these opportunities don't come around too often to play in a quarter-final of a World Cup, and so the lads are itching. Yeah, we're preparing the best we can, and like I said, we're preparing to try and bring the best out of ourselves on Sunday.
Steve, a lot of the players will be playing the biggest games of their careers on Sunday. What will be your message to the team before they step out onto the pitch?
So it is, and I told you this right from the start of the tournament, these players want to be involved in big games, and this is quite clear. This is knockout rugby, and I think that these players, I think they'll embrace this challenge, and I think they'll really rise to the occasion. That's my expectation. I think that's what they've done throughout this tournament, and I expect them to rise again for Sunday against Fiji. There's a lot of players here who've experienced knockout rugby before. There's a lot of players who've lifted a lot of trophies at different times in their careers. So my expectation is they'll be rising to the occasion.
And what did you learn from that Fiji game in August that shaped your selection and tactics for this match?
There was plenty of things, and we discussed that at length post the game, and I think we were very clear that was part of our build-up towards the tournament, and we learned a lot of lessons within it, and I think now the team's moved a bit since that point in time, and as ever we use each game as a learning experience for us to feed into the next game, and that's what we've continued to do in the games following that one.
And from what you've seen so far, how much have Fiji moved on since then?
Sorry, can you say again?
How much have Fiji moved on since that match from what you've seen during their group?
So they've obviously got a different, some changes, different fly half in terms of, unfortunately the fly half played that day at Twickenham was suffered an injury, is not available. Botti didn't play that day at Twickenham, so it's a different team, as is ours. And I think this is a few weeks on, and I know there's been a lot of discussion from their side about that game. For us, we're looking forward to this game.
Steve, you were part of the squad that came to Marseille in 07 for the quarter-final, and it seemed sort of like the blue touch paper of the entire campaign. You know, it was a massive victory, and the mood and the confidence grew. Are you looking for the same push and propulsion from the performance you know or you believe your players can give on Sunday?
I think the players have, since we arrived in France, I think the players and said the big games they really rise to. Big players perform on the big occasions, and that's what I think they've done. Now, through each of those games, I think we've learned some different elements, and from Saturday's game against Samoa, I think we had some other aspects to learn from that, to look forward into this game. And all we think about is this quarter-final. What a game to be involved in. A fantastic stadium, a great place to play, rugby. I think it's, when we were last here, our supporters were incredible, and we're looking forward to playing as well as we can in front of them.
And Alan, as captain in a knockout game where you've experienced knockout matches before, did you have an extra role for maybe some of the younger players or the less experienced players to make sure that they're going in with the right frame of mind and with not too nervous, not overcome by the occasion, which can happen in big matches?
I guess so. I think the feel of the group over the courses this week is that it's turned up excited to get after the preparation. The team's been at it so far this week, and as I said, we want to build up to Sunday. We want to make sure we serve the best of us by preparing the best we can for the game on Sunday, and we want to be able to bring that out of ourselves come kick-off.
Was a disappointment maybe in terms of some of the aspects of the performance last week, but does that just actually sharpen the desire amongst the players to make it clear what you've got in your locker as a team and a unit?
Yeah, I've no doubt that. I mean, we're well into this week now, so looking back at last week seems a bit odd at this moment in time with the quarter-final in front of us. But yeah, obviously we reviewed it. Obviously we looked at what we can do better, and we put that into what we've been doing this week. And as I said, there's a fantastic opportunity in front of us this week.
Hi Steve. Obviously the breakdown's very important in every single game, but I guess particularly that was an area Fiji seemed to come out on top at Twickenham. Is there anything you particularly emphasise to the players around it, and is there anything you want to see from the officials in that area?
From our point of view, we want to make sure that we bring our attacking game in the shape and framework that we want to bring onto the pitch on Sunday, so that all our ball carriers have support inside and outside. We know that's a highly competitive area, as other aspects are within this game. It's an area of strength for them. They've won plenty of penalties and turnovers in that area throughout this tournament, so we're aware of it. What we've got to do essentially is not be necessarily talking so much about what the opposition do, but what we do. And I think that comes back to the shape and framework with which we attack.
And 4 years ago, England reached the World Cup final with the youngest team, I think, to ever got there in a professional era, and nearly everyone has come around this campaign. But we spoke to Johnny May last week. He said that it's his last, and I think you can reasonably assume from some of the ages within the squad that will be the case for others as well. Is that been a theme at all, that this is potentially the last dance for this particular side?
I think what you've got to do is ensure you take the opportunities that's presented to you. Say, rise to the occasion of this game. You never know what's around the corner. You know, as a rugby player, I thought I had an opportunity in 03 and didn't get picked, and then I went in 07. I thought I'd be there in 2011, and I wasn't. So you end up playing one tournament. For us, I want the players to embrace this challenge. I want the players to have the time of their lives representing England. I want them to have a fantastic memory of this World Cup, and I want the team to continue to just get better and better and better. Let's see how good we can be. And we know this is an incredible challenge on Sunday. It's one I think the team will be ready for. I think it's one that these players who played so many times on a big occasion are really going to rise to it. So I know I can't wait. I'm sure you can. The supporters I meet in the street, they can't wait either.
Hi Steve. After the Samoa game, you brought up some concerns you thought you had about the breakdown in the way that Fiji are winning penalties. Have you now met with the refereeing team and got the answers you wanted?
So post-game I talked about some of the aspects in the game last weekend I'd seen clarity upon, and I did, and I received clarity of it. In terms of Fiji, we talked about Fiji being an incredibly strong side. I think if you look, and I know some statements have been made around Tier 1, Tier 2, the situation I have is that in the 3 games Fiji played against England, Australia, Wales in the last few weeks have won over 40 penalties and conceded mid-20s. So from that you see a team that has a lot of penalties given to them. I expect we've just got to control what we can control in the game, and we will do that.
Have you managed to chat with Matthew or Reynal yet about that, or is that coming later today or tomorrow?
It's part of World Cup regulations, you don't speak to the referee in advance of the game.
Okay. Owen, can I ask about your role as captain and managing the referee, I suppose? It's something you've grown with in the role. Can you just talk about the importance of that in these big games, of getting that right and getting the balance between when to ask him the right questions and not, and leave them alone, I suppose?
I think Steve's just touched on it there. We've got to control what we can. If there's any sort of confusion, obviously you want to ask for clarity and want to ask what you can do better. But in terms of what we can control, that's all that really matters to us. And we talked about our parts of our game there that are gonna make big differences towards that. And we hope that we don't have to speak to the referee too much.
When you look at the back row that you've got in front of you, do you look at a set of 3 who can really make some damage there in the breakdown? Like Tom Currie's always been brilliant turnovers, Bernal similar, you played with a lot of Sarries, Courtney. Do you look at that and say that's a great trio we can put up against Fiji?
Yeah, definitely. I think our back row is very dangerous. Obviously, with the decision making around the breakdowns defensively and being able to turn over ball, but not just that, the other side of the ball as well. I think they do a brilliant job for us in making sure that we have quick ball at the right time. So to answer your question, I think we do have some big threats.
Just the last one for me for Steve. You England head coach now at a World Cup quarter-final. Can you just talk about what that means to you as a proud Englishman, and maybe to you and your family, that you're leading your country in a knockout game at a World Cup?
I think being involved with this team is an enormous privilege. I'm very proud to have had involvement with the England rugby team throughout my career, from playing even as a junior player, playing for England as a schoolboy, and then coming through the ranks under 21s, and then the A team, and then representing the senior team. Enormous pride to have been involved with England and wear the shirt and meet some incredible people along the journey. And I think this last period of time we've been working with some incredible people here. Coaching and management team we have with the team, the players, the man next to me is a phenomenal leader, one of the best leaders I have ever met, and he's the kind of guy you'd want to go on the field with. And so to have the opportunity and the privilege to work with these guys, it's incredible. And I see that the effect the team has on my 2 young boys who I know are back home, and my wife sends me the videos of them jumping up and down in front of the TV when they see this team win, see this team play well. And I'm sure that's mirrored across households, all the way across England. We're very fortunate to have incredible supporters who spend an awful lot of money coming out here to sports, and many in the pubs and back home in the living rooms. And our aim is this weekend to ensure they've got plenty to cheer about. These players, it's a great challenge in front of them, and I'm expecting them to rise to it.
Johnny May spoke the other week about how playing for England is such a privilege, but it can be actually quite a burden and a weight, because you know that significance for the country behind you and stuff. Do you get nervous before games? Do you feel that in the moment before game where you don't have control over what the match is going to look like, and you just have to leave it to the players? Does that fill you with dread a bit or not?
I think throughout my playing career I took confidence from preparation, and I take that into the coaching. You think aspects like selection, we talked a lot about the processes you put in place to ensure that the preparation is as good as it possibly can be. And my job as head coach here is I want to create an environment where these players go onto that pitch confident in the preparation they've had, and I want to make sure that everybody around this England team enjoys this experience. I want them to, I've said this a few times, I want these guys, everybody, coaches, management, players, to have the time of their lives being involved in this. It's an incredible privilege, responsibility, honour. It's also something that's an awful lot of fun as well.
Owen, hi. While obviously this tournament's massive here, it's all embracing, back home it's probably fair to say, amongst the wider sporting public, it hasn't quite taken off yet. What do you think do you as a team have to do this weekend to really get it going back home?
We mentioned this before about the fans of watching England at big tournaments, and that's not just this World Cup. That's any sporting tournament, and can only think of me being a fan watching the football. But there always seems to be a massive support of England, whether that be back home or here, and that we've certainly felt that here so far. But there's always been a build-up during the tournament, and the team wins one more game, and the crowd grows a bit. And we felt that last time in Japan. Every time we seem to play in another game, there seem to be a lot more fans turn up, and I've always thought that the English public, the English people, get behind their teams at major tournaments, and I'm sure that'll be the same.
Excuse me, Steve, just back on the selection subject for a second. Can you just talk through how you came to decide on having the midfield that you have? I mean, I presume you took into account the size of the opposition. You said it's the right midfield. Could you just explain how you balanced it in your mind?
Yeah. So again, the selection process comes. I'll write down all the criteria by which I think the team needs to play, and therefore that dictates around what selection attributes, what strengths we need to have in the team. And around that, I think you've got this great blend in the centres with Manu and Joe. You've got the power and carry and defensive strength that Manu brings. I think you've got incredible running, the outside break that Joe brings, the going from one side of the field to the other to create overloads, the connection he brings with the outside backs in defence. I think that's a really good blend. And I think as you look at this at 10, 12, 13, I think it's got plenty of strengths within it, and I think it's right. We know they pose a lot of challenges, and we've been talking a lot about what they bring, and I think this is the right combination of players.
Question for Owen. Owen, you're no stranger to these big World Cup knockout games, but Marcus Smith, he's playing his first. Can you give us a sense of his temperament, his big game temperament behind the scenes, how he prepares for this, and how impressed you've been with what he brings to the squad?
I'm always impressed with Marcus. I'm always impressed with how much he wants to get after it, how much he wants the ball, how much he wants to make a difference. And from what I've seen so far, the bigger the occasion, the more he wants to do that. And certainly this week, in the preparation again, he's showing that so far. I mean, it's not like Marcus hasn't played in big games. That's certainly not the case. He's won Premiership, so for him to be here, and what he's shown at fullback against Chile, and what he's shown making an impact when he's come on, he wants to have a big impact on the game, and so far he has been doing, and I see that being no different this weekend.
Thanks, Abiel. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sport for today's France team prediction for the second quarterfinal in Paris, but the fourth quarterfinal this weekend. It is the big one, the host versus the current world champions, and France team prediction fairly straightforward to predict most of the team. I think there's certain positions are pretty locked on. Obviously, a big question mark over the 9. For me, a big question mark over who's going to be on the flank. But apart from that, I think a pretty straightforward team for the Boks to prepare. They're a little bit like Ireland. They're a side that don't really change much depending on the opponent. They kind of sort of stick to their own sort of plan, really. But yeah, still be interested to sort of look at exactly where the battles are going to be won and where some of the selection conundrums for Fabian Galtier could be. We will have their team announcement tomorrow afternoon. I think it's about 12 or 12 o'clock around there. It is after the Springboks. Actually, Springbok team announcement is tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So we will have a show hopefully for that, as well as the video that comes out as soon as it comes out and stuff like that. So make sure that you're ready to make sure that you subscribe to the channel and to like the video so that you get notification when it comes out, so you can be the first to know all about the team news there. Let's have a look at exactly what I've gone with. This is how I reckon they will line up. So in the front row, Silva, Tony will be the two props of that. I think it's pretty much guaranteed. Massive aspect of the game is that scrum battle. We're talking about Silva, one of the best tight heads, if not the best loose head in the world. Absolutely love watching him play rugby. He's going to be up against Francois Herbert. That's going to be a great contest. As is Antonio, absolute giant of a man, up against the spicy plum, Stephen Kitsoff, who we assume will be Stephen Kitsoff, who's playing some of the best rugby of his career. Piotr Muvaka, I'll tell you what a tournament he's having. To lose Julien Marchand is a massive blow, almost as big as losing Malcolm Marx, because I think they're pretty close, in fact, in their ability and their pedigree. So very sad for the game that both those players are not involved tomorrow. But I tell you what, I've been so impressed with how Mavak has really stood up and been counted. I've been very impressed with Cameron Waukee, actually, who in the Paul Willemse absence has been one of the standouts for France for me. He's next to Thibaut Flamand, phenomenal player, as every commentator will tell you every single game. Played 10 at school, so he's got a great skill set. But very good around the park, and he's becoming very quickly becoming one of the best locks in the world. And he's going to be a bit of a danger man. One of the positions which could be up for grabs is the number 6 jersey for France. Anthony Gelange, Francois Croce, where they're going to go. Francois Croce is a defensive demon. Anthony Gelange brings a lot of experience, a good leader as well. Sort of been a lot more involved this tournament. Come back from injury, for example. So interesting to see who they go with there. And then it'll be Charles Olivan and Gregory Aldred. I think that's pretty much hammered down. I think Antoine Dupont starts. I think that's the big call. We're all waiting to see what's going to happen. I personally think he starts. I think that he's been rushed, in inverted commas. I think they have, put it this way, if this was the final group stage game, he wouldn't be playing this weekend. If he suffered that injury a week earlier, I don't think he would play this weekend. He has been rushed, in inverted commas. That's not to say that he shouldn't be cleared, but they've definitely made sure he's available for this. And having gone through all of that to make sure he's available, I think he starts. I think he's such a point of difference. I think he's so important to them. People are saying we can't get, knocked down by one player. I agree. I 100% agree. This player is worth getting that sort of excited about. He really is that good, as far as I'm concerned. And I think that, I think that, France are just a different team when he plays. So I do think he starts. Mathieu Jalibert starts. I think they will go Louis Villebert. Could go with Gavin Villebert, but I think that Villebert has been fantastic. And obviously Damien Penaud on the other wing certainly to break the Rugby World Cup try scoring record. And he's going to be a huge threat. The two big boys in the centre, Jonathan Dante and Gael Fickou, world class. Absolutely world class. Really excited for what we assume will be a Dale Lindy Dante battle. Fickou, very clever player up against Jesse Creel. We assume Jesse Creel. And then Thomas Ramos, absolute baller, one of the best place kickers in the world rugby, if not the best at the moment. I mean, I watched him live and he's just metronomic. It's phenomenal watching him kick for goal. It was so good. A brilliant player with so much composure and a really fun player to watch as well. On the bench, I reckon we're going to see then Pierre Bougerie next to Redawadi and Dorian Aldegheri in that front row. Romain Tour for Feneur, I think will be a big player for them. Nice big presence coming off the bench. And well, Anthony Gelange. Maxime Luchu, who had a great game last week. Brilliant distributor of the ball. He's lives in Antoine Dupont's shadow. It's not a big shadow from a physical point of view, But as a player, obviously, it's very difficult to back up the best player in the world. And Luke's a great player. He really is. He's not going to get enough credit because he's playing against the best player, or playing after the best player in the world. But I was watching him last week, and his distribution is absolutely world class. He's brilliant kicking game as well. Very underrated player. And then you've got Yoa Muafana and then Melvin Yamane. Very nice players, Yamane. Covers a lot of different positions, kicks for goal. And I've been very impressed with Yoa Muafana. He's a young centre, but a very talented centre. So that's what I've gone with. I don't think it'll be too different, but if you have any suggested changes, let me know what they are down in the comments below. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports, and some breaking news. The Springbok team for the quarterfinal against France has officially been announced. What a team it is. What a couple of interesting calls there are. No bomb squad, 5-3 split, a surprise start at scrum half. So many things to get into when it looks at this team. And after the entire week's worth of speculation regarding were they going to look at a 7-1, 5-3, 6-2 split, for example, where were the Boks going to go? Russ was putting a tweet out last night, just sort of add to a little bit of the drama and stuff like that. We do finally have a team for the quarterfinals, and it's a very interesting team. A couple of calls are very expected, a couple of very surprising calls as well. We're going to look at the team in just a moment. Before we do, please smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. In terms of the team that will take on France this weekend, this is it. Let's go through it, shall we? Right, first of all, in the front row, as expected, Stephen Kitsoff, Bongi Manambi, and Francois Herber will pack down up against what we expect to be by Peter Mavaka as well as Unai Antonio. In the second row, it will be Eben Etzebeth next to Franco Mostert, and the loose trio of Siakisi, Pierre Steph Toy, and Dwayne Vermeulen gets the nod. A very interesting decision there. Jasper Wiese has been preferred for the big game so far in the World Cup. Played against Scotland, played against Ireland, for example. For me, Dwayne's been brilliant this season. I think this Rugby Championship, for example, this year in a Springbok jersey, I think he's really proved that he still has the legs in him and he still can play at the highest level. We're talking about a player who plays his best rugby in big situations. He's a big game player, World Cup final, man of the match, for good reason. He knows how to come to the party. And then perhaps the biggest surprising selection of all, Pumas Reinach at 9, Moynibok at 10. Very interesting halfback pairing. There were rumours that Kobus Reinach might be getting a start ahead of Faf de Klerk. I'm very interested to see if that was going to be the case, and it has in fact proved right. This is the first time we have really seen the Boks move away from Faf de Klerk in starting position in a crunch match like a quarterfinal, for example. So it's a huge backing for Kobus Reinach, who's been brilliant form, really. Very, very impressive so far this tournament, and probably deserves the start, but I don't think too many people would have guessed that. Moynibok starting at 10, I think is the right call. You've got to back the man you've backed in the last month. He has been there. He did the job against Scotland, almost did the job against Ireland. Yes, Honda Pollard came back and was a decent performance against Tonga, but I do think it would be too soon to sort of throw him into the mix at the starting position. I think Moynibok at 10 is the right call there. The two wings, Jesse Colby, Currie, Orange, as expected. Damien Willemse keeps the spot at 15. Damien Delinde, Jesse Creel in the midfield. It was a pretty expected backline. Don't think Kane Moody was ever going to be starting at 13, and I definitely don't think Lekanya was ever going to be thrown into the mix after having not played a competitive game in well over a month. So I agree with those decisions. Then off the bench, also a couple of interesting decisions. Obviously, it's a 5-3 split. This is purely to accommodate Andre Pollard, to be honest. If we look at it, it is Dion Fourie, Vincent Koch, and Oxen Chair. Very surprised by the Vincent Koch selection. I would have liked to have seen Trevor Nyakane. I think he's been so good at scrum time, and I think that he would be winning us scrum penalties in the latter stages of the game. So it's a big call to go with Vincent Koch. He's showed a little bit of fitness and hasn't played as much as he probably would have liked him to. But we'll see how he goes. Dion Fourie, man of the match against Tonga, so hopefully he can sort of replicate that type of form. Marcus Neyman and Kwaka Smith, the two replacements. Very interesting in itself in the fact that we've only got one loose forward replacement, and they've gone with Kwaka Smith. And again, I think this is the breakdown threat. This is the try scoring threat as well. He's a man that knows how to score a try as Kwaka Smith. He's been in some brilliant form, and they've really started to back him recently. So very interesting that he himself is also getting the nod over here. And then Andre Pollard in the 22, Willie Leroux in the 23. This has always been an interesting a point of the team, I think. Willie Leroux, Andre Pollard together are usually the best sort of combination. And I think Willie Leroux or Pollard without Willie Leroux can sometimes lead this back line a little bit stagnant. So Abilu is the try assist king. I mean, he's got 13 try involvements in the last 11 games. Very important player. Gets the backline going. And yeah, look, I mean, I don't think you can drop any evidence that the way he's playing. He's been absolutely sublime for the Springboks. And I think that you don't need to worry about, you know, 15 necessarily being a playmaker when you've got Mari Liebach. When Pollard comes on at 10, bit of a different player to Mari Liebach, and you're not quite the sort of the same attacking threat, not quite the sort of same playmaking abilities, and that's where you need Vili Leroux to come in and provide that sort of point of difference, to find that space, you know, put in that final pass and stuff. It's a very interesting team. Let me know what you think of it down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
I'll start with the 5-3 bench. I think like I've mentioned before, I think if it's a 8-0, 7-1, 6-2, 5-3, I think it's probably falls under team selection. So obviously we selected a team, irrespective of the bench numbers that we selected, that we think will give us the best opportunity to get a victory on Sunday. The other one was between Kobus and Kobus and Faf. I think if we selected Faf or if we selected Kobus, I don't think a lot of people would have raised a lot of eyebrows. Obviously, the French have got a very interesting kicking game that they use, and we feel using those two guys will probably give us the best opportunity on Sunday. And then with Dwayne, again, for this specific game, we feel Dwayne is a guy that will probably that we will need. But it doesn't at all mean that Jasper won't play in a semi-final. So it is just purely the team selection is based on the team that we feel we need to get a victory on Sunday.
You touched on it around Dwayne and Kobus, but the halfback combination, Kobus and Mani, and then obviously on the bench, Faf and Andre. Would you talk to us about that? Is it combinations or are they there as individuals?
No, I think if you look at a guy like Kobus, I think he's playing exceptional rugby, and Faf for that matter. And the same with Mani. I think Mani and Andre is probably a little bit different in the sense that I think if you look at the cumulative number of minutes that Andre have been playing for us, or rugby this year, is probably one game if you count all the minutes together. So we slowly building him up after his injury, and I think with Mani, is probably our informed fly-off at this stage. Not probably he is, I think Mani started for us. I think we lost one game this year with Mani starting at 10. So obviously he's in form, and the team performs when he's the starting fly-off. So it's just as simple as that.
Super, first of all, Jan, from the inside. Super, can I ask you, Jacques Millers has been talking about this tournament since the very first start, that every single match is a knockout match. Just talk to us about the occasions also. This is a massive match, it's 23 players against an entire nation. Is that how you see it? And Jacques, can I ask you though, are you guys preparing yourselves to be here next week?
Yeah, of course, it's a big game. We all know that. I think we've experienced playing against a home nation before in Japan. And yeah, it is difficult, and those are the games that you want to play in. That's where you get tested the most, But I think we find strength in each other, and we always know that we have over 65 million backing us from people back at home who will be watching and supporting. So all we do, no matter how loud it is out there, because we played last year in Marseille, and the atmosphere was amazing. It was great obviously for them, but all you do there is just zone in on the job that you got to do in hand. If you think too much about what's happening around you, it's going to take you off course of what you have to do. Our main focus is to make sure that we deliver what we plan on the week and make plans as we go along.
Your question regarding are we preparing to be here next week? Now, obviously, since we started in 2020, that was our aim was to win the World Cup. I mean, otherwise, why are you even in it? So, no, Percy, no, definitely. Our aim was always to do that, and we are preparing and giving it a best shot. We know since the draw was out that the quarterfinals is probably going to boil down to France and New Zealand. It's going to be one of those two teams. It's always going to be a big game. Doesn't matter which team you play in the quarterfinal, when it's France who's playing at home, or if it's New Zealand. I mean, it will be a tough quarterfinal. I think the same for Ireland and New Zealand. It's going to be a tough quarterfinal, and that's how quarterfinals will be. All the quarterfinals, I think, will be really close and closely contested, and I think all the teams are preparing to be in the semi-final and to go on from there.
Hi. Hello. CEO, you will be in front of Charleroi. Can you tell
You're talking about Charles? Yeah, no, he's good. He's an amazing player. He's a great link between the backs and the forwards, very skillful. And he's a good leader too. He's led in Toulon, and also obviously the French team as well. And yeah, he's a big player for them. And I know they're preparing for a physical battle. And we don't hide who we are and what we do, and that's who we are. And it's nothing new for us. We don't have to do anything different. That's what we are driven by. That's what we work on. It's hard work and physicality, and that's exactly the DNA of our game. So it's going to be nothing new for us. But the main thing is just to bring it on Saturday and bring it for 80 minutes. And I think we've had a couple of challenges like that game like Tonga, which was brutal. For 80 minutes we had to work for our points. I think the game against Ireland too was also that. So we've had a little bit of preparation. So yeah, this weekend is never going to be any different. We know they can be physical too. It's all about who's going to last for 80 minutes during that.
Question for Sia. Could you describe us the feeling when we arrive at this stage? What things change when you arrive in the quarterfinal? As a defending champions, you have this experience to continue until the end.
I think our coaching staff has been amazing in prep long before the World Cup. They plan for different scenarios. So whenever we get to the stage, they would have kind of prepared us to where we need to go. But I think as players, not a lot changes. The way we prepare doesn't change, but it's the same as in our pool games. If we didn't win against Tonga, we wouldn't be here today. So it's always good to feel that kind of pressure before. And a lot of this team has been here before, so we have no excuse because I think 90% of our team played in the last World Cup. So there's no excuse. We can't be making excuses and say, oh, it's a big game, we haven't been here before. We know what it feels like, and we've been here before. So we'll draw a lot of confidence from that, and also confident the guys that haven't been here before won't have to wonder because they've got people next to them who've been here and stood this challenge before. So we're walking confidently, but we also know it's a game that France is also confident. They have their own things, advantage on their side, being at home and everything. So it's going to be a proper battle.
Just through the omissions of Lucani and Trevor, how difficult were those decisions? And then with one in particular, are you expecting to come to the part of the ball kicking in the same way he did in the playoff stages in the URC, which is that successfully over the past 2 seasons?
In terms of your question regarding Lucanio and Trevor, yes, I think the whole team selection was quite tough. I think if you look at the squad, if you look at the way we managed the load of our squad over the last couple of games, over the 10 test matches that we've played this season, I think the majority of our group is between 4 to 6 games of game exposure. We always said that the World Cup is a long competition if you look at it. I know it's 7 games, but it's spread over 2 months basically. So I think managing a squad to make sure that they go into the knockout stages as fresh as possible, that's what you want to achieve on the one side, but you can only do that while winning. You must also get victories to get to the knockout stages. So I think, and that's probably the beauty of our squad. We had the ability to rotate and to rest and to manage the load of the players, but also to get us in this position, and hopefully that will carry us through. So again, if we would have gone with Trevor above Vince, or if you were gone with Lucanio above Jesse, I think Luki may be a little bit different. He didn't have a lot of exposure over the last 2 to 3 months due to his injury, but I must say he looks good in training. And both of them, like I mentioned, the same question was asked about Dwayne and Jasper. There's no reason why they might not get selected in a semi-final. We believe that the squad that we selected is a squad that will match the strengths and maybe have the ability to exploit the weaknesses of France. There is not a lot, like when you get to knockouts and you look at all the teams, there's not a lot of weaknesses in them. Then in terms of Mani in the goal kicking, yeah, I think if you look at just the last game against Tonga, I know everybody says, yeah, Andre came back and he kicked 100%, but I think, I know Mani also kicked 100%. So obviously, yeah, any kicker on a day, like a hooker on a day, can have an off day. What I can tell you is that when you play in a knockout, you're not going to get a lot of opportunities, and you have to take those opportunities. It might be try scoring opportunities 0 to 5 meters from the try line. It might be points off the tee. So when we get opportunities, we must use them.
Morning.
Morning.
France have been throwing out words like physical, brutal, they're going to hurt you. Our players are lining up for concussion protocols after Marseille. Do you feel your job of managing the referee is going to be much more crucial tomorrow on Sunday than normal?
I think the performance is going to be more crucial than anything else. You can't focus. The thing is, if you disciplined like we have been, I think we're the only team that didn't give a card this tournament. And we do play physical, we do play on the edge, but we train it over and over again. We train to tackle below the waist. At trainings, the penalties are called offsides and all those kind of things. So our training is like a match day. And if you cause those penalties at training, then you obviously bring in the ref. Our goal is not to bring the ref into in. That's why our technique is so important. But at the same time, you can't go out there in fear. We can't go out there in fear of doing something crazy. You have to live on the edge because that's what our game is. That's who we are, the South African team, is to play as hard as you can for 80 minutes. And that's rugby. People enjoy rugby because it's brutal, and also it's got guys who can use their footwork and everything. It's beautiful. So our forward pack that's what we need to do to go forward, to be as brutal as we can, and then we want to set like a go forward ball so that our wings and our backs can do their thing. But I think the ref will be able to manage the game, and obviously if we stay clear of anything naughty, we'll be all right.
Good morning, gents. Question for Jacques. When we played your season earlier this year, you had about a fair idea of who you wanted in your 23 for this weekend. How close are you in terms of what you've put out or play on Sunday? And then also, how does the tournament shape your convictions around who should be playing in the knockout stages of this tournament?
Yeah, I think it would probably, the team we selected for the quarterfinal, would a big factor in that is who do you play. We select a team, we look at the opposition, like I mentioned, and you analyze the opposition, and then you look at your players, where their form is, and then you make a decision on that. So a lot of things influence, obviously, selection. But if you just purely look at it from a rugby point of view, you look at your performances and your players' performances in training, in games, and you look at the opposition's performances, and then you select. Those are two factors that will influence selection. So I wouldn't say that I would say the bulk of the team we selected, we probably would have selected for New Zealand as well, but we probably would have gone from a strategic point of view. There might have been subtle changes within the team. So the team that you play against definitely has an influence on your team selection.
Hi Jack, obviously the top 4 ranked teams are all playing each other in Paris this weekend. How exciting is that from a showpiece perspective in terms of showcasing the game? 80,000 people at both quarterfinals in Paris.
Yeah.
How closely matched are those 4 teams in your opinion?
Yeah, yes, I think that is, it's going to be 2 massive games. Like I said, in the build-up to the quarterfinal, I mean, the big question was always, or it came up numerous times in press conferences, who would you pick? And I don't think there's an easy one. You know, if you look at the last couple of performances of New Zealand and their performance against Italy, which is a top team, you know, it's going to be a tough game on that side as well. Ireland's also on form, New Zealand's on form, we on form, France is on form. So I think it's going to be 2 humdinger of games. And I believe the others also, you know. Obviously they're probably not that high ranked in the world rugby currently, but world rankings and world rugby in a World Cup, I don't think a lot we don't look at that a lot. But the teams that are playing each other in Paris this weekend are 4 teams that's pretty much on form, and it's going to be tight. Like I said, I think it's going to boil down to execution on the day and taking opportunities on the day.
Question for Coach Jack, please. Jack, by going to 5-3, do you not slightly risk losing your identity or the sort of fear that you might bring to an opposition, or kind of your aura, if you like?
Yeah, again, like I mentioned, first of all, I know people look at the bench because we sometimes play around with the 7-1, 6-2, 5-3. And again, I'm taking it back to team selection. You look at your opposition and you kind of make a decision on, listen, what do we think is the best team of 23 that we select? And sometimes that's a 7-1, might be a 8-0 in the next game, it might be a 6-2, it might be a 5-3 again. But for this specific game, we felt that a 5-3 is the best for us, and like I've mentioned before. But in terms of us losing our identity, no. I think when we went 7-1, everybody said there's risk. Yes, with every team selection, doesn't matter how you select that bench, there's risk. I think 5-3 is probably the more standard one that people perceive has got less risk. And then if you go to a 6-2, obviously there's a little bit of more risk, and then 7-1 there's more risk. But you do mitigate that risk with multiple players being able to cover multiple positions. So we just felt that for this specific game, a 5-3 is probably the best one for us. And if you look, I know people will probably look at it and say, like you mentioned, are we going away from our identity? But if I take you back, the last game, the last big final we played in was the British and Irish Lions final. And we went with a 5-3 split there. And Morné Steyn was selected, you know, and he kicked the last penalty to give us the victory in that test match, in that series. So it's not like we haven't done 5-3s in big games before. It's not. It maybe people don't follow us that often, so it might in the World Cup, because we haven't done it a lot. People might see it as strange, but we have definitely played big final games with 5-3s before.
John, can I ask you, you talked a little bit about what you expect from the French. Can I ask you to expand a bit on what game you expect from them? Give us a bit of a crash course.
Yeah, like I mentioned, there's not a lot of weaknesses in the French side, and in all 4 teams that's playing this weekend. The one thing that's probably a little bit different of the French side is their kicking game. And I think they, even in one of their press conferences, they made no bones about it that they prefer not to play with the ball. You know, they pressurize you, give you the ball, and then try and suffocate you with their defense, which is a very good defensive system from Sean into making errors. You know, so you have to find strategies around that. And again, if you look at team selection and the way we went, we probably have to talk to that with our team selection. So yeah, so and then obviously they've got a good set piece. If you look at their set pieces, they kind of win their ball, and then they've got some X factor. So I think all around they're a well-rounded team that puts teams under pressure. You know, like they did with New Zealand. They're a team that don't give up, and they play for 80 minutes. So from our side, we have to match that, like Sia mentioned.
Morning, John.
Good morning.
Just a question for you. What does it say for your team selection that you are able to change your offense to the one that won in the World Cup in 2019?
I think, I think the big thing there is probably the injury to Andre. I mean, Andre has been out for 20 weeks or 19 weeks before he joined us, and that was unfortunate. If he didn't get injured, it probably would have looked a little bit different. I can't say, but it probably would have. Because he's a quality rugby player, and the moment he was fit, we drafted him in the squad. So if he wasn't injured, he probably would have been in the World Cup squad from the start. And that's probably the main reason why we changed the halfback pairing to the one that won us the World Cup. And like I said, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Mani started 8 games or 7 games for us this year, and we won 6 out of those 7 games, or 7 out of the 8 games that he started. I think if you just look at the way he drives the team, and he's obviously on form in terms of that. I think the point difference in the games that he started for us at 10, it's like 4 tries to 1. You know, so we score obviously points with Mani at 10, and not saying that Andre hasn't been there due to injury. So yeah, that's that. Like I said, we selected Mani. Mani is in form. He's playing good rugby. Kobus is in form, playing good rugby. Faf is in form, playing good rugby. But just looking at what the French will bring to us, we feel that this is the best shot for us.
Obviously, you always reminding us that you guys are in a very privileged position. You know, guys not playing for yourselves. I need to apologize for being late here today, Rosa. I travel with a lot of South Africans, and there's a sense of anticipation, Rosa. What is your message to those South Africans who made their way to France, and those millions who are still at home, Rosa?
I think all we have as a team is gratitude. We are honestly blessed to have such a country who believes in this team so much, and people would use their savings. They would do everything they can to get here today, and we're thankful for the people that are opening screens for people to view in the township, in malls, because I think our team represents the whole of South Africa, and all represent people from different walks of life, and I think that's where we get our edge from. Of course, we love the game, and we want to play for our own personal reasons and goals, but the main thing that brings us together is South Africa. That's who we want to make proud, that's who we want to inspire as the people back at home. And the only way we can do that, not these words, what I'm saying right now, it's the effort that we put in on the field. It's what Jacques asked me to do on the field, not to give up, not to look like I'm not giving my 100%. I must always be giving everything, because so many people would give everything to be where we are today, and that's what drives us, that's what keeps us going, because, you know, some people pay just to win a World Cup for the first time, some people for different reasons, but we have, as I said before, what we do on the field, and we're doing what we love, has an influence to so many people in the world. We can never take that for granted, and that's why we put in the hard work, and when we play on Saturday, our thoughts are always with them. I know there will be a few on Saturday shouting for us, and we are honestly grateful, and I don't think we would have been where we are without all those hard-working people and those people that are supporting us today.
Good morning, sir. A two-pronged question. There's been a very big conversation around Antoine's availability for Sunday's game. Do you feel that he may have some unfinished business, considering how effective he was recorded in last year's Marseille test? And then secondly, just to elaborate on Percy's question, how happy are you to know that we just want to see it for this particular game, and they'll bring a piece of South Africa, considering that you will be playing in front of what will be a very pro-French crowd?
It's always good to see the future squad, the energy they're gonna bring, and hopefully I know they'll sing as loud as they can, but obviously it's gonna be different out there. But it's special to have them, you know, to be singing, and like we do in the changing room too. It gets us going. It means like the singing is far deeper to us than just preparing for a game. And it started from when we were young, but it's good that they're here. And then on Anton, it is a big thing because he's a big player. He's shown everybody respects him around the world. He's shown what he can do, and he's important for the French team. He's the leader of the team, so it was always going to be a big thing. So, and we as rugby players, we don't wish for one another to be injured. You want to play against the best. You want to see what you can do against the full strength team as a team. So If he's playing and he's back, good for him. We're happy for him. It will be great to be playing against the best strength French side as possible they can put on the field. And it's good to see players fight and recover from injury so they can be back on the field.
Jack, I should have asked this as a follow-up to the previous 5-3 question. It's not just 5-3, but you've made other significant changes to your starting 15. The traditional sort of done way of things in World Cups would be a team would become more and more consistent throughout a World Cup. So almost we can guess what a coach is going to select. And you've done something very different here. Do you think that's kind of the way forward? Does this give you a bit of a kick that you're doing something different, or maybe smarter, or maybe people will do this more in the future? Your view on the fact that you diverted from the norm?
Yeah, like I said, the World Cup is actually a long competition. I think if you go back at 2019, we basically did the same. The team that in 2019 our first test was against New Zealand. The second one was Namibia. There was lots of changes. We believe that you have to manage the load of your players. I'm not saying that other teams should do that or not, but that's what we believe. And we're a little bit different in the Southern Hemisphere. We come out of a Rugby Championship going into a World Cup, So, like I've mentioned, we had 4 games in Rugby Championship, and then we had 2 warm-up games against Wales and against New Zealand, and then you only start with the World Cup. We're now 10 games in our season. So, and like I said, if you look at our squads, we rotated. We did, definitely. And we do that with a specific goal in mind, that when we get to this stage of the competition, which is the important stage of the World Cup, the knockout stage, that you try and manage the load of your players. So, and if you look at the load spread between our squad of 33, with some of the guys that unfortunately got injured, probably 35 players that we've used. We're probably in the ballpark figure of the players having played between 4 and 6 games, So they except now the outliers like Andre, who came in late with injury. Lucanio is probably on 3 games this year. So, but again, that's we in a different. We're in the Southern Hemisphere, which is a little bit different to the Northern Hemisphere. The Northern Hemisphere finished, then they had a time off, and then they had their warm-up games building into the World Cup. So they probably have less games played this year after a sufficient break between the 2 seasons, where we're a little bit different. So I think we did the same when we played in the World Cup in 2019, and it worked for us there in terms of managing the squad. So we played a team against New Zealand. We played almost that exact team against Italy in 2019, and then in the quarterfinal, and then we went onwards. But like I mentioned again, picking a guy like Dwayne ahead of Jasper, I think if we selected Jasper, people would have said, listen, it's a great team. If we select Dwayne, people are saying it's a great team. So I don't think it's not to say that this team will go on. I think we're in a fortunate position, if you look at our squad, that there's not a lot of difference between the players that we select. There's really the step between Vincent Koch and Trevor Nyakane and Frans Malherbe. There's not a big difference between those players. We're fortunate in that regard.
Good morning, Jacques. Good morning, Sia. Sia, can you maybe just expand a little bit on something that Bonke said yesterday? He said that you guys have been simulating the kind of noise that you could experience against the home crowd at the Stade de France on Sunday evening. You guys have been playing some noise. I'm not sure it's fan noise, music, just how you've been mentally preparing to deal with that emotional load that will be in not only the fact it's a knockout game, but also against this crowd.
Yeah, if you're gonna prepare, you prepare flat out for everything. But it's the closest we could get, just having a speak around training and get some of the noises that normally happen in the game, the crowd, like the sounds that the crowd make, the songs that they sing, because it's that intense. We remember in Marseille, we couldn't even hear each other, you know. That's the important thing, getting the comms through. And we learned from that. If we didn't learn from that, then that game would have been a waste. So it is very loud, and the French fans are really passionate, and they'll be singing to getting their team going the whole time. And our thing is to zone in and try and find the smaller voices amongst each other to help each other out, especially around the set piece calling, the line out calling, and that's the biggest thing. It was there while we were preparing the whole time. So games, I mean, it's not gonna help us do anything from the crowd. It's more like there's more communication amongst us as a group, and I think that's how much the preparation are getting into. That's how important this game is, you know, to make sure that we try to try and cover as many bases as we can. And it is difficult to be having a speaker right next to you while somebody is trying to make a call, but hopefully it will help us on Sunday, sorry.
Quick question for Jack. Can you tell us some words about Fabien Galtier, his progression with the French team? What do you think about this coach?
Yeah, the interesting thing is when myself and Rassie went and coached at Munster, I think Fabian was in Toulon, if I'm not mistaken, and then he left Toulon and he came over to Munster, and he actually shadowed, he was in our environment, he and his forwards coach was in our environment for 2 weeks. You know, like you do sometimes, you go and visit clubs and you spend time with clubs if you have a little bit of a break in your coaching career. So I got to know him there on a personal level. Had a couple of beers with him, played football with him. We had always between lunch breaks a football game. So I think he's a class individual. First of all, a good human being. I really enjoyed him as a person. Back then, obviously we weren't rivals, so it was nice and relaxed. And he was in all our coaches' meetings in the morning, all our strategy and planning meetings, and he gave good input there. You can see he's a rugby guy. You know, it's not just when we gave opinions or strategies for our next opponent, he would give his opinion, and we really like that. So he's willing to share so he just loves rugby like we love rugby. And then as a coach and coaching against him and his coaching team, I think he really puts in a lot of work, and they put in, you can see, if you look at them, there's not a lot of weakness within that French side. So obviously there's a lot of detail that goes into the team. But as a coach, I haven't been in an environment where he's coached the team, so I don't know how he does it with his players. But great individual, he's a rugby man, and coaching against his teams that he's the coach of it's always a big challenge. You can see they are well prepared.
There you go.
Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby here on Forever Sports. Welcome to everyone. We can already see the comments are kicking off. Welcome back, guys. And of course, it's quarterfinal time here at the Rugby World Cup 2023, and it is so damn exciting. We can't wait. Today, I'm lucky enough to be joined by Carl Usher once again. How's it, Carl? How are you doing?
Not too bad. A little bit tired, but I'm surviving. How are you?
The man's working off some painkillers from a knee surgery, so let's all just wish him well. Right, guys, as you can see, we've already put the team up for you. I'm sure everyone's already had a look at it. If you haven't, this is the team. We'll be going through it in a little bit, doing a little bit of analysis, going through what we consider a surprise. So please do let me know right off the bat. If you are in the comments, let me know what you think was probably the surprise inclusion. If not, please do check us out on BOYLESPORTS as well. Check us out on BITDEFENDER. Those are our fantastic sponsors. They are the ones who make this all possible. I'm going to add our next candidate, Mr. Dan Scholz. Welcome, Dan.
Morning, lads.
Fashionably late, so that's okay. Dan, we were just chatting about the Springbok lineup and what a fantastic lineup it is. There are a couple of surprises, which I'm sure we will get to in a second. But what I've just asked everyone in the chat is to please put down what they consider to be the surprise inclusion. And let's just get straight into it, gents. So, Carl, I'll start with you right off the bat. What is the first name that catches your eye in that Springbok starting lineup?
I mean, obviously, I think it'll be no surprise if everyone's, well, surprised that Reinach is the preferred 9, not because he doesn't deserve it, but because the potential problems it could bring about in say mid-game with kicking wise. But he's had a great tournament so far, so he does deserve to be there.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, Kobus Reinach is probably the surprise one, simply because of the insistence of that Springbok management for quite some time to stick to Faf de Klerk, and who hasn't been terrible at all. He's been rather fantastic actually, but Kobus has just been that good. So perhaps there's a lineup that they're seeing, or we should say rather, so perhaps it's a combination that they're seeing, or a matchup that they're seeing that we can't quite. Dan, I'll go back over to you. I'll go straight to the bench because I think that's quite an important one. We've obviously decided to opt with that 5-3 split. Can you think of any reasons why that might have happened? Do you think that was the right move?
I think it's super interesting because, I mean, our last big game was a 7-1, right? So a completely different conversation. You know, no Villy. Obviously, we didn't have Andre fit at that stage. So it's big, and just where we might have thought that the 6-2 was our brand, I think maybe our brand is actually just we don't know what we're going to do and just prepare for the unexpected, which is what it is. I mean, 5-3 is a very typical rugby split, you know, naturally, but you don't often see the Boks go for it, especially, you know, given that the recent big games, that's been our differentiating factor. But maybe they're seeing a bit more opportunity in our backline to exploit. Yeah, but I think it's really exciting, and I think I'm glad to see Willie there. He'll give us a couple more options, and I think he'll be really good on attack. It's just that we still have that firepower in the forward without that extra man.
100%. Right, so I'll get to a couple of the comments. Thank you guys for dropping them through. Please keep them coming. I'll try to get it to as many as I can. I see Currie saying Kobus starting as a surprise. Of course, 100%. I would agree with you. 5-3 split is shocking. Yeah, I suppose as Springbok supporters, we have come to expect the unexpected when it comes to a bench. For us to go a bit traditional is a shock in and of itself. Didi says, I'm sorry, but that's not our strongest team. Jason G, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. He says, why do we keep on playing Jesse Creel and Damien Dialendi? Doesn't deserve to be in the team. I'll be happy with Andre Hesteys and Kanan Moody. So we'll get to that in a second, Jason. Chris Boss says they should have put Kanan Moody on the bench instead ahead of Villy. Villy has been pathetic so far this World Cup. All right, so very strong comments coming out there, of course. If you haven't already seen, there's also been the France team announced, which we will compare those lineups as well and do our very best. Another couple more. Leslie Roux says Pollard should have started. No Moody Esterhazen. Danette says good morning. Goeiemorgen Danette. And Manus Ferreira says if we want to lose on Sunday, we should then start running rugby. All right, gents, that's a lot to get through. So let's start right at the beginning with a power front row. Right off the bat, Carl, we see Stephen Kitzel, Bongio Manambi, and Frans Malherbe. What is the surprise there for you?
To be honest, I'm not surprised, considering they have to work out how to shift Winnie Antonio, who is, I think, the second heaviest player in this competition, or now the heaviest because of Tameifuna going home. It's no surprise. I mean, either of their front rows would do a job, but I think this is probably their preferred one to deal with that. And then just have some solid impact off the bench. It's going to be massive. Those are two heavy backs. It's going to be a big battle at scrum.
Yeah. With the 5-3, and maybe it's not exactly the same for props, but maybe if anything, these guys can probably have a little bit more match fitness than both Vincent and Ox, and I think they might take it a little bit further, more to the 50th minute rather than, you know, the traditional maybe 43rd or so that they currently are sitting in and around. I mean, we even saw Frans Malherbe come off, I think, in the 55th versus Ireland, which I didn't think worked very well, mostly because there was a staggered approach with the props as opposed to a full split. But I think our two strongest props, and obviously Bongi's got the caps under the belt. He's the guy. yeah, it's going to be when that sub happens, that's going to be super interesting to see. Because that's, I don't think we've ever, I mean, obviously Dion for repairing with most props is a new pairing, but we haven't seen, I don't think, Ox and Vincent very often either. So that's a new one on the eyes. And I mean, individually, we definitely, you know, I think most South African supporters will back them both.
Do you think that there is, often we go into these matches, especially with our front row and our pack, saying that there's going to be a form of domination, but this France pack is arguably the best in the world next to the Springbok pack as well. Is there an argument to be made that we would simply be happy at scrum time, especially, to be winning our own ball in this type of a match?
I'll let you take it.
Oh, can you repeat that? Sorry, I was just sorting out.
I'll go. So I think, to an extent, I don't think we have once did in our scrum pack. I think they are all getting a little older and not necessarily less powerful, but maybe other teams have caught up to the level that we were at, particularly at that last World Cup where it felt like we were getting penalties for free. Yeah, I think the short answer is, even us showing that we've gone with money to start and probably on the bench, we're not just trying to win with a penalty game and a 3-point game, right? So I think
you can.
Yeah, I think we're clearly not going for a very traditional approach, and we don't see us being able to just kick them over. So we're going with another approach. With that said, I think they're going to fully expect to win all of their scrums, and they're going to want to put a statement down and win others, because if, you know, we still have a semi-final and final, if we win this, if people start seeing cracks there, then it's going to be something that will definitely be exploited.
All right. As we head on to that lock period, of course, we see Ebenezer Bet, there's no surprises there, and Franco Mostert. Again, for me, Cal, no surprises there. I see a comment here from Agai Imase. Again, apologies if I've mispronounced. Cal, he says 6-2 split, Klein in for Villy, then Faf and Pollard to start. The point that I want to focus on there is the mention of Jean Klein. I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that they haven't gone with that extra bit of firepower off the bench in Jean Klein, and I think that he's been really good off the bench. Other than the starting lineup, would you say that we needed some reinforcements in that department?
I think they're in a bit of a hard spot with this one, because France is they have to find a way to counter France's backs, because they've been absolutely lethal, and I think they're not able to do a 6-2. I think they have to have three or more backs just to try and counteract this this France team, because they are really good. The only thing, like, France obviously will be depending on their lineup, but I don't know. I don't see. Look, you could potentially change Villy for Kane and Moody, but I don't think you could take a back off for a forward. I think they need the.
No, I agree fully, 100%. I mean, it is a little surprising. I mean, this is not a bad team at all, but I guess we've gotten so used to that firepower off the bench, though, that it's caught us all a little bit by surprise. Right, so we see here a couple of their welcome back, Matthew Dixon. See Andrea Daleave saying, will Damien kick in the first half to polls if Marnie starts missing? Scalzi, we'll get to that in a second, but I think my first answer is probably no. I think so long. Yeah, actually no. Sorry, I'd obviously, of course, with Faf out. Do you think that that's the possibility? Do you think Damien is officially backup kicker? Let's just say if it, well, I mean, Pollard's coming off the bench already, so I mean, is it really a question?
First of all, I'd be surprised if they didn't have kicks in the first half for Manny to give up that tee, and he would have to miss everything pretty much from in front, you know. And if that is the case, sure, why not give it to Damien for a kick that's in front? But I mean, you know, they've been difficult kicks that he's lost out on, but I'd be very surprised if I see Damien taking it over, particularly because, I mean, he kicked in the Romania game and he had a lot of, you know, under the poles type of kicks, but other than that, he's not coming in with a lot of match pressure from a kicking perspective. So especially when you're changing kickers, I think you kind of want someone who's done that. Faf clearly didn't really mind that pressure, and I think because he's not known as a kicker, whereas Damien I think is actually known as more of a kicker than Faf, so I think maybe there'll be a little more pressure. But short answer, no, I don't think Damien will be taking that over.
All right. 100%. I mean, that makes sense to me. Carl, let's just take you back to those loose forwards for a second. Of course, we've got Captain Fantastic, Sia Khaleesi, Peter Steph-Toy, and Dwayne Vermeulen makes, I suppose, I guess, another unexpected return to that starting number 8 position. He'd been played a flank before. He'd been kept out of the starting 15 before. Do you think that there was a case for Jasper to have retained his starting spot?
Yes, I think at least in the forwards, it looks like they've gone right. Okay, this French side is regardless of who they throw out, is going to be class. So maybe we should go for a bit more experience over youth. But I mean, look, you're not exactly losing out a lot in Vermeulen. Although not even having, I suppose, not having Visa on the bench is interesting. But then you want someone on the bench who can cover more than, I suppose, just number 8, because Visa's a specialist number 8. So having Kwaka Smith makes sense, because you basically got a multi-talented back and forward almost. But no, it's an interesting call. I'm not surprised because of how good Vermeulen is even at his age, but I didn't expect it. Put it that way. It's an interesting call. It's a really interesting call.
It feels like there's like a missing link in our reserves. You know, there's usually a Van Staden or Jean Klein or you know, even Vermeulen on the bench. There's that extra person that you'd be like, okay, when they come on, you know. Whereas with the amount of forwards replacing, it's more blocking. It feels like it's that typical replacement, which is just coming in to fill what the other person was doing and that their legs aren't allowing them to do. Whereas the box made it like we're coming on, but we're actually elevating it. You know, we're actually taking it much further.
100%. I mean, and to me, this is a situation where, and I've seen these comments, and I 100% agree with everyone in the comments that there's been a lot of sort of concern about this 5-3 splits. But I think it's exactly as you say. This is actually probably a good thing. That we are able to adapt to this, that we are saying to them, listen, we don't need 6 big boys or 7 big boys on this bench to take you out. We are focusing on an issue that we have at the moment, which seems to be that kind of goal kicking issue. So they've got Andre in there for that. It's
you
quite
think that's
clear.
why they picked Andre?
I do, honestly, I really do. I do think that he's there for Marnie Crumble. I don't think he's there to replace Marnie, to add extra impetus, because we do know that Marnie, in terms of the ability to play make, for me at least, he is better. And so I can't see much reason why else we would have Andre in there. That's my opinion. I think that that they're looking towards, if it gets towards that crunch time and we need someone with a cooler, perhaps more experienced head on him, that's why Andre is there. But maybe I'll be crucified in the comments. Maybe everyone disagrees with me, but that's what it is. The Vili pick we'll get to in a second. I'm not too sure about that one, but I'm sure Carl will have opinions on it. And I see the comments there that this is actually a 4-4 split with Kwako on the bench. That was actually one of the first comments that came out when we saw this team as well, because he is just that versatile. Albert van Lingen says if Marnie kicks well, Pollard won't even come on. I think he probably comes on, but if he's on song, I do think that he probably stays on 65, 70 minutes instead of 50 minutes. Or 55, you know. I think that's really the plan. Okay, so Carl, let's look a little bit further than this. Again, we've got, of course, the surprise package in Kobus Reinach, and the combination with Marty Libok, and that's the combination we like to work with. Why do you think Faf's lost his starting spot?
I think Kobus is just better at because if you look at how the Boks play now, they're playing a bit differently to how we're used to seeing the Boks play. They are running more than kicking now, whereas it was the opposite beforehand. And I just think Reinach is a better runner with the ball. He's more agile, far quicker. and it's just different game plans, I reckon, now.
Carl, I mean, sorry, Dan, do you think that there may have been a matchup in mind that they had? Of course, we don't know yet whether DuPont will be starting or not. Do you think that there was a particular matchup that they had?
Maybe in off the fringes, obviously, as Carl said, Rhinos much quicker and can maybe, try and nullify a bit of that DuPont speed and just kind of firepower. But I mean, from a internal matchups or link-ups point of view, it's actually the opposite of what I think everyone would expect, because we came to know the Reinach Pollard combination from playing club rugby overseas, and then even combining in the British and Irish Lions series. That was very familiar, and obviously kind of Fuff is anyone's pairing, so that's less important. But we haven't seen too much of the Querbus money one, but I don't think it's an issue. But yeah, I think it's definitely, as Carl said, it's much more Bok game plan, trying to nullify what they're going to throw at us from a speed and dynamism point of view than it is, I think, the link ups with our own players.
All right. And Carl, I'm reading a comment here that just came in from Jason. It says Querbus is to match French speed. He picks and goes. Fuff either kicks or passes. It's tactical. 100%, I would agree. And I guess my question to you is, does this tell us a little bit more about whether or not the Springboks are committed to a running game? Because as we know, Fuff is perhaps more useful in a mixed type bag game, where he is able to put those up and unders under, and he seems to rely on that tactical ability quite a bit. As we know, Querbus loves a running game. So do you think that this is an indication that that's exactly what they plan on doing?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, that's how South Africa's been playing this whole World Cup. They should have beaten Ireland, and I think they might prefer the draw at the end of the day, playing France rather than New Zealand, but they should have beaten Ireland. They left 11 points on the field. And I was just thinking about it. Thinking about how the two nines play, I think Querbus's support lines as a nine are far better than Faf. If it's going to be a scrum half try off, broken player, wing breaks the line, and then scrum is supporting, it's going to be Querbus. I don't even remember Faf doing many of those. And those are kind of things Aaron Smith does every game. You've got like the best scrum half in the world, DuPont. They do stuff like that, and that's not how Faf kind of plays.
There's a reason Reinach scores hat-tricks in the games that he plays, given their smaller opposition, but he finds himself in those areas, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, a hat-trick is not easy to score against anyone, so...
Yeah.
Yep, no, 100%, I agree. So to me, this looks like a commitment to ball in hand play at the moment. Right, so let's move on then a little bit. Of course, money is a huge talking point. We can't avoid this at all. Andre Pollard is on the bench, and the question was always is if we get to playoff time, will Mani start? We've now got our answer. Personally, I think that this is the right call. I hated the idea from the start that we'd been prepping Mani for exactly this, and only to be yanked off at playoff time. I think that doesn't do anybody any favors from a psychological point of view for himself or from a team perspective, because they obviously want Mani to do well, and I think removing him from that situation calls into question a lot of what they had been working on the entire time. But Scalzi, with Pollard on the bench, do you think Mani perhaps has been given that license to play now, that freedom to say, listen, go out there, play your game, don't worry about the kicking, and then you've always got kind of a bit of backup for once?
I think regarding ball in hand, what's really been great to see, which we didn't know if would happen, because when someone like Mani Lubak arrives in a Bok camp, there's excitement, but there's also a bit of a nervousness. It's like, how is this guy going to suit what the Springboks bring to World Rugby, right? It's like, is he just going to be like a Danny Cipriani at England, where you see all the Well, like I say that because I feel like he should have played more.
Oh yeah,
Like,
100%.
yeah, I love Danny Cipriani, but he just didn't quite fit that mold. So but Money's been given that license, ball in hand. He's looked, bar none, the most confident player on the pitch when he's there. At least the kicking doesn't seem to affect his running game and ball in hand game. Obviously, I think now that there is, like, in the back of his mind, now he's saying, okay, I probably only need to kick 4 times as opposed to 8, which I think will then maybe calm him down. But I don't even see how it's really affected his ball in hand. It might help his kicking. It's like, okay, I need to get through 4 kicks today, that's all I need to do. I need to get those over maybe 6. But I think, like, license to play 100%. I think I said the exact same thing. Money has to continue starting. I like Pollard off the bench, calm energy, and can kick a clutch kick if need be.
Yep, absolutely. A couple of comments coming through here. I see Albert van Lingen says, look like Rusty wants to take Liebach's kicking out of the equation, so Liebach has less pressure. 100%. I think that's me and Dan are on the same page there. Bunny Heat says SA should have beat Ireland if Pollard was kicking. Just saying. Carl, I mean, yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Barney has been struggling with his kicking. But there's an argument to be made that, yes, we may have got the kicking out of Pollard had he been around, but we don't know if we would have got the same general play out of Pollard. A fit Pollard, sure, but a Pollard having just been rushed into the team, maybe not. So, yeah, I was just trying to keep up with these comments here for a second. Let's see.
I'd be interested to know how many tries the Springboks score in the last 15 minutes in general, most games, because maybe that's it. It's like if we score tries, from what I remember, we're not really much. We're not late scorers. I feel like we early middle game scorers, and that's when Money's going to be playing, right? So maybe that's just also a part of the exploiting. And then at the end of games, it feels like, okay, crunch time. Maybe it's a maul, in which case it doesn't matter who your fly off is, or it's just kicking for posts. But yeah, sorry, Reza.
No, 100%. I mean, Carl, I guess the last thing I want to say about Barney is simply the fact that a couple of comments here saying that, of course, this is a bold move to include Barney, right? But there comes a point where we can no longer pad Barney. It's do or die for him at this point in terms of his kicking. And they've made a decision to back him. So I don't think there is a right or a wrong call. I think that everyone's kind of justified in what they're saying. We could have perhaps gone with the safe play and started Andre, right? But
this is the thing, is like it's being pitched as a bold call to pick Marnie. I don't think so. I think it's a bold call if they pick Pollard, and there's no justification really to pick Pollard because he isn't the same kind of player. The Boks have changed their game plan to fit how good Marnie is. You can't then go, oh, you know what? Nah, we're not going to do that anymore because Pollard's back. I think in terms of general play, take kicking away, Marnie is the better player. Not as experienced, obviously, but I think, I don't know if and I think also that's why Faf isn't starting. If Pollard started, Faf would probably have started. I think it would be stupid not to back Marnie now. And say you got through, I think it would be very detrimental if you hadn't backed him and you get through. So I don't see it as a surprise. I'd be very surprised if he didn't start.
Yep. Look, I'm Team Marnie all the way over here, and I'm sure most of us at Forever Sports actually are. But right, he deserves his start. I really do think so. Right, so Dan, to move on to Damien Delendi and Jesse Creel, of course. Again, I know that people aren't happy about it, but it's not really a surprise, is it?
No, I think they're creeping up on Jean de Villiers and Jacques Verrees' record, I think. If not surpassed it, they're somewhere around there in center pairings ever for the Springboks.
Sorry, Danny, you have to repeat that. You broke up there a little bit.
That's okay. No, I was just saying that they've played so much together, and obviously we don't see that dynamism that we see potentially, and little piece of creativity that perhaps we get a little bit more out of Kane Moody and Andre Esterhuizen. But it's also a Bok management that, I'd say, bar money, it's gone back to its roots. I mean, this is an old team. You did not that many new people in and amongst the mix. People who we were incredibly excited to see going into the World Cup, Grant Williams, the Kane and Moody's, even with Dwayne coming back in, that's just kind of a show how much we are kind of going with that experience and can do, with, again, money being that exception. So yes, it's not the most exciting maybe offensively, but I think defensively for that French backline, as Carl said, they're nuts. And you're gonna have to have your wits about you. And I think even just from a work perspective, those two are gonna leave it all out. I think they're there to do it. Could Andre Esterhuizen be there? Sure. I don't think that weakens us at all. But I'm not surprised by the pick.
Okay, 100%. Guys, in the comments, if you wouldn't mind, there were a couple of comments earlier about the centre pairing. Of course, I can't go back now and check them all out, but now's your time. Give us an opinion on the centre pairing in particular. And just remember that we are not punting one way or another. We are pundits. We are trying to play devil's advocate and ask the hard questions that everyone wants to know. So yeah, well, while we've got to play both sides a little bit as well. So Cole, I guess, yeah, I mean, Dan's basically said everything that I feel about the centre pairing. I'm not particularly unhappy anymore. I think that Jesse Kriel will do a job. I do kind of miss the idea of a replacement centre, specialist centre, I should say, in our bench. Would you have liked to see perhaps Caden Moody or even Andre take that bench spot for perhaps a Villy?
You couldn't. If you look at how the team is set up, you lose a centre, you've lost a fullback as well. Because if you lose a centre, Damien has to go into the centres, Villy has to come on. It's your only option. I wouldn't put Pollard at 12 when he hasn't played there ever for the Boks. So I think that's been a more forced thing than anything. But also in a team where you're looking to not kick to not try to win by kicking to poles, Villy's not a bad person to have in, considering his try assist, just ratio in general. It's a stat that you definitely will want against France. Him coming on, assisting a couple of tries is what you're going to need. And I know I'm probably one of his smallest fans. I've been bashing him a bit during this World Cup, and then every time I do, he starts doing some wild shit. So it's really annoying. But I think Kane. I honestly think Kane and Moody's is not on the bench because you have to have Villy Leroux with that setup.
Yeah. And I mean, of course, the exclusion of Lukhanyo, do we expect to see him at all during this World Cup? Should we get any further in it?
It depends how serious they are about playing Kanan at 13, and it seems like they are. So I don't think so. You might see him if there's a third, fourth playoff, but I mean,
yeah. I mean, Dan, we called Lukhanyo, and everyone got very excited. And in the back of my head, unfortunately, I always had this thing going: is it too soon? And it seems as South Africans, we've gotten so used to the miraculous recovery after Khaleesi's story that perhaps it was expected that he would just slot back into the side. But I mean, Dan, is it maybe it was a bit of a wasted spot? Could someone else have been recalled to have strengthened the side if the honest truth is that he simply just isn't ready to play?
I definitely wouldn't call it a wasted spot, but I also don't buy that the Boks have brought him back to. I don't see him starting any World Cup games. Between now and then the World Cup, if Jesse gets injured, we have another 13 who's capable. Put Canan Moody in there, he's ready. If there is an injury, what they're saying is Lukhanyo can play a game. they don't want to bring who's the next 13 that's going to play there. No one that can understand the box to the extent that Lucanio can. They essentially what the management have said is like, we've got a quarterfinal. If our 13 gets injured there, cool. We've got a 13 for the semi-final. If a person gets injured there, then essentially what they've predicted is Lucanio will be fit by time for the final to be able to play. You know, and even then maybe we'll try to jig around how many minutes he ends up playing. But I think he's only there for disaster, and otherwise very few minutes. So I'm not surprised at all that he's not involved. I'm very happy that he's in the squad. I think he'll bring a good energy. He knows it. Everyone's familiar with him. He's been there, done it. You know, I think second to DuPont in World Rugby Player of the Year, or maybe it was Josh van der Fleer. So he's the guy. He's just not fit.
Yep.
You know, so
100%.
I don't think he can. I don't think he'll contribute on the pitch unless something unfortunate happens.
And Carl, I guess my main concern, now that I think about it, that there is these French centres that they have to pick from are monsters. There is no doubt about it. They are fantastic. In particular, I think of Jonathan Dunty, and I personally hope that he's not the one starting, because I think if anyone's going to test these two in defence, Dielendi and Creel, it's going to be him. He's just so big, powerful, and dynamic. To flip to the other side of the coin, who do you expect to see from their French side come up against these two?
I think they'll stick to exactly what's tried and tested. What they've got the best out of, it's going to be Dante and Fiku. They are world class. They're both strong defenders, but very strong attackers as well. And I think it will be. I think they will be solid in defense of Dielendi and Creel. But I think they might even have. I mean, they do have more than them in attack. It's going to be an interesting one. Yep,
absolutely. Dan, I guess my last question on the centre pairing is, I see a comment here from Ricky Lowe, which I really liked. It said, I really was shocked when I saw some people thought that was going to play. They just don't understand. Everyone has a role in the team, even if they are not playing, which is a fantastic throwback. And thank you for reminding of that, Ricky. I think specifically of Alton Yankees 2019, where that entire squad had nothing but compliments to say about his involvement with the squad, with his involvement with prepping guys of the ball. So I can imagine that Lucanio is sitting there. Perhaps they already know that he's actually not going to play, but he's sitting there prepping those centres, doing homework for them on opposition and all that kind of thing. Do you think that that's the case?
I completely agree. He's there as much of a mental role as he is actually more of a mental role and a coach, and but from the lens of I sit where you sit, and we are like, understand what's going on as a player. I'm not speaking to you as a coach right now, but I can feed information from the coaches to you, and I have no doubt that he's in the leadership meetings, also being a part of the tactical conversations and being able to kind of relay that to some of the players on the ground. And granted, he's speaking to people who have probably even some of them more caps than them more. But I think when it comes to even like the Caden Moody's, these guys who are new in the setup, having a presence like him around it's calming. And he's not someone to, I think, demand that he gets back in and he's going to try push it. Call him the anti-Farrell, because I feel like Farrell coming back into that England setup is like put them in a very confusing position, and now they have to pick between Ford and Farrell, whereas Lucanio coming back is more of a case of he's there, we're happy he's there, but we don't think he's ready, we're not going to try to rush him in. Sorry to throw Farrell under the bus.
You're not bringing my England rant.
Do it more. Right, so I'll deal with a comment quickly from Revenger, who's been trying to bait us the entire stream. Obese green clowns from Africa who knocks all balls. We've knocked the balls to 3 World Cups. I mean, we must be doing something right? But yeah, so Carl's just left us briefly. I'm sure he's going to get some meds for his broken knee. But Dan, let's chat a little bit then, and let's move on to, of course, our exciting back three: Cheslin Colby, Curtie Orense, and Damien Willemse. there are zero surprises there, right? We can agree on that one. This is probably, of all the choices,
No surprises coming into the World Cup. I think we didn't know who would be, if Currie would be the starting wing, and we didn't know if it would be Damien. I think he's put his hand up immensely. We've been, waiting for, everyone spoke of the talent that is Damien Willemse and not of the player that is Damien Willemse. And now he's become that player, Really interesting to see when they sub him for Willie, because I don't see anyone really being able to come off for Willie. And if you've got him on the bench, you're going to have to use him. Whether it's the 60th minute or closer to the 70th, what does that tactical change look like? I do think Willie will bring a lot off that bench, but as far as the starting lineups, those three are as nailed on as anyone in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not going to spend too much time on those back three, because to be very honest, everyone knows that they deserve to be there. I see Dion says, imagine seeing Willie coming on at 15, Willemse shifting to 12, and Pollard coming on at 10.
Okay.
Dialendi coming off potentially due to physicality of the game catching up to him. Okay, an interesting take there.
I don't know if we've ever seen Damien come off due to the physicality of the game.
Yeah.
that's new.
I guess we'll see. I don't know, Dion, are you seeing something in Didier's game that maybe shows that he's slowing down in his, well, not his old age, because he's not old, but let me know.
Could happen. A triple split. Imagine you have Willie, Damien, and Pollard, sitting behind the scrum to the left and the right of the scrum. Those are some long passes.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So let's move on to the bench, because that is a big talking point. So please do leave your comments about this bench in particular. We'll deal with it as we close out the show for today. Our bench is Dion Fourie, Oxenchair, Vincent Koch, Achia Steyman, Kwaka Smith, Vat de Klerk, Andre Pollard, and the mercurial Willie le Roux. Right. Carl, I'll shoot it right off to you, straight off the bat. Of course, for me, probably the big thing about this is not necessarily the players. It's more about the split that we've gone with. And Willie le Roux, they're making space on what is traditionally a 6-2 bench for us, what it seems to be for Willie. Does that surprise you at all? And what do you think is the thinking behind his inclusion?
Well, I think I'm. It's weird. I'm surprised he's there, but not now that I've kind of had a reason to analyze the team and take a look at it. It shows, I think, a specific attacking intent on this game. Obviously, with his, like I said, with his try assist record, I think that's something that they probably don't want to leave out entirely against this French side, especially if you end up playing catch-up rugby. That will hopefully, if he has to come on, that will play in your favor. I think, the only place where things get complicated is if a center goes down. I don't have an issue with the forwards and the missing of one forward. You've gone for a very experienced starting lineup, and we know experience wins World Cups. So I think we might actually see more and more of that as we do these playoff games.
Yep, absolutely. And Scotty, if we move back a little bit, of course we've got Kwaka Smith and Dion Fourie, the most mobile. So it seems that there is some backup in that sense, in that we've got two, let's call them specialized fetchers, sitting on that bench, hoping to win us those late penalties. Is that what you're reading into it as well?
Yeah, I think Kwaka probably comes on for Sia, right? That's probably the move. I think that's the most likely. So you kind of lose a bit in Sia, but yeah, I mean, we also very used to seeing Marco van Staden there, being another fetcher. But those two are more than capable of changing and flipping a game on its head and getting into a tight space in a clutch moment. Both actual flanks, right? So I think it's the case of Dion Fourie playing as if he's a flank until he throws and scrums. So very much to at least you bringing on the dynamism of a flank. in that case, which maybe hasn't actually been kind of gone into and how that might help the Boks enough. Obviously, I think because of the deficit that it leaves in the scrums, but more than capable. And it's the person that's probably least likely to be dropped boss here is actually Kwagga Smith on that bench. I mean, you don't even come to think of who's going to take that jersey. And yeah, I mean, geez, he's been immense.
Absolutely. I mean, if there was a specific award for bench players, I think that Kwagga Smith would 100% be the one who takes it. Carl, one more comment for Willie le Roux. I see Albert van Lingen had said France will fade in the last 10, and that's where Willie will work magic. And we know that Willie thrives in that kind of chaotic environments where the space starts to open up a little bit. But I guess my concern has always been that on occasion, Willie has the ability to fall apart in defense. And against guys like Damien Penaud, possible Jonathan Dante, Jalibert, I mean, these are guys who are scoring. I mean, Penaud has been in ridiculous form, and he's no small boy either. I just worry that on a physical aspect, even that late on in the game, he's going to struggle in defense.
I think the idea that France will fade in the last 10 minutes is probably inaccurate. I think they are a very complete 80-minute side. I think of the two, I would argue that actually South Africa would fade first, just in key positions, age-wise, in the forwards. But I think the game plan is definitely set to play France. You do not want to kick battle with France because they'll either beat you in the kick battle or they will run you ragged. And so, again, the selections of Reinach at 9 and keeping Mani makes total sense. And I would agree with you, Reza, that Willie le Roux has self-implosion moments, and he's shown it during this World Cup, even against very simple teams. I think he was decisively average against Romania. I think it'll be interesting. I don't think they'll bring him on unless they have to.
All right, great.
Wow.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit. I think that Oxen Chair, Vincent Koch, certainly are going to come on and do a job there, Dan. Whether or not it's a dominating, I'm not too sure. Ox in particular has looked very, very strong at scrum time. But by no means this is a case where that front row comes on and dominates every single scrum, a couple of turnover balls. I don't think that's going to be the case this time around. Arcus Neyman, of course, has been phenomenal. What a unit to have coming off from your bench. But really what I want to talk about as we close out is Faf de Klerk and Andre Pollard. How much time do you see Kobus getting? And at the same time, how much time do you see Mani getting? Do they both come off and come on as a pair?
I think a lot of that depends on how the game's going, to be honest. For both, because it's the 5-3 and the decision of Kobus has shown a particular intent and a strategy from the Springboks. If that's not working, I think we go back to that kicking game very quickly, and that's what then Faf and Andre will provide, right? Okay, that didn't work. We're now going to start, throwing bombs up, trying to win that ball up in the air, get penalties in their half, kicking for goal. And maybe if it's a 10-point deficit, just try to chip away at it. I do think the Springboks are very bad when behind. So I'll be very worried if that there is that trigger reaction. But yeah, I think it's totally dependent on how the game plan that we've set out to take against the French works and what they retaliate with.
100%. Carl, I've got a comment here from Kanisa Nofeletti. He says, I don't prefer Koch over Trevor. It's a weird change. And I actually think he has a point now that I start to look in hindsight. In my opinion, that Ox and Trevor combo in particular has been so strong for such a long time. Vincent Koch is no mug, but Trevor is an animal when it comes to scrum time, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
For me, I prefer Koch in the loose as a runner. And I think again they'll use their bench depending on how they see the French bench moving. I don't think they'll bring them on before France make a change. But I don't know. I actually prefer Koch. I think he's I suppose I would say he's more of a all-round prop rather than very specific. Right, I'm just here to scrum. And personally, I don't like players that are like that. Like being an England supporter, it's painful. I hate the fact that Dan Cole is still playing rugby because literally all he does is get into a scrum, bend down, and that's like, yeah, okay, I've done my job for however long. But you can't, especially against a French side like this. You need dynamism, and I think I would argue Koch has more of it.
Yep, absolutely. Right, so of course we hope that Andre gets his game time and that he does well, but also just that he supports the role that Marty is playing, which I'm sure he already is doing in the background there. Guys, I'd like to thank you very much for your time today, and thank you so much everyone for your comments. Even Revenger, we don't care if you're a Kiwi supporter or not. You're more than welcome in our chat, and you can have whatever opinion you want as long as it's respectful. But guys, let's put our money where our mouths are and say that based purely off this squad, we have not seen the French squad as of yet. Scalzi, are you happy with the squad? 1, 2, can the squad do the job against a full strength French team?
I'm gonna go yes and yes. I don't think it's risky because it's not what we know, and that's always going to ruffle some feathers, and there's going to leave a lot of question marks. But I do think we couldn't just keep hammering at something that I just wasn't necessarily fit to the situation we're in. So I like that we're trying to innovate. I'm worried. I do think we'll win though. Box by 1.
Box by 1.
World Cup classic.
I'll tell you what, if we go box by 1, you will not see me at work on Monday. Carl, same question to you. Is this the squad that you're happy with or are happy with? And 2, can the squad do the job against a full strength French team?
For a shootout like this game, yeah, there's elements of risk and safety. I think I would have made a few changes to the bench, but I'm also back, so what do I know? I think yes, it is probably the best side they considering all the different things we've talked about. I think it's probably the best side they could have put out. Yes, they can beat France. I don't think they will, but they certainly can. I back France, like I said last night, 27-18.
27-18. Right.
Well,
unfortunately, Carl kind of dampening the spirits there a little bit, but that's only fair. Personally, I think again the box probably just cuts it. I think maybe 3 to 5 points. I think it's going to be incredibly tight. It could go either way. We certainly respect this French side and what they're capable of at home. New Zealand refs, you never know what happens on the day. So, but guys, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you to everyone who's laid a comment down for us. Please do like and subscribe to the channel. We of course put out so much rugby content, it's not even funny. But we are only where we're at because of your support. So please do consider tuning in. Of course, tune in for the watch-alongs if you haven't already. On the weekend, where we will be covering every single game and offering you another way to enjoy the entertainment. Guys, thank you very much for your time. Please do consider, of course, checking out the rest of our shows, checking out our sponsors in BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER. If you haven't already, go lay a bet down at BOYLESPORTS. Go check out the Crow Tips Betting Show with Chris, also on the channel. He is making money for absolutely everybody. Guys, thank you very much. If you've ever got any questions for me, please do drop me a message on Instagram at Reason the Rumbler, and I will be more than happy to answer it for you the next time I am on the channel. Guys, have a fantastic day. I will see you again very, very soon. Cheers for now.
Cheers, guys.
Good morning, everyone. I think, as Sos also said now, it's France got a big pack, and they live for big moments at the breakdown and looking for turnovers, and got a distance kicking game, so there's going to be big collisions in the midfield. So for us, it's making sure we nail down our detail, and then with the detail comes a bit of dog that where you climb into a guy if he goes for poach, or when it comes to a big scrum battle, making sure you're mentally in there, making sure you get onto the front foot and go forward for the team. So I think it's going to be a lot of physicality in the game. I think it's going to be big collisions, but it's something we prep for, and it's something we've been working since June when we got together at the lineman camps, working hard on the way we tackle, the way we impose ourselves physically in the game, and making sure we get momentum in that aspect. So for us, it's just making sure we get through our prep in the week, and then our bodies physically pitching up on Sunday.
Hi guys, it's kind of strange to hear another team thinking they're going to beat the Springboks physically. Does it sound a bit strange to you as well?
Yeah, I think it's always, when teams play against the Springboks, they always talk about the physicality of the game, and I think probably between Ireland and Tonga this World Cup has been probably two of the toughest games I've played this whole year. So no, I think when it comes to the Springboks and the games we play, it's always because we try and make it as physical as possible, and I think teams do live up to what they say in the media. So yeah, for us it's making sure we get our stuff right, and we know France are going to bring a lot of physicality, and then yeah, it's going to become quite interesting on Sunday. I think yes. To be honest, I can't remember that long ago, but rugby's been quite tough on the body and the brain. But no, I'm joking. It's yeah, I think that game we had a hard look at it during the week and in the analysis. A lot of things we did right that game. We changed a bit of our plans and the way we want to attack. So yeah, it was a tough game. I remember we got red carded quite early in the game. Played with 14 men. But still, we were in it till the end, had a lead with about 5 minutes to go. So I think there's a lot of learnings we took from it, and we did our analysis on that game and watched where we could have improved to actually get the victory at the end. So yeah, I think it's that experience from that game was gonna help us a lot this weekend. But it's still, we need to pitch up and actually play proper rugby on Sunday.
Hi Stephen. In your game with Ireland, it was incredibly physical, but it was noticeable that there were no cards. That both teams' tackle technique was excellent. How much work do you guys put into that? How important is it in knockout rugby that obviously you don't get a card because it could be crucial?
As you said, it's extremely crucial, and I think there's like Felix and Jacques has spoken a lot about like the points deficit you're going into if you concede a yellow or red card. So for us, it's been one of the big focus points since we got together in June, making sure our discipline is in the right place, our tackle height is proper, the way we enter breakdowns, the way we make collisions, it's all below tit height, and making sure we get our stuff right, so we avoid a card or a foul play penalty. So I think especially when it comes to knockouts, making sure you get your tackle technique right, the way you enter breakdowns, it's going to be a key difference when it comes to a close game, conceding a penalty and a yellow card, and then giving the opposition an opportunity to enter a 22 or to kick a goal. So with big games like this, it normally ends with a scoreline of 2 points or a small margin where we have to make sure we can do everything in our capabilities to get the result in our favour.
Sorry, Stephen, Owen for you. Obviously, playing Test rugby, coming with that, there's a lot of nervousness, perhaps maybe angst. World Cup knockout matches probably takes that a notch up. Just explain to us what the difference there might be. It does become easier. I mean, you're a guy with vast experience, so does it become easier?
No, it doesn't. I won't say it becomes easier. I think the way you prepare in the week makes the weekend easier. If getting through your checklist, making sure you've ticked all the boxes and you're in the right mental frame of mind going into a big weekend like this, it makes it easier because then you can only focus on your work rate and you can focus on your physicality on the Sunday, and then the result will take care of itself. But I think when things don't go well in the week, then there's added pressure. I think there's pressure because of the big occasion, but we did a lot of work in the week, and we've had last week to already start prepping. So for us, it's just making sure we tick the boxes, or for me personally, it's making sure we tick the boxes, and then just pitch up and execute on what we trained and what we focused on during the week.
A question for Stephen. Can I ask you what level of performance you think it will take this week against France compared to perhaps some previous big victories you've had? And is it possible that you may have to go up to a level that you've never actually been before?
Yeah, I think every test match is you need maximum performance and you need to be 100% switched on. I think especially this weekend, it's going to be an unbelievable atmosphere in the stadium. It's going to be loud. It's going to be I think it's going to be big moments in the game that could swing either way. But I think mentally being switched on and not letting a small moment cost you a game or missing out on a finer detail that could concede points. I think you're going to have to go to a dark place quite early in this game because of where the physicality is going to be, where we're going to try and push it tempo-wise, and I think it might get to a point where some players haven't been, and we'll see on Sunday if both teams are willing to go to that dark spot quite early.
Hi, question for all three, or anyone wants to answer. It's sort of slightly similar, but this quarter-final has been talked about as possibly the biggest or highest level quarter-final in World Cup history. But I don't know if that's correct or not. Maybe it's impossible to judge. But just from within your camp, does it feel a bit like that? Do you reflect upon it in that way at all?
Je kan maar Engels, je kan maar Engels.
No, I think, as you said, it's going to be difficult to say if it's going to be the toughest or most talked about World Cup quarter-final, but we could definitely feel like even since the post-Tonga, when we started prepping for the quarter-finals, because we weren't sure what's going to happen with the Scotland-Ireland game, and then getting that, seeing that result, and then building up into this week. There's been a lot of intensity and a lot of focus when it came to training. So it hasn't been hyped up about how big in history this match might be, but for us it's all about playing well and getting a victory on Sunday. So there's been a lot of intensity in the week. There's been a lot of focus in the way we run our splits, the way we did our lineouts, the way we did our scrums, the way we focus on our kicking game, defence and attack. There's been a lot more detail, in my opinion, thrown into the players to make sure that everyone's in the right frame of mind, everyone's in the right understanding exactly how big of an occasion this is personally for us. It's been intense, but it's also been very good and very exciting, and it just builds on that excitement that it's going to happen on Sunday.
Fantastic.
there's a lot of talk about physicality in this game. And I think both of you would have experienced myself last year. Do you guys need to raise the bar a bit in terms of physicality, or are you guys prepared for what's coming on Sunday?
Yeah, I do. Everybody's here. I think, yeah, we know France is a good side. We know they have a heavy back or forwards. We know their physicality, and I think we know what's going on, and we know what we need to do to walk away with a win. And hopefully we can just do our job. And yeah, I believe it will go good if we just stick with our plan.
Good morning, gentlemen. Question for Franco. The moving bench to 5-3, does it change something for you after playing more games with 6-2 or 7-1, and the average of playing is around 50 minutes for you now? You have the change to play 80 minutes. Does it change something on your gestion of moments on the field, or you're 100% and happens what happens?
Yeah, I must say, we have a lot of trust in Coach Jock and Coach Rassi. They always have a plan. I think a lot of people outside won't understand the plan, and I think with the bench they win this weekend, there's no changes for us. I think we just focus on ourselves and the game plan. We have trained this all week, and the guys on the bench, you just have amazing guys who's coming on. You got guys like Erg who can play 4-lock, 5-lock. You got Kwak who can play 6, 7 and 8. And I think the guys, if you have guys like that on the bench, I don't think you have to change anything.
Franco, can I ask you, I know as players you guys prefer to stay away from referees. Are you guys South African camp, are you guys happy with Ben O'Keefe being the man in the middle? And is Ben O'Keefe, in your opinion, is he a friend of the Springboks? Do you think he's the best man to deal with this match this coming Sunday? So, do you guys do an analysis around this specific referee in build-up as well?
Yeah, I think it's probably you have to analyze the ref also. You know where it's like small stuff like what does he like, how does he like when players talk to him, what's the respect you have to give him, and I think it doesn't make a difference for us. I think we have leaders like Sia and Dwayne and all that guys who have the ability to speak to the ref on the field, and I feel guys like that, you don't have to focus on the ref, you can just focus on your game plan.
So just on the lineups, obviously you're going to do the forwarding. How crucial is that going to be? The lineup battle, you know the scrums are important. Just on the day, and also what do you expect from the French lineup?
Yeah, we know the French likes a lot of quick ball in the lineup. We know they like to run with the ball, and also they're not going to give you a lot of lineups. Their game plan
can't play.
England will play a lot of territory. They'll kick the ball a lot and attempt to put us under a lot of pressure. Both scrum, maul, and line out. So we know that's coming. We've also done a lot of work in terms of getting back to the style of play that we're known for. That we want our boys to play with the freedom and without fear, and to give it a real attacking spirit that we can approach this game. So we're very clear on how we want to play the game.
And would that be something different to what we've been seeing at the World Cup?
Certainly in the last 2 weeks, our performances have been below where we want them to be. But the way we've prepared this week certainly has come back to a level that will make us very competitive.
Sorry, I was talking in terms of the general game. There's a lot of tactical kicking, there's a lot of...
I think when you're playing a team that wants to kick the ball a lot, you have to enter into the